We're super early in this format. I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out exactly how certain interactions work, figure out what decks are powerful into what other decks.
Keep the entire time, unfortunately, because someone changed the setting, so if you can just reset it, that's fine.
Okay, we'll start again.
Reset your intro.
Okay.
We can hear you, Jedi Master.
Oh, I hope so. I am absolutely over the moon to be here today. So excited for this first premiere event. Over 200 players, absolutely massive. I am so excited. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm really, really excited. I've been following this game really closely since its announcement. Brand new Star Wars trading card game, obviously immediately gets everybody's attention.
Exactly, yes.
But the way this game has been developed, the way that it's panned out in this premiere format, and as you say, this first UK-wide constructed major tournament. With that in mind, do you think that there are going to be anything that is going to affect players in terms of deck building strategies, in terms of what leaders they're actually going to take? We're going to see maybe a little bit of ingenuity early on?
I absolutely think so. I think one of the things, as someone who's been playing trading card games for a very long time, one of the things you tend to see early on in a card game is lots of these aggro strategies. They tend to perform very well, especially into games where at the start of the game people don't understand the mechanics as well, and these just generally powerful, go-fast strategies tend to do really, really well. So I think, in my mind, I'm expecting there to be a lot of people trying these aggro strategies, and a lot of people who've done a lot of preparation bringing decks to hard counter those aggro strategies.
Yeah.
Are you expecting to see anything in particular?
I completely echo your point there, and obviously the primary aggro leader that we've got in the brand new set, in the first set, is Sabine Wren.
Yes.
Deploying it forward with a leader, being able to ping one for base on the front side, and then deploy and just continue to try and pressure
Extremely
3 and
powerful.
3 and 3. Such a low to the ground curve, but to counter that, and we sort of spoke about this yesterday away from the stream and away from the event, is the sort of more controlled, calculated mindsets, the likes of Iden, Director Krennic, and the big bad Boba Fett.
Big bad Boba Fett.
Big bad Boba Fett, expecting to see a lot
Enemy
of that today.
number one, absolutely. I think everyone is extremely excited to see what Boba can do. There's been a lot of dedicated players doing lots of online games, lots of webcam games over these last few weeks trying to prepare for this tournament. And I think there's going to be a lot of very interesting builds. Just because there's going to be a popular leader, remember, in Star Wars Unlimited, you do have the base, which I think is a massive little added flair there. But I do believe we are...
Our players are ready to set up and go to get us underway on round 1 of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event.
What a doozy.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. We said about maybe some decks that we weren't going to expect to see. IG88 on the left-hand side of your screen, piloted by Craig, and then Daniel, well, you said it earlier, Big Bad Boba Fett.
Big bad Boba Fett. I think obviously Boba Fett is up there as the sort of enemy to beat, I think, at this tournament. Probably the most publicized, extremely powerful deck up there with Sabine. Of course, we see Boba Fett here with Energy Conversion Lab, which, in my opinion, is the best card in the game, despite it being a base. I think you're going to see lots and lots of discussion of Energy Conversion Lab over the next coming weeks and months. Over on the left-hand side, though, we've got IG88, Showcase IG88. Let me just take a moment there. Absolutely beautiful.
Amazing.
Fantastic. With Jeddah City, which is the yellow 25 health base, which is really, really cool to see there. And yeah, I'm just very excited to see exactly how these decks are going to match up against one another.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, isn't it? And this was a discussion that we had actually literally this morning.
Yes.
For those that are just tuning in, perhaps brand new to Star Wars Unlimited, this is your first time looking at the game. Typically, if you're playing for perhaps your first game with this 2-player starter set, you start off with a 30 health base. That is kind of the typical, the norm. But you also have these rare bases which you lose 5 health points on, but you get an extra epic action. And for Energy Conversion Lab, of course, the one that we all know and love, player 6 cost or less, it gets Ambush, which means it can challenge and attack straight into opposing characters. And then Jeddah City gives -4 attack to a unit. But we are underway in Phase 1, Round 1.
Just a reminder there from I think Craig that the units do come in exhausted. Now, something I do want to, as I just saw, I think a reading of IG88 there, just so you all know what it does. On its main side, it is an action. You exhaust the leader and you attack with a unit, and if you control more units than the defending player, then the attacker gets +1 attack and +0 health for that attack. And then if we look on the flip side, that is deploys at 5 for the epic action. IG88 is a 5/5, which says each other friendly unit
Gets raid 1.
Gets raid 1. Raid 1 is a very, very powerful ability there, really increasing the aggro potential of the deck. So what we are seeing here is a aggro deck matching up into mid-range. On the first turn there, we did see 2 cheap units coming down from IG88. We're going to see a trade here from the Boba player. I do think the Boba player is probably hoping for, was probably hoping to trade that Greedo in and wipe out the other Greedo with the ability. But as Craig pointed out, actually that Cantina Braggart has 0 attack, so they do not trade.
And it's one of the interesting, funny little things about a card like Cantina Braggart, as we see a 5th brother come down onto the board. That is going to be able to get raid 1 for each damage on him. So that's just going to continue to play into this, like you say, kind of go wide, aggressive, ground-based strategy, as we see one of the cards that's going to be undoubtedly another talking point of the day, Super Laser Technician.
Phenomenally powerful card here. Now, one of the common plays you see made with Super Laser Technician and Energy Conversion Lab is using that epic action to just ambush out that card, enabling you to immediately get that value. But obviously we didn't see that here, but that's just something you can expect to be seeing into the future. Of course, we are getting a little glimpse at the hand there of Daniel, and I do think, I'm not sure that there's much he's going to do here. I think he's going to claim. He does claim there, and we move on to the next turn. Of course, one of my favourite parts of Star Wars Unlimited is the fact you draw 2 a turn.
Yeah.
Interesting draws from Daniel there. That is always a feels bad, but you do have to, I mean, I think he could be greedy there, but I think he chooses not to. He chooses to let one of them go. I do think there is a very nice opportunity coming up for Daniel here to turn this into his swing turn by ramping with that Super Laser Technician. But obviously the aggression from IG88 is always something that could potentially be very scary.
Well, this is the thing that Daniel has to consider as well now, is that Craig is 1 turn away from deploying that IG. He could, at the moment, they're going to trade, and Craig just, I think Daniel is just having a little look about whether he wants to activate the when defeated effect. It is a you may get rid of the top card of your deck, so he's chosen. He has chosen
and
to.
he does hit it. He does hit it.
So that is going to ping a ground unit for a couple of damage, which will hit the 5th brother. But I feel
he's going to give him 2 raid 2.
I was about to say, I feel like that slightly plays into what 5th brother is all about, wanting to.
The lightsaber coming down.
Fallen lightsaber is going to attach onto the 5th brother. So that's going to be at +3/+3. It is a force unit as well. So on attack, it's going to deal 1 damage to each ground unit the defender controls. Will play into Daniel's hands slightly by letting that Super Laser Technician go into the resources on its defeating. But yeah.
I mean, this right now we are staring down a what is that? A 7/6. The Super Laser Technician trading in, giving it even more raid. We might see this 5th brother just run away with the entire game.
Yeah, and of course, right now with just 1 ground unit on the board, Craig does have more units than his opponent, so could flip the IG88, give it an extra +1 attack as well. You can just see him counting up the
There it
amount
goes
of
in.
damage that is going in.
Huge amount of damage there. That is, I think, coming up to 10 damage on the base, I think, or very, very near.
That is exactly 10 damage by my calculations. So it's a 2-4 naturally, 4 damage onto it gives it raid 4, which makes it 6, and then 9 with the +3 granted by the fallen laser. It was already on 3, so we are up to 10-0.
This is looking quite rough for the Boba player. I mean, you'll notice here that on the next turn, I believe that is lethal on board once the IG deploys.
Oh,
So,
wow.
we're seeing a space unit come out here. I think Daniel's really going to have to do everything he can to eliminate the fifth brother here. Now, I think he can. I actually do think that Barrage in his hand is going to be doing a huge amount of work here. I would be very surprised if he didn't play the Barrage.
Yeah. The thing that I'm very, very scared of here as well at the same time is it looks like now we are going to see that overwhelming barrage. +2 onto the Boba Fett, then deal the amount of damage equal to its power divided among the units as you choose.
So this is going to be a board wipe for Craig here. If the damage is allocated appropriately, which of course I'm sure
It
will
has,
be.
it has to
It
be.
has to be,
There's
yeah.
only one possible target.
Well,
yeah.
there's of course the
Oh, of course.
space, but it's only one hit point there. So very,
He's gonna
very,
get rid of them
very,
both,
very.
yep.
This exactly shows why overwhelming barrage is quite so overwhelming. A complete board wipe there, a huge swing. We see a initiative claimed here from IG88. I think we're going to get a swing in for 4 here, of 6, I should say, from the Boba Fett player. That +2/+2 does hang around for the entire turn. The Boba Fett player is going to get to untap 2, though obviously we'll see if he has anything he can use with that.
Yeah, looks like potentially there could just be a pass. I think I see a Consortium Star Viper.
Yeah.
Then there's
Vader,
Vader,
of course.
and then I think it's another Boba Fett unit in the left-hand side of the hand. Can't quite
It is, I think
see.
that would be a...
It's a hyperspace at the
Yeah.
very least.
It may be a Bosk. I think that might be a Bosk, actually.
Either way, just electing to pass.
Oh, a
anyway.
very, very good card to draw there. I think this might be the resurgence of Boba here. I think these are such phenomenally powerful draws.
Super laser tech and a.
You're no good to me, dead.
Ooh.
That is one of, in my opinion, the strongest cards in the game. One of the best outs into aggro, especially with. He's resourced it.
He's
That
resourced to
seems
no good to me dead.
extraordinarily greedy, in my opinion.
Daniel saying you're no good to me in my hand
Ah,
and just putting it straight into the resources and off we go.
I have to say, I do find that very surprising with this IG88 that is inevitably about to deploy. We see a Veers coming down.
Yep.
Veers extremely powerful, a 3/3 for 3, but it does buff all your friendly Imperial units by +1/+1 besides itself, which is a huge amount of power for this low to the ground deck. As you suspected, that is a Boba Fett. I do think that this is a perfectly reasonable moment for an energy conversion lab.
I was just about to
which
say-
I do think we may. Oh no, so just playing out a Consortium Star Viper. Are going to see
Smuggler.
a Smuggler here, extremely powerful card, comes in with shield. Very, very annoying card to deal with, and of course, a very useful card in aggro strategies because it hangs around for so long. See a shield token coming out there.
Yeah, just to the point you were making as well, I was exactly on the same wavelength of you. I was going to declare epic action on Conversion Lab, bring out the unit Boba Fett, start swinging in, getting rid of that card there that was just been dealt with by the leader Boba Fett, which is going to take a couple of damage back, but because an attack has been completed, that restands 2 of those resources. So we've still got 5 to play with at the moment here with Daniel. With that Boba it's still in hand,
Yes.
Super Laser Tech, and the Darth Vader unit as well.
So one thing that Daniel may be able to do here is Energy Conversion Lab in that Super Laser Tech and play out the Boba on the same turn, and next turn just start slamming Vaders. But we see here he's just going to go for that Boba.
I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Perfectly reasonable play, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I mean, it definitely does seem that the tide has shifted here over to the Boba player. We do see the deploy on
Here
that
we
gorgeous showcase, IG88.
Here is IG88 on the battlefield, so that does mean that Crafty Smuggler is going to have Raid 1, which if Craig is able to claim initiative here, which with 2 resources open for Daniel there is still the possibility that he will be able to claim.
He is going into
But
claim.
Daniel is going to claim initiative. My thought process being there, if Craig could keep a hold of initiative, then he'd be able to swing in with the smuggler first with that extra wade one, use the shields.
Clears the Boba.
Ooh.
Very interesting choice there. I think that does make sense. Boba is an extremely threatening card here. And now, I think with the initiative, Daniel's in a really good position here to get some quite tremendous value. We do also see he's going up to 7 resources. That is an amazing top deck in that, I've forgotten the name, the Cartel Spacer. So strong here into a board such as this with that yellow unit on board. It's going to be able to tap anything, exhaust, which is so good. But of course, I think the play here, we all know it, is just slam that Vader.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too good. It's just too good not to.
You can see Daniel counting up the resources, turning all 7 on them
There
sideways.
he goes.
For the first time this afternoon, he will be led in by his Imperial Might,
Let's go.
Lord Vader.
Absolutely my favourite card in the game. The artwork on it is, in my opinion, the best in the game. Already starting strong, and just a phenomenally powerful set of card text on this card. 5/7 ambush, deleting basically almost anything from the game. And on top of that, he is going to be able to go through the top 10 and just yoink something out. Something like a Boba Fett here would be extremely powerful to see from that Vader. I think that might have been a question about what the order is here. I do believe you get to choose.
In terms of the ambush and then the when played effect.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So he is just showing.
Because it is reveal.
I think it is just search and you reveal the actual choice tile. Oh, we do see a Boba.
There
there.
is a Boba.
So, I mean, in my opinion, I think that is a clear choice. You do just want to go for the Boba Fett here. He may choose to go for that Shore Trooper, as it is a 4-2 or 4-3, I believe. 4-3.
Yep,
at this
with
stage of the
initiative
game.
currently. So you could swing in with Leader Boba, bring the 2 back, Energy Conversion Lab, give it an ambush as a 4-3 potentially.
It is absolutely. Well, no, it plays it. So Vader's just going to play it out.
Of
yeah.
course. But here, it is going to be the Boba Fett that's going to
And I
be
think
grabbed.
we just have to see the ambush here. To pretty much just ruin any chances I think Craig has of coming away with this game. He's going to lose the IG-88. He's going to be left with a crafty smuggler in a dream, and it's a noble dream. It is a certainly noble dream there.
Good catch from our judge as well on the stream table. Daniel almost scooped up the ship that he had down there, the Star Viper, into and shuffling into the deck, which would have been
ideal.
Would have been a big issue, especially considering right now, because Daniel has the initiative, that's got restore too. So you can swing in for 3, uncontested in the space arena, and heal 2 up and bring us onto a level playing field of what would be 8-8 in terms of damage. We can tell you at the moment as well, there is just over 40 minutes left on the game clock. 55 minutes best of 3 is the format across the day today. And of course the tiebreakers, if we get to that stage, we will explain in due course.
Exactly. So we're seeing a thinking coming down here from Craig, really trying his best to figure a way out of this situation. I think, probably thinking about that Jeddah City, whether it's worth using that at this stage. But it really does seem like he is in a sticky situation. Can't see very much in his hand there. There is a surprise strike, which is of course extremely powerful. He'll be able to whack in there for 5 damage if he did use that. I'm trying to see, I think that is that a Veers as well in his hand? He's running extremely low on... No, that is a Stormtrooper. So he is going to... we are going to see that come down. This may take out the Boba. That may be the play. Yeah.
And that is it.
So that is it. Remove the shield token, basically just deal with the Boba. I think that is a extremely good trade by any one's definition, but it's just looking like it is really, really hard for Craig to come back into this one.
Yeah, he's definitely sort of been swung when all of a sudden we were looking at, leader IG at 88, a couple of extra units on down, that overwhelming barrage, truly living up to its name, dealing with the immediate, imminent threat, and then Daniel just being able to consolidate, utilise the resource looping of Boba Fett leader, being able to restand 2 resources as soon as you complete an attack, and it's left Craig with no choice but just to play out his hand of the smuggler, the surprise strike, and now just the simple 3-1 Stormtrooper.
This is rough to see. with no cards in hand, I think Daniel feels very happy just claiming here. And he's going to be able to keep healing too with that Consortium Star Viper. We do see a 7th Fleet Defender in Craig's hand. He's going to choose not to resource, of course. He needs every single one of these cards. And behind, I do believe that is another Storm. No, I think that might be another Stormtrooper or a Veers.
It looks like it's got some text on it.
Yeah, just poking out.
Just poking out on the left-hand side of Craig's hand at the moment.
But, looking at Daniel's hand, he's got a Bosk. He's got a. I mean, this is
7th Fleet Defender. The Cartel space is in there as well. This is a really oppressive hand that Daniel can just continue to build onto.
Absolutely.
There is the Spacer.
Going to tap down, I would have thought the Stormtrooper or something. One of the really powerful things that he can do now with Boba is attack the Boba into that Stormtrooper, and Boba's burn 3 will happen. So he'd be able to clean up that Stormtrooper without taking any damage whatsoever on the Boba. Here we see the Vader getting traded. I think, when you're an aggro deck and you see yourself in the position where you're trading, it's not a great position to be in.
When you're having to try and manage and consolidate a board presence or your opponent's board presence, it is very, very difficult to kind of be truly content when you're like really saying in the primary strategy is you've got 25 health on your base. I'm just going to try and deplete that as quickly as possible, go as wide as I possibly can as well.
Exactly. And we see here Daniel doing exactly that, using Boba Fett's ability to just clear up that Stormtrooper. At this point, Craig has no board, 2 cards in hand. He is going to play out that... oh yes, we do see the untap coming here from that Boba Fett ability. Well remembered from Daniel.
Yep, the leader.
Sure,
yep.
It's fine. I actually don't think it's material based on what I can see from his hand, but it is important to just remember that. 7th Fleet Defender is coming out here. Very, very powerful card. But yeah, I mean, really sitting there thinking, Craig must be sitting there thinking that one overwhelming barrage has just lost him the game. And I don't know that there was anything he could really have done about it.
I don't think so. No, I think that's just the way that this Boba deck has been built realistically, hasn't it? As we see the Star Viper swinging in, that's going to put a healthy amount of damage now onto the Jeddah City, playing out a Greedo.
Again, just not what you want to be seeing here. I think at this point, Daniel can just slam out the biggest thing he's got in his hand and really start cleaning up the game.
I mean, the cruel thing is that he can just Bosk. He can just Bosk straight into that Greedo, get rid of it completely, continue that uncontesting of the ground area. That's exactly where Daniel is going to go.
It is a little risky. He might find himself, if that Greedo high rolls, into losing his boss. We will see here what happens with that Greedo effect if Craig chooses to use it.
He is not going to.
Choosing not to use
Claim
it.
initiative
Very
and pass.
yeah.
It looks like, I imagine, will be the next action from Daniel. Unless he
just a pass by the looks of it. No attacks, no pass to claim. Moving on to now, I think the next round here, or not the next turn, I should say. Yeah, nothing absolutely incredible in Daniel's hand, but I don't think he needs anything incredible at this point.
Even at the moment, despite the amount of cards that he's got, they're all around the 2 and 3 cost kind of margin. You don't mind that because now, as Daniel and as Boba, you are becoming the aggressor. You are playing Craig at the game that he wants to play, essentially.
Exactly.
You can just play out all of these low-cost units, continue to swing in attacks, maybe get rid of 1 or 2 units along the way to make sure you're getting leader value still throughout the end of this game 1. But it certainly seems like we are approaching towards the later stage of game 1 in round 1 with Boba putting a stamp on the early meta.
We do see an epic action coming out here. I think that was probably aimed at Bosk, who does have 4 attack, because as it stands, this is lethal in 2. I believe it is still lethal in 2, to be fair. I'm not sure if that's necessarily helped. We see, I think, Daniel attacking into the 7th Fleet Defender here, trying to remove that shield, which is certainly interesting because I don't think he'll be able to deal with it. No, he's going for the base. He is going for the base. Which makes a lot more sense here.
Now,
He's
just
gonna get cleaned up
did Daniel heal there?
I think Daniel did heal there, although I don't think
'cause he-
Craig took the damage.
If Craig has the initiative, if we can just potentially
Oh,
get
yes,
a
you are
judge to have a
absolutely
look
correct.
at
You are
that.
absolutely
If Daniel has healed with the Consortium Star Viper, but he doesn't have initiative,
not
so
able to
we
do it.
don't
It only
believe
gets
that
to-
Star Viper has Restore 2.
Star Viper it's on attack.
Only whilst
While you have the initiative.
so it might be worth checking.
Well, well, yeah.
So we're just going to have a little look at the board state. And there it is corrected there that Daniel has in fact restored 2.
I don't think Craig has taken the damage, so we should also correct that if possible. Although, as I say, I'm not sure it overly matters. Although I definitely do think, I was thinking that was strange if he was trading it. At this point, I think he is just the play for Daniel here is just to use the fact that he has more resources and just keep pushing up board and just keep turning cards sideways and just rush down Craig.
So here comes another attack. This is going to be with the Spacer, another 2 damage into the Jeddah City, so that's now 14 in Craig's base.
I think what may have happened there is actually that Jeddah City was used on the Consortium Star Viper to prevent a 2-for-1 trade on the 7th
ship.
Fleet Defender.
Sure.
Which makes a lot more sense, I think. But obviously it is going to lead to taking some heavy hits here from that boss. And here we do see that boss kit coming in, pushing poor Craig all the way up to 18 damage. 7 left before this game 1 is finished. About 30 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, just a
as it
lowly
stands.
partisan insurgent that's on the other side
And
of the
another
There's
Greedo.
another Greedo as well coming down, but at this point, the Boba Fett unit should just swing in for the extra 3. You've still got Conversion Lab as well, if there's anything there potentially that can go in, attack, and also deal an extra little bit of burn damage onto the base. I don't see it in the main deck at the very
See
least
3
right
extra
now.
damage coming in there, all the way up to 21. At this point, a boss kit does seal out the game, but we can see another 4 attack units in Daniel's hand. I think the initiative claim will be coming imminently from Craig, if it is not here yet, and at that point, I think we are just going to see a spilling of the hand onto the board from Daniel.
Pretty much. So, looks like we're with Daniel's action at the moment. Just having a look through his hand. There's a Smuggler, Shore Trooper, the 7th Fleet Defender, and I think another space
There is
unit
the
in there
Shore
as
Trooper
well.
coming down. And he is gonna ECL.
Ooh.
Our first use of ECL here, Energy Conversion Lab, and here he's gonna rush that in, ambush that
Partisan Insurgent.
Partisan Insurgent, which is a 1/4, which is a extremely high value trade. For
Well, it
it
won't
does survive.
be,
It
yeah,
does survive.
because it's-
extremely high value there.
Well, I think that the Partisan Insurgent should survive there as well. Oh no, it's
No,
resources.
because it's the resources, exactly,
I'm
yeah.
thinking it's initiative.
No,
like
no,
everything else in the game.
And we do get another untap here. Very nice. I mean, at this point, this is honestly, if I were Craig, I would be strongly considering a concession here.
Yeah.
Just so I can try and play out that game 2 fast and hopefully finish up 2 more games in the remaining 30 minutes.
And
It does
he
it.
will,
We do.
yeah.
Yeah, we do get the concede here. I think Craig realised he was in an unwinnable position there. It just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah,
So we are going to
absolutely.
see sideboarding coming out here, and I do believe we have the sideboards here. I don't know if there's anything that is actually that useful in Boba's sideboard here for this matchup.
Not particularly. There's double Emperor's Legion, Steadfast, double Bounty Hunter Crew, 3 Reinforcement Walker, and double Relentless.
Actually, I do think you probably do put in those Reinforcement Walkers. So Reinforcement Walker is an 8 cost unit on the ground. It's a 6/9 with when played and on attack. You basically get to draw a card and heal 3, which is insanely strong. And the way that card lets you stabilize in these games against aggro is absolutely phenomenal, because if it can hang around for just 1 turn, every single turn after that, you're healing 3, you're clearing board, it is phenomenally high value. I think we're seeing no sideboarding from either players here by the looks of things. Looks like they're just shuffling up and going into the next match. I don't know if Craig had anything that looked overly useful. We don't have a sideboard, do we?
Yeah, we're not 100% sure on the sideboard details, if there is a sideboard either, with Craig, of course. One of these players, it might be even their first opportunity to play these premier events and this premier constructed kind of events.
Exactly.
Locals tend to sort of be a little bit hit and miss in terms of sideboard inclusions and things like that, purely for simplicity and accessibility kind of point of view. But if you're in Daniel's shoes right now, I can understand not wanting to sideboard, because that game honestly went pretty to plan and pretty to script. Let Craig and the aggro deck have a little bit of early game pressure, absorb that early on, and then just immediately with one or two cards just sweep the entire low to the ground board, and all of a sudden I'm in control.
Absolutely. I do think Craig is probably sitting here a little bit annoyed at himself for letting that game drag on for 25 minutes, because that is a huge amount of time, and he's now going to have to play very, very fast to try and reverse sweep this best of 3. I do absolutely think it can be done. We saw just how scary that fifth brother was.
Yeah.
With that lightsaber. If he is able to stick that, that is something. He would have won the game in 2 turns. It was literally just that simple. He swings at that turn, it survives. He gets the head in. The next turn, he deploys RG88, swing, and it's wraps. So Hera, very, very interesting hand.
Yeah, I think that's triple force choke.
I think it's
I think I saw a third. It's just on the far left-hand side of Craig's hand. I think it's triple force choke.
Stormtrooper.
Braggart, the Stormtrooper, rightfully as you say. Daniel is more than happy to keep his hand in his
That is triple force throw. I tell you what, force throw is such an extraordinarily powerful card. It basically deletes almost anything.
I think he's resourced 2 of the force.
I don't blame him. In fairness, the card is extremely good, but you don't want to open 3 of them.
Well,
I am surprised not to see a mulligan coming out.
I am.
With a hand like that.
I am. But either way, we're underway in game 2 in round 1. Craig's going to lead it off with that Cantina Braggart, and Daniel will reply with a shielded Crafty Smuggler. There is an opportunity potentially to lean into the IG-88 game plan, play that Stormtrooper down, make sure that you're ahead on units early on, so that next turn you can use the leader ability, which I would like to see more of in this game from Craig, is use the leader side ability while he's got access to it. But imagine that this will just be a claim the initiative from Daniel and then a pass, and the end of phase 1.
Honestly, I am not sure I would have played out the Stormtrooper there, because it is just going to get swept up by that shield. I don't think, because he loses the initiative there, and it may have just been better for him to claim, because we see here him drawing into a 5th brother, so he could have swung in for 2 and just kept passing until he can safely play that 5th brother and then just claim.
I think it's a 7th sister.
Oh, it's a 7th sister.
Is actually drawn. I can just see the bottom of the artwork.
Ah, yes, I believe you are correct.
The dual-bladed lightsaber, the Saboteur, which would be important in this matchup, considering the amount of shielded units and that card.
Yes.
Completely. Crafty Smuggler. There we go.
Yes.
It's early in the morning, folks. We'll get there as we get there, but that would be a little bit more sort of useful in this matchup, and he's got to get to 5 resources first.
Absolutely, he does. And something I see there in Daniel's hand.
Oh no!
Is the big bad of green Steadfast Battalion?
It's the funny card.
Absolutely amazing turn 2 play coming down here, tapping down that Stormtrooper, completely ruining his ability to get any value out of it this turn. Though I probably would have cleared the Stormtrooper, I think, with that shield. But honestly, I don't think it matters, because this is looking absolutely rough for IG-88 already. We're going to see a swing in for 2 there into the base.
With Raid 2. I mean, there is still an opportunity for Daniel to swing it into the Death Star Stormtrooper. You can attack, obviously, both active and exhausted units, so if he does want to just sacrifice his shield. He is going to swing in. It's exactly what he's going to do. Gets rid of the Stormtrooper. That deals with the shield as well and stops next turn 3 damage coming his way as well. Potentially even more if Craig uses the leader.
He is going to untap that resource there. I don't think it's going to matter based on his hand, but just cycling back to that Steadfast Battalion. That is one of the most powerful cards in combination with Energy Conversion Lab, and something we are, I think, almost certainly going to see is on that 5th resource turn, a 7/7 Overwhelm coming in from Daniel and going to be clearing up basically anything that he plays. In my opinion, you want to hold that until that RG88 gets deployed and instantly deal with it, and it's kind of wraps there for Craig. We basically see Daniel holding the out in his hand.
And holding on to initiative as well. He's just claimed initiative, rightfully so. Craig is going to pass as well as he draws into a Benthic 2 Tubes, and I think it was a TIE Advance. It's interesting actually about Benthic 2 Tubes. I really, really like this card.
Yes.
But that's maybe just because I'm leaning towards the aggression side early on. I am a favour of Sabine. Maybe that's just the budget baller player
maybe.
talking within me at heart. But I love Benthic 2 Tubes. On attack, you are able to give an aggression unit raid 2 as well. Leans into that wide, really heavy aggression strategy. But not a lot of decks that I've seen, at least early on in Star Wars Unlimited's meta as it's developing, plays Benthic 2 Tubes.
So I think one of the big problems with Benthic 2 Tubes is obviously a 4/2 is extremely scary because it can, I believe, it can give itself that raid 2 as well. We're getting the analysis here just to double check. I'm not absolutely.
I believe
lying
it's
there.
another.
It might be another, as you say. We are just checking.
Another friendly, yeah. So it can't give itself.
So it can't give itself.
But still, the point stands that you can give something raid 2.
But the big problem, I think, in this format with Energy Conversion Lab is you can just Energy Conversion Lab out that Super Laser Technician, which does have 2 attack. And so it's an easy trade target where your opponent's going to remove your unit and they're going to ramp. And I think that is probably the reason it just provides too much advantage for the opponent in a format as dominated by that specific base and unit combination. Though, of course, I think the card has strong potential moving into the future. Stacking up raids can lead to you building up the most insanely powerful units. We do see the Benthic 2 Tubes coming out there. I think we have basically seen everything coming out here from Daniel that he can do. I'm imagining we're going to be seeing a claim here. And there is that claim. 3 resources left here. We are going to see the IG88 arena come out.
So, counting up, he's got more units on the arena at the moment, so he's going to swing and declare this is 4, I believe, into the Energy Conversion Lab.
And he is just going to pass. No other cards to play there, but looking at his hand, of course, that makes total sense. Unfortunately, he does just have stuff that's a little bit too expensive. That 7th Sister is going to be able to come out this turn, as is IG88, so we are potentially seeing a bit of a swing turn here from IG88, but I think as we all know, as we can see, there is absolutely a swing turn coming from Daniel. I think he has resourced the Steadfast Battalion. No. I think he may have. I don't see it in his hand anymore, unless...
It looks like there. I think it's there. I think it's the second left card on the left-hand side of the hand, potentially.
Yes.
We'll see as the game continues to progress, of course, but with Daniel at initiative here, he's just having a little read of Benthic 2 Tubes, potentially realising the danger that's going to come from that, and it's just going to immediately trade Technician into 2 Tubes. You're not getting any more helpful raid 2s onto that Cantina Bracket, and it's going to go straight into the resources.
Slightly unfortunate play that Daniel has been forced to do there, because ideally he probably would want to deploy that Boba to set up that Steadfast Battalion Energy Conversion Lab play. Now he is just going to be punished by taking a little bit of extra damage here, coming in from that IG88. I do believe that is 9 damage now on the Boba Fett base with no board. So obviously things are looking a little bit scary for Boba here with all the resources that Craig does have open. I have to say, even with that Energy Conversion Lab Steadfast Battalion play, I think Craig's still in it.
Yeah, I'm really liking what Craig has got going on at the moment on his board state, because at the moment we can see this Fett's Fire Spray, No Good to Me Dead. Obviously, does still have the leader to deploy, which is exactly what
exactly,
Daniel
comes down.
is going to do in this action. So that maybe might give Craig a little cause for concern, but he does have Force Choke.
But I do, I mean, if he's going to force choke here, I think he must swing with that Greedo first. And that is how he gets out of this awkward situation he finds himself in.
He's
Because
tapping two resources.
tapping 2 resources.
This is signalling that he's going to Force Choke. He is indeed. There's no Force unit in place, so doesn't get the cost reduction, but is going to deal 5 to the Boba. And Daniel is going to get to draw a card because of that as well. But it does set up the opportunity to crash in with Greedo, which I don't think you mind getting rid of the leader the same phase it's deployed.
I don't think so at all. At this point, what the play might be, we do see the Fett's fire spray coming out here. Very interesting. I think he's given up there on the Steadfast Battalion play. I think he could have brought it in, overwhelmed for 6, cleaned up that Greedo, saved his Boba, and then basically left Craig in a position unable to deploy IG-88 because it just gets traded with Boba immediately.
Well, interestingly, Craig has actually elected to attack with Greedo into base and not into the Boba Fett to get rid of that, which gives Daniel another opportunity to keep saving it, because if you look to the right-hand side of Daniel's hand, he's got a boss in hand. So that can ambush in, protect the immediate danger at the very least of the Greedo. Instead, he's going to swing at the Partisan Insurgent, take the extra damage remaining, so that's got 1 health left, I believe. The Boba leader.
No, I think it is 2 health left. It's a 4/7. And took 5 damage from that force choke.
You're right.
We do see a 7th Fleet defender coming in here. I do think the play here for Daniel is just to keep swinging units until Craig decides he wants to deploy that IG-88, because we see a no good to be dead sitting there in his hand, looking oh so tasty, but he is just going to play it right now to leave that 7th Fleet defender to not unexhaust during the refresh step of this turn. Which honestly, I think that would have been better used on IG-88, but that is just play. To be honest, I think Daniel is so far ahead it probably doesn't really matter.
Here comes IG-88.
Here we do see that IG-88 play coming out, and this is going to let him punch even more damage into that base.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a dangerous game that Daniel is playing in this second game of round 1. We do see the Fett's fire spray swing in, so that is up to 7 damage now on Craig's Jeddah City, but swinging straight back will be IG-88 into base. That's 5 himself.
Yes.
So we believe that 17 damage.
That's looking really, really scary, I have to say.
Here comes
and we see the swing coming in from the spacer. I would have claimed here.
Yeah, just to make sure that you're getting rid of that IG.
A pass? Oh, he claimed.
He claimed.
I was thinking, I was like, this surely not. So yeah, I mean, this is looking really, really scary, because that is lethal on board. He is going to force a trade for that Greedo.
So all depends really on what comes off the top of the deck. See a Darth Vader. There's still a second. There is still that Bosk as well. There is the Restore ship as well, the Star Viper.
One thing I did just realise, the epic action has not been used on Jeddah City. That is lethal on board. If an epic action comes out here, Boba is not going to be able to clear up the Greedo, not going to be able to clear up the IG-88, and that is going to be wraps for Daniel if he has no other forms of interaction in his hand. And obviously that is not the case. He does. Yeah, we're seeing that smack in for 5 there, all the way up to 22.
Yeah, it's a good spot as well there on that epic action there, Krishiv. So we'll see where Daniel is going to go from here. Just 3 damage away for Craig to force a game 3 into what would have been a really, really scary round 1 opponent to be able to face. But I imagine that he would have tried to test.
Here comes the Vader!
Here comes Darth Vader. Once again, you may have heard the 10-minute warning around the event hall. Our stream table is on a little bit of an extra timer, obviously, to get the players across, set up and everything like that. So there is 15 minutes just over left in our feature match on round 1, as we are going to go searching. There's a Boba Fett there. What Is he going to take it? It's just going to be another Boba Fett. There was 2 Boba Fetts found. The Fett's Fire Spray, Bosk, then go Waylay right at the top of the screen, but it's going to play out the Boba Fett.
I have to say, if Daniel misplays here and doesn't just completely clear up the board, and I mean completely, as long as Craig is able to seize the initiative there, he is going to take the game.
But does it matter?
Well,
Because it's got ambush now. Yeah.
Vader, assuming he ambushes that Greedo, there is every chance here that Greedo hits, and that will kill the Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Which is obviously extremely scary for Daniel to be facing down there. He's not going to get the untapped 2, and he's going to lose a 4-attack swing that he could be using to trade into the IG-88. We are going to see that ambush coming down there. Here is one of the potentially most impactful top decks of the deck. Is Craig going to use it?
He is thinking about it.
Is he going to?
The difficult thing is that he knows that he's seen what looks like at least 3 events with the Force chokes. So
he's choosing not to. We do see another unit coming down here. It's just every single one of these is lethal at 22 damage. 3 attack is all you need, and that is all he is playing.
I think now you've got to Boba Fett leader into the Stormtrooper, get rid of that at the very least, then
it's
double.
It's got to be the IG-88, I think.
Well,
either way, you've got to deal with one thing.
Anything's lethal. That's the thing, because as soon as you attack, Craig can just claim initiative because he's got 2 ground units. So anything there, if he claims initiative, he just holds on because there's no.
Sweet face. I think Daniel's throwing the game.
That's 14 now.
It's just not going to be enough. We get to see
this the Seventh Sister?
The Seventh Sister coming out here, and that is too many units on the board. But inevitably, I think we're going to see a claim coming here from Craig. Just too much for Daniel to handle. The only way out of that situation, I think, was he needed to clean up one of the units with that Boba Fett. He needed to clean up the 7th Fleet Defender with the rest of his board.
Yeah.
And he needed to have some form of interaction in his hand to just tap down only up to 1 more unit. But at this stage, I just think there is too much. He's trying to win in a damage race against an aggro deck. It's not going to work.
Absolutely. And when IG-88 inherently as well gives all your other friendly units raid 1 as a leader, you are immediately looking at not just a 3 but a 4 damage Stormtrooper as well. The 7th Sister looking even more scary at 4 damage with Saboteur as another 2 damage.
16 damage. It is scary, certainly. Craig is going to be going to 20 here. Absolutely, that Darth Vader is threatening game here, but I think we are going to see the claim come down here from Craig. He's got nothing else to do.
That's all you've got to do, surely. You just claim initiative. Daniel can punch in for 4 with the Boba Fett.
He's using the epic action.
He's using epic action.
Giving an opportunity here to claim. I don't think it matters, to be honest. I will say, because that Boba Fett is now not able to do anything. We see a claim come down. It's just too much aggression on the board.
Mm-hmm. Here comes an epic action of Daniel's own, or at least that was what he was motioning.
No, I think that's the claim.
He's going to claim the initiative, yeah.
But I think it's too little too late. I don't think there's anything Daniel can do here. I think that is going to be the game going to Craig imminently.
Well, let's see what Daniel can find. His resource 1, there's a Boba Fett unit that's at the front of the hand. I think there was still the Bosk as well there from all those turns ago as an opportunity to Energy Conversion Lab in and try and ambush and deal with some of these ground unit threats.
I think, he is accepting there. He's just nothing he can do there. And we do see game 2 going to Craig on IG-88. Absolutely huge. This game 3, it's got about 10 minutes to play it. It's going to be needed to play at lightning speed. But I do think that can absolutely be done. We saw there that game only taking 15 minutes as these players are getting more and more comfortable in this matchup. And with any luck, they can finish that game and avoid a double loss. I'm sure the judges are keeping them well abreast of the timing situation. So we should hopefully be able to complete this final game on stream here. 1-1. I am really excited because I think IG-88 could seriously take this.
If it gets this really, really fast start, and Daniel there, he got some of the ramp and got some of the resources early. He just didn't get the early to mid-game, kind of that transitional removal / suppression that we saw in game 1 with the barrage, just being able to deal with the immediate big name threats, namely the leader IG88. We saw that put in a lot more work in this game 2, which is what I wanted to see
Absolutely.
Craig utilise.
I think there's going to be some significant learning points there for Daniel. I think he must regret using that "you're no good to me" dead on that 7th week defender, because that basically cost him the game.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of instances there where potentially Daniel could have done a couple of different things. Obviously,
Absolutely.
that turn where he decided to claim initiative as opposed to just getting rid of or trying to swing in to some board presence, but he realised writing was on the wall at that point. One of these units is going to hit me because I don't have a Sentinel.
Exactly. Well, even if he'd had a Sentinel, he would have had to have had a Sentinel in space, I think, and then potentially if he was able to exhaust the entirety of the ground arena,
Yeah.
then he could have
That's
done
where you
something.
wanted outmaneuver.
Yes, exactly.
Exhaust all units in a chosen arena as we set up.
Yeah. Whoa! Triple Consortium Star Viper in Daniel's hand, and the worst possible set of counters in Craig. Oh, I've got to say, Craig's hand looks intensely scary. Craig is probably
wow.
going to be keeping those TIE interceptors because he knows that Daniel plays into space.
Yeah. And those low to the ground space units as well. Of course, obviously there is
Oh, he
Vex Fire
resources
Spray.
one. He resources one.
Okay, I think that's fair.
I think that's fair.
I think
I
it's
agree.
completely
I
fair
agree.
and understandable as we get underway. Game 3 in round 1, and we're starting off just with that crafty old smuggler.
We're seeing the old reliable Cantina Braggart turn 1 every single game. I think we're just going to see a claim here
Yep.
from Daniel. Craig is going to run out a
Greedo.
Greedo.
Yep.
I think he's done this play every single game.
But that's what you want to do, right? That's what
Exactly.
we're learning early on already, is that you want to play 2 of those 1-cost units, get IG88's leader ability firing off and triggering early and immediately, especially against a deck like this that wants to suppress you quite heavily early, ramp nicely into that mid to late game transition phase, and overwhelm with Vaders, Bosks, Fet's Fire Sprays, and Fet himself.
Absolutely. I think here we are seeing some very, very nice later game draws from Daniel. He's got the Fet's Fire Spray just chilling in his hand. Trying
no
to see
ramp.
No ramp. So
No
he's going to
ramp.
be going very, very slow here. He is going to take out the Greedo, I imagine.
Yep.
Will we see the Greedo effect finally be used?
Is he a high roll this time? No.
Why? Craig, why? You're not going to deck out Craig, why?
So turning 3, here is going to be a
One of the
5th
scariest
brother.
cards in the game.
So that's going to give Daniel a little bit of food for thought, whether Craig has the Fallen Lightsaber in his hand as well. We'll have to wait and see on the next phase coming up.
Oh, and Boba Fett coming out here.
Okay.
Boba Fett is absolutely one of the scariest cards in the game here. Craig has got to acknowledge here he will lose initiative if he does this attack, but he is going to clear up that crafty smuggler, putting some damage onto Viper. That is the Consortium. English.
Consortium Starfighter.
No. I was thinking of the Braggart.
Ah, the Cantina Bragger.
Yes,
there we
that's
go.
the one.
But it's because he's got the Starfighter in hand.
Yes,
You're
yes,
thinking,
yes.
he's gonna just claim initiative, continue to try and restore as we see
We do
reclaim
see
and a
the
pass.
Ooh, interesting. Is that a? Very good. A surprise strike and a steadfast battalion. Some phenomenally powerful draws there coming in from Daniel. Craig has got looks like a Veers, and of course the TIE advanced, and
I think it's a Partisan Insurgent is the third and final
I
card.
think so.
If it's the Fallen Lightsaber, that's
No, it might be
huge.
the. It looks like it might be.
Well, we're going to start off with Daniel with a surprise strike. He's going to declare Boba Fett as the target to get the boost and then attack into the 5th brother. So if that was a
Excellent
Fallen
play.
Staff lightsaber in hand, it's not going to matter now.
Absolutely excellent play there. I think that is just what has to happen.
And we're going to see the resource being re-readied as well by Leader Boba Fett's ability. So that surprise strike essentially just costing 1. As here comes an attack with Raid 2 from the Cantina Braga. Where is this going to go? Into base, I think, is the
This is about to
motion.
be extremely punishing, I think, because the only play in Daniel's hand is that Consortium Star Viper. Now, he could have passed there to try and see what Craig does, but he chooses not to. Craig instantaneously is seeing the huge amount of value he's about to get here. He is going to run out that time
Interceptor.
interceptor and just delete that Consortium Star Viper. That's rough. That's absolutely rough. We're seeing now Craig does have more units on the board. We are going to see the initiative being taken there from Daniel.
And then a
passing
pass.
into the next turn.
Yeah.
Daniel, double SLT
double
is
aim tech.
not what you want to see.
But that was really, really important there for Craig to be able to put down that interceptor, say, you're not flying in my grid coordinates, sir.
Absolutely.
Intercept that Starfighter. The damage with the initiative on base would have been important, but with just over 4 minutes left on the game clock, of course.
Down to the wire.
It is very, very close, of course. Khrushchev hinted at it just a moment before, but the tie proceedings at the moment, players, when time is called, if they're in the middle of the phase, they will get to finish their phase, and if no winner is determined and no player concedes, which you are allowed to do, then it is a double game loss for these players, which will be a really unfortunate start for both of these players to have, given the way they've played this round one, but it's been a great game one and a great learning experience for both of these players into these matchups as well.
Absolutely. We just see two tubes coming out here, and exactly what I was talking about when we first discussed the card.
Here's the combo that you were
Well,
mentioning
not
earlier.
not quite, because he's not deployed, so he doesn't get the 2-2. So this is still extremely good. It is going to overwhelm the 3. Not quite the +2/+2. That could have been a little bit more powerful. Not exactly what I was expecting. I was actually expecting the Super Laser Technician to come out there. But obviously this is significantly better. We are going to see, I think, though, that lightsaber is sitting in his hand, and I think this is about to be extremely scary for Daniel, with the amount of damage that could be coming out very, very soon from Craig.
So Craig attacking in with the Imperial Interceptor. That will do 3, so that puts it to 5-3 at the moment, with Craig in the lead.
And about 2.5 minutes on the clock.
And that unit leader deployed as well for Daniel, so he can swing and fire right back for 4 damage. So that will put 7-5, unless he wants to get rid of the Stormtrooper potentially.
I
No.
think they are just going to be entering a rush down game here to see who can just deal the most damage the fastest. They appreciate this is going to double loss in only 2 minutes. Here we see the deploy from IG-88. I can see the lightsaber. The lightsaber's coming. We're going to see a claim here. Here comes the lightsaber. This IG-88 is now an 8-7.
This is going to be
Absolutely
a
huge.
big swing, but it's going to be a question now of whether Craig has enough time in the preceding phase to be able to attack. I think Daniel passed on the prior action.
He's claimed. I think he claimed.
Well, he's certainly looking like that he's wondering of what to do.
Oh, he's
here.
deciding to clear out the Boba
Ooh.
instead of rush damage. Very interesting there, and I think that is going to be the turn. We are going to go on to the next turn. I think at this stage, the best thing that Craig can hope to be drawing is just more of those lightsabers. It doesn't look like they're coming. I think he's just going to have to start rushing face at this stage.
And with Daniel with the initiative
Only
as
1
well,
minute
though.
left.
Daniel's got the initiative, so he will be able to attack first. And potentially, can he clear
with the
out?
Steadfast
He
Battalion.
can clear out that IG with a steadfast. He's
Oh!
going to know. No use to be dead.
Huge.
Onto IG-88.
That's it. I
That
think-
prevents the damage that's going to swing in and come on Craig's first action.
I
Just
think that-
55 seconds left. So this phase will play out and likely be the final phase. Epic action on Jeddah City reduces Boba's power to 0. Here now comes Battalion.
And there comes the overwhelm.
And it will overwhelm for 4.
It is going to trade though.
But I don't think you mind that. Overwhelming for 4. Craig will swing on the reply for 3, so it's 11 to 8.
It's so close. Only 20-something seconds left. Oh. I mean, I think, at this stage, their hands are... They both know they haven't got a huge amount they can do. This Boba, actually, I think that's a misplay. He could have cleared out the IG-88 for free
Yeah, well, this does no.
Not that it matters. I think 5 seconds left on the clock, and I
Yeah.
think that is going to be it on the game. And I think unless someone concedes, that is going to be
is-
a double loss. We are
Well, they
gonna
should be
wait
able
and
to
see.
play out the remainder of the phase.
Yes.
Time has been called, so we'll continue on as things stand. A smuggler plays down with a shield token on it as well. Then trading
Another
smugglers. How many cards left? I think it's just the one in
It's
hand
just
for
the Fetch Fire
Daniel.
Spray for Daniel. I think it's nothing for Craig. I do think we're seeing a little bit of a judge call happening over there, just to ask what's going on.
Yeah,
I think
Little discussion going on
I suspect-
at the table.
I suspect they're asking.
There's a
what's
shot.
happening
There's a
there.
handshake. I think we'll get confirmation about whether it is indeed a tie game, and essentially Daniel has
Daniel
won.
has won. I think, honestly, the way that game was going makes sense. I think, that Boba does trade into the IG-88, and at that point, there's very little Craig can do. He is just too far behind. The Fet's Fire Spray is going to come out with too much advantage. So I do think Daniel did deserve that game, but that is so unfortunate for our IG-88 player. But I have to say, what a fantastic set to start the day off.
Absolutely. That would really give us a really good insight into the ingenuity of these players. A good showing for the IG-88 deck that I know you were particularly excited
Yes, I was
to
really
potentially
hoping.
see today, but it just goes to show how strong this Boba Fett deck is today.
Absolutely. I'm willing to bet that Daniel probably didn't have much experience against IG-88, but that is just how good Boba is. You don't need to try against the deck, you just need to do your game plan, and your game plan works.
And it came down to the wire as well. So to confirm, Daniel goes to 1-0, starts the day off with a win. Craig certainly not out of it yet, picks the round 1 loss up, but has plenty of round 7 more throughout today's play to take on. And that is what we'll come back to you just in a moment. So don't go too far. Round 2 of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event is back after this.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Twickenham Stadium, the home of English rugby, but today is the home of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event. We are just gearing up and getting ready for round 2 of 8. My name is Ben. I've got Chrissy with me to my right hand side. What a start to the event that we had.
What a fantastic game. I think a lot of us were not expecting to see much IG-88, so I think we were very, very excited when we saw that opportunity to showcase that deck. Pun not intended, but of course, Craig out there with his showcase IG-88. Yeah, I thought that was a really, really fun game. What did you think?
Yeah, it was a fantastic game and a fantastic showing for some of these leaders and decks that potentially weren't expected to be overly represented today. And that's what we've got as well here for round 2. We've got one of the decks that was certainly one of the talked about decks, but not in the way that you'd think. Iden Versio up against a Leia Organa deck. I didn't see and hear too much chatter about Leia Organa leader going into this event, but it's a very similar kind of low to the ground aggression style mentality and payoff for that kind of rebel matters keyword.
Yes, exactly. If you've ever seen Sabine play, I think Leia will feel very familiar. It plays in the same colours and it does use a lot of the same cards, just obviously different bases, and with a different sort of way the deck actually turns, a different swing turn. It does play quite differently. Iden Versio here, typically a control deck. Here we are seeing a control variant. Oh, sorry, a aggro variant. So this is going to be a battle of the aggro decks, which I think is going to be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's an interesting little list that we've got here. We can have a look at it for ourselves. The aggression units that he's playing at the moment, we've got Death Star Troopers, Interceptors, Ruthless Raider, Emperor Palpatine in the main deck as well. Precision Fire, of course, you're going to be using a lot of Troopers in the early to mid game to kind of stable up your board presence and then up towards the end of the game. I also see one copy main deck Vigilance.
Ooh, exciting! I will say, Iden is not. It's the control player's aggro deck. It's no Sabine. It's no Leia. It is playing more of that control style gameplay relative to its aggression. So I do think the ability to just heal 5 is quite good into that aggro matchup. But with that, I think our players are setting up and we are good to jump into the game. Here we go. So as we can see there, Leia against Iden, and I think this is going to be a really fantastic match. Aid on Iden and Mike on Leia.
Yeah, so 80 to your left-hand side, Mike to the right-hand side. Just at the moment, having a look at their opening hands. Mike happy enough with his. I see there is, I think, a Bright Hope at the front of the hand for Mike.
Strong card.
And then 80 was initially thinking that he's going to keep, but decides, no, we're just going to mulligan this hand over and look for some of those potentially stronger early game skewed units at the moment to start off with. But let's talk about Leia Organa as a leader as well, because it is such a sort of unique aggro play style. So on its front side where it is at the moment, before it gets deployed at 5 resources, rest it, attack with a rebel, then attack with another rebel. You may do the second attack, and then when it's deployed at 5, it's a 3/6 raid 1, and when it completes an attack, another rebel can also swing in on tow with it, just as you'd expect from the Rebel Alliance.
Yes, working together to absolutely pummel your opponent's face in. This is an incredibly scary leader. Actually, this is the leader card I used at my pre-release when I went 8-0. Subtle flex. But yeah, these are interesting. They're showing.
It's because this probe droid.
Because of the probe droid, you know what? I've got to pay attention now. Here we see a playing space. Makes total sense there. You want to be, as an aggro deck, playing where your opponent isn't.
Yep.
So they can't interact with you. And we see passing there, the initiative remaining with Iden.
Yeah, and I saw one of the 2 cards that was drawn from Mike as well is a favourite funny card of yours, for a cause I believe in.
The funniest card in this game. Did you know it always deals 4 damage? This is actually a subtle hidden bit of text underneath it that says this card never does less than.
It says the actual text is for each heroic card revealed this way off the top 4 cards of your deck. You can deal damage to enemy base, but in UV light you can shine it on it, and it's actually there's a little line to denote it's actually a 4.
It says get your opponent dead real good. I think that's actually what it says. I mean, yeah, it's a truly, truly scary card.
So here we see our first attack of this round 2. It is going to be the probe droid attacking for 3 and then firing back with the X-Wing attacking for 2. The red marker tokens being used there to denote the damage that is on base. Interestingly enough, 30 HP bases for both these players.
Absolutely. Well, I think one of the things you'll probably hear a lot discussed is just the sheer power of Energy Conversion Lab, and how if you are not playing a 25 HP base with that sort of level of power, it is better just to have that 30 HP, because I mean that's essentially, you know, if you compare that 25 HP to 30 HP, you're getting essentially 20% more health. Which is a massive increase in health. So if you just need that survivability, which oftentimes these more mid to late game decks, or decks that particularly play in the mid range, just not get blown out by aggro do, those are really, really good to get here. Also, if you are already playing in green, like for example Leia is, you don't necessarily want to be double green aspect. Sometimes you do just want that third color, with especially how good the red rebels are. Makes total sense.
Highlighted by the Fighters for Freedom that is on the board as well for Mike. An amazing card. Play it down, and for every red aggression unit that you play, that includes leaders that deploy as well, you can hit the base for 1 extra damage. Just continue to put that pressure on as we see a Snow Trooper.
Lieutenant, very, very nice there, forcing that trade, not letting Mike get any value out of the Fighters for Freedom. We are going to see the K2 come out here, and this is one of the scariest cards in the Rebel deck. It's just always going to deal damage. It is doing at minimum 3, sometimes 4, 5, 6, even 7 if you are able to swing in with it first. Here we are going to see probably whacking in the face there for 3 with that probe droid, and hitting in for 2 from the
Alliance X-Wing.
Looking at Aid's hand, it doesn't really seem like he's got a lot he can do here.
Yeah,
he really does need, really, I think, wanted to play that tie advanced to get value out of that. He's just going to claim, and I think we're going to see a similar pass here from Mike, and we are moving into the 5th resource turn. We are moving into the deploy turn for Leia. This is going to be huge, I think, for setting the tone of the rest of the game.
Yeah, Iden just 1 resource off after this phase. Iden deploying at 6 resources. I can see with A's hand, he's got Dooku, a Power of the Dark Side, looking to potentially resource the System Patrol Craft. I think there's another Death Trooper in there as well as the aforementioned Interceptor left over. I think there's a medal ceremony at the front of Aid's hand.
That is going to be really scary if he doesn't get his board cleaned up. That medal ceremony. And here's the thing, this is a really tough situation for Aid, because I mean that K2SO is going to overwhelm, and you know, if it even if he throws something into the K2SO to at least force a trade, he's going to take the overwhelm and he's going to take the burn 3. Here we are going to see that Power of the Dark Side come down, which it's not ideal. You know, he is going to sack off space, which obviously not ideal, not where the highly impactful cards are.
But it's going to be easily replaceable to go in there, especially with, at this current board state, 80 is just happy to just go into ground, as K2SO is going to go into ground. Here comes the overwhelm. We'll deal the extra 2 damage on to the base, so that will be 6 by my count, and there by 80's count there as well.
Even damage?
3 damage onto the K2SO as well, which will prove useful and important in the coming actions and phases. So we're over with 80's phase. He is just going to get rid of the K2, and now undoubtedly the choice of modes is just going to be, I'm going to deal the extra 3 damage. There it goes.
The Gorilla Attack pod in his hand. That is a tremendously scary card. Here we do see the deploy. I think Iden is going to have to heal here. And we do see that heal coming out, because you need to stabilize as Iden. Of course, being at 30 health means that this is significantly less scary than for all those 25 health bases we were seeing on the last round. I think at this point it's just going to be a claim from Aid. I don't really see much he can do.
Yes, we see another action going over. Ground unit being played in Battlefield Marine, then another 3 resources being used. Here's the magic trick.
Funny card. 1,
Two.
2. Oh, double.
That hurts. Double. Oh.
That is a rough set of cards to lose.
He gets all 4 damage being done,
But he's not losing them, he gets to stack them. So
Yeah.
he's going to draw his whole top end next turn.
yeah, double
that is
U-wing reinforcement.
Such a scary set
A
of cards.
medal ceremony, and I think was it a Rebel Assault as the final card?
I think you just got to leave them all on top. I mean, that is
Yeah.
crazy cards coming up.
Especially considering in Mike's list, those are the only 2 U-wing reinforcements he plays.
Yes,
In his main board, there is a 3rd in the side deck, but when you are, and it's typical of these layer decks as well. They lean into the kind of vehicles matter kind of element, which is so interesting considering how few vehicles there actually even are in the game. I think I counted up around about 15 to 20 vehicles across the entire card pool. That reduces significantly, of course, when you're only playing within 2 to 3 aspects without paying the penalties.
Exactly. And I think here, this is looking like a really scary turn. With that layer is going to be able to potentially sink in. What is that? 7 damage in 1 action. Here we are going to see a little bit of damage exchange there, but it's not going to be enough. I think that layer just has to swing in and secure that 7 damage, which is just going to be crushing, going to push Aid all the way up to 19, getting dangerously close, especially with that Guerrilla attack mod, which we do see in Mike's hand, going to be pushing another 6 damage, I believe it is, or 4.
So
4 damage, sorry.
We're going to swing in. Now, there is the 4 from Leia Organa. Then the effect will fire off, so it'll be another 3 damage in with Battlefield Marine in the exact same action, thanks to Leia Leader's effect.
So one of the things I think that players very quickly realise as they become better at Star Wars Unlimited is cheating costs is good, cheating actions is better.
Yeah.
Because one of the best things you can do in this game is have the initiative, just being able to go first. Oftentimes, it literally is the difference between you winning and losing the game.
There is
On
that
final
pod.
turn, here comes that pod.
There's the Guerrilla attack pod, which will be able to come in ready. Smells the smouldering coming off of the opponent base and thinks, I'm just going to continue to rain down fire.
So thankfully for Iden here, it does come in shielded. Otherwise, that Guerrilla attack board probably is just going to wipe out that Iden, and it is going to be a rough situation here. Leia is going to get taken out here. I think that is absolutely the best thing that could have happened there. Obviously, being set up with that Death Trooper, we're going to see
Attack
big
pod
swing,
swing in.
clearing the
Wow.
Iden, pushing up this attack pod to truly scary levels of damage. Oh, we are going to see a Death Trooper here, wiping it out. Very
huge.
nice.
That's
very nice. This might be enough for a stabilization here from Aid. We're seeing Mike's hand suddenly the cards he was so excited about seeing earlier seem less good.
Yeah.
And we are going to see a medal ceremony just to pump this to a 4-4.
Only for only one benefiting though off that medal ceremony. Of course, it's a free event that you can play to give experience tokens +1/+1 to up to 3 rebel units. You would have loved that the turn before if you had your Leia leader still hanging around, the attack pod still hanging around. But 80 has just done very well to just stabilize here for the moment, and for an item list that is leaning into more of an aggressive kind of mentality, we're actually seeing a more traditional item playstyle of just, I need to stabilize, I need to restore and control.
Absolutely, and I think here we see that Dooku in Aid's hand. He is at 7 resources. I think you just got to slam the Dooku here, take out that 4-4, and at this point you are going to be in control of the game. You don't know what is coming out here. Yep, here comes that Dooku, comes in shielded. It's a 5-4, and it's going to wipe out that 4-4. Amazing value there. Obviously from Mike here, we see the only play here, which is going to be that U-Wing. Searching the top, I believe 10 cards of the deck for up to 7 cost.
Yep, 3 units up to a combined cost of 7 or less, and play each of them for free. So there are plenty of vehicles in this deck. Of course, we've seen one of them already hit the discard pile in the Guerrilla attack pod. You've also got Red 3, you've got Bright Hope as well, you've got Alliance X-Wing, Green Squadron A-Wing, there is an A-Wing in there.
I don't see anything that good though. It doesn't
don't see
look
a
like...
lot. I see Mon Mothma, I see Fighters for Freedom.
Fighters for Freedom, very good. I mean, really it's going to be a 3, a 2 and a 2, or a 3, 3 and a 1. That is basically what Mike is deciding between. One of the ways you see the U-Wing used in other decks is actually just to specifically search for 7-drops. It lets you just pull out, for example, a Dooku. Even if you're not playing blue, because it only checks the printed cost on the card, this card does let you tech out of aspect colors, which is always a really, really cool deck building utility you get in this game. But of course here, we're just seeing a load of aggro coming out. We're getting, what is that, red 2?
Spec Force Soldier, red 3, and Fighters for Freedom is going to be searched off of the U-Wing reinforcement. So, gonna... there's a this is important. There's a conversation happening just at the table because Mike is being very, very conscientious about his sequencing. Plays the Fighters for Freedom first to get the 2 damage extra pips because of Fighter for Freedom's effect that allows you to deal 1 extra damage to the base for each aggression unit. That's very, very smart.
It is extremely important here. Just making sure to get as much value as possible out of there. We're seeing just a little bit of housekeeping going on with all those tokens.
Clean up duty.
He's up 24 damage here by the looks of things. Very, very scary there. But of course, we are going to see a bit of board cleanup happening here. Leia is not looking in as demanding a position as it looks like. Iden is going to be able to heal a little bit here if we see some things getting taken out here. Aid is basically just deciding, I think, whether or not he wants to seize the initiative here or whether he wants to just start cleaning up. And I think there's a really good argument for doing either. Based on the removal I do see in his hand,
I think there's a Power of the Dark Side and still the Interceptor.
Yeah. But he is just going to start
against the
trading.
Spec Force Soldier here. Or is it? No, he's going to go into the Fighters for Freedom first. Mike is going to claim initiative. Then the other Death Trooper is going to clean up that Fighters for Freedom. Obviously, we've seen that already just in that phase about how valuable that can be. Iden will heal. And then we will pass.
I do believe, though, that is not going to be enough because I think that is game with that card in hand. 3-5, that is game with the double attack in hand that we see Mike having.
Is that Rebel Assault?
I believe he's got Rebel Assault in hand.
Yeah, right at the front it looks like there. Rebel Assault, attack with a unit, it gets +1/+0 for the attack. Then attack with another, it gets +1/+0. Obviously, you've got the Spec Force Soldier there, so that will go
exactly
2-3.
Exactly lethal. That is the game.
There is the Rebel Assault swinging first with Red 3, which will do 4 because of Raid 1. Each other friendly unit will gain Raid 1 as well because of Red 3.
Oh, so it is 1 extra damage. Yes,
so that is going to be game 1 over with.
Very close.
It got close, but still pretty convincing, despite the walls that 80 tried to put up throughout that game.
Absolutely, I think it was so close to stabilising there, and it was just a little bit too much aggression. The fact that Mike was able to build a wide board there through that U-Wing, just out of nowhere, just too fast for Aid to be able to keep up with. He took too much damage in the early game. Just was really, really rough with those big swings, and of course that is why you do see it's so important that if you are able to cheat actions, you are able to support a lethal there, because if he had just attacked him with one thing, Aid would have had removal for the other unit, and what we would have seen there was Mike actually not having a board at the end of the turn and not actually having the game yet. So that is just one of the reasons why Leia is so powerful, that ability to cheat out those actions. So where Sabine is the premier aggro deck in terms of just having that ability to just do more and more and more and always getting these little pings and always having these little actions you can do, Leia, whilst it's probably a little less powerful, by cheating out those actions, it is able to just steal those games.
Yeah. So both players shuffling up and getting ready for game 2 in round 2. Interestingly, it looks like neither player elected to sideboard. I'm just having a look at the sideboards for both respective players. I don't see necessarily, judged on that game 1, anything that Mike would really want to bring in. There's no upgrades and no Voltron style deck, so Confiscate doesn't really matter. Open Fire, well, you only took 6 damage on your base in that entire game 1, so you're not really worried too much about that. Rogue Squadron Skirmisher, extra U-Wing reinforcement, that didn't really The extra one doesn't really matter in this scenario. Home one as well as an option. Maybe a little bit surprised to see that 80 didn't decide to sideboard. He's got open fires in there. He's got a search for feelings as well, just in case he wants to find the one copy of Takedown that he's got, the one copy of the Vigilance, those kinds of tools. But 80's just believing that he's got enough resources just inbuilt in his deck to be able to deal with this force. So opening hands for game 2, 80 pretty much immediately deciding to mulligan. Mike having a little bit more of a think. I think I see there's double red 3. One of them's been resourced.
There's a medal ceremony? No. Okay, so one of the scariest things that Leia and all of these aggro rebel decks can do is play a Fleet Lieutenant on turn 2, because you are going to be able to usually punch in for 5 or 6 damage in one go. It is absolutely terrifying. And we do see Mike holding the Fleet Lieutenant there, something that Ada's going to have to be really, really aware of. And I think, it's interesting seeing this more mid-rangey kind of Iden control list. Most of the Iden control lists I've seen have been into green. And obviously you get the additional survivability here with the 30 HP base. And you also get some of those really, really nice red removal tools like Force Choke. You get the cards like Imperial Interceptor, and of course Big Palpy for Board Wipe Central. Some very interesting tech cards. I think I see Ben bringing up there.
Yeah, Regional Governor was the first card played there from 80. So when played, while this unit is in play, name a card, and an opponent can't play that card. Obviously, we can't figure out, and we're not sure what card.
It was probably Fleet Lieutenant.
There's about 10 different cards that potentially could have named in that situation, especially based on like game 1, Fighters for Freedom. Certainly would have been one that I would have been like, yeah, you're not playing this card while I'm around.
The reason I do think it was that is because usually that's a pretty safe play, especially with a 3 that he has just played out here. I think he read the Fleet Lieutenant. He read that was probably the worst thing to happen in the situation, immediately punching that much damage to face, and was like, nope, you can play that later, but not on turn 2.
Yeah, I think there's one just right at the front of Mike's hand there that's just at the moment, if it is Fleet Lieutenant that's been named as the card, is just stranded. But there is an opportunity to trade in here with this Battlefield Marine, get rid of that Regional Governor, and now all of a sudden the shackles are off.
Ooh, very, very nice little trade there.
Yeah, and so not as much value would be generated off of the Fleet Lieutenant. Red 3 comes down to play into space uncontested. We see a claim and a pass. As Mike draws a Fighters for Freedom, I think there's another red 3.
Say that TIE Interceptor in Aid's hand looking very, very, very juicy. Seeing as he does have the initiative, I think that is going to be a very nice and easy play for him. He's going to be able to heal if any damage does come through. You can see at the moment he's on 0. He hasn't taken any damage yet, which is exactly the situation you want to be in this early stage of the game. Against an aggro deck, no damage is going to be coming through yet again. Mike sitting here just thinking, what the hell am I going to do?
Yeah, and this is played out in this early stage a lot better for 80. He has been able to control and starve Mike of some resources. Granted, Mike hasn't really necessarily had the explosion that he had in game 1 as Fighters for Freedom comes down. The first attack onto a base in this game goes through. So it's 3-0, claim and a pass as Mike draws home 1 in Guerrilla Attack Pod.
Guerrilla Attack Pod, very, very scary. Home 1, of course, is one of those cards that is so useful in just allowing you to retrieve one of your severely damaged units and just play it out again, so it's going to continue being a menace for your opponent. But honestly, I think Aid's in a pretty nice situation here. With 34 minutes left on the clock, though, and this might be a tight set to finish. If Aid can take this game.
Yeah, and one of the 2 cards that Aid drew as well was a Snowtrooper Lieutenant as well.
Lovely.
So I could either get rid of that Fighters for Freedom or just pressure onto the base and really force Mike to play like we saw in that IG-88 round 1, force him to play in a really unfavourable style, try and control the board as opposed to just going and threatening into the base. Here comes the Bright Hope Sentinel.
The Force Choke. Very nice there. Obviously, Mike is going to be able to draw here, but that's got to feel bad. Of course, we are also on the deploy turn for Leia, but it's going to be getting no value here at all out of that.
Leia
now,
will deploy.
what is the attack on Death Trooper? Is it 2 or 3?
Death Trooper is a 3-3.
Absolutely masterful play from Aid here, because you can see that Snowtrooper Lieutenant is going to come down and just trade. Well, not quite exactly trade into the Leia, actually. It'll be 1 HP off, so he's just going to slam out the Sentinel. I'm just going to feel really bad for the Leia player, for Mike here, because if he does attack with Leia, he's just going to get killed by the Death Trooper.
Yeah.
It's going to be a wonderful trade for Aid.
Yeah, 2 separate ways that he's basically going about and cooking the exact same pie and eating it as well, because he's forced to attack into the cell block guard, takes the 3, which clears the way for Death Trooper to take aim at the regional Rebel Empress. And potentially, just immediately, as we say, obviously, we highlight about cheating costs, cheating actions, dealing with leader units, the turn they're deployed as well is huge, and that's exactly what we've just seen from 80 there.
The fact that Aid is right now, we are going into the 6 resource turn. I think we're probably going to see a claim any second here now, with no damage on his base against an aggro deck. He's absolutely unreal.
Yeah, no real need to worry about restoring anything, just the 1 solitary resource left over, so it is going to be a claim and a pass. Ooh, double X-Wing drawn off of the top for Aid. It was a Power of the Dark Side, and I think another Snowtrooper,
Absolutely.
which just went straight into the resources. Don't need to worry about too much of that right now, as Mike has the initiative, just highlighting there with the token that Leia has in fact been deployed during this round and during this game.
I would imagine that Mike is going to want to bring out that would want to bring out that guerrilla attack pod, but of course there's no 15 damage on any bases.
Yeah.
It's not going to be doing anything significant. We are going to see a nice little trade here for that Bright Hope, putting it down to 3 with 3 damage there. I think here you want to deploy that Iden, because at this point that 4/4 shield is going to be extremely threatening to anything Mike is able to play out.
And there's no energy conversion lab around this time to worry about
No nonsense.
any kind of overwhelmed 7/7 ambushes here.
Sir, this zone is chicanery free. Absolutely none of that pure nonsense.
Truly amongst the Empire's best. No chicanery from that Rebel Alliance scum.
No, get them in the bloody bin. That's what I always say, get them in the bin. But here we do see that deploy coming out, and honestly, this is just a really rough situation for Mike. I think, he's got to be sitting there staring at his hand and thinking, there's not much I can really do here. Now he is playing to space.
I think this is what you've got to try and do here, is just play on the space superiority, make sure that you're getting damage rained down in some kind of capacity. Obviously, Iden is going to be able to heal up one of those damage whenever they get rid of enemy units. There goes a Power of the Dark Side.
Neither of these are good options, They're both 2/3s basically. I think he has to give up the
X-Wing.
The X-Wing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just a lovely little bit of removal here. We are going to see something coming down here for Mike.
I think it's a Marine. It is
a
indeed
Marine.
just a 3/3 for 2, which
It's not going to be around for long.
value-wise is great, but like you say, it's just being stared down the face there by the blaster rifle of Aiden Versio. She takes it out. Initiative claimed.
Oh,
Ooh.
and the stacking top 2 cards of the deck here.
Inferno Fall.
Those are both some lovely draws, I have to
Wow.
say.
A Vanquish and a Gideon Hask.
Going into the 7, I'm just looking, I think the Gideon here is potentially something that can really get out of control in this game with just how far ahead Aid is. But looking through, I think, the top end of what he has access to, because that's really what he wants here. He probably wants to see something like a Dooku. He probably wants to see a Palpatine or a Ruthless Raider. He wants to start seeing these really big top end pieces because he's in control of the game now. Again, 0 damage well into this game against aggro. I think Mike has got to fight it out because he won game 1, and he doesn't want to concede this game or anything. But it is going to be really, really tight, I think, for Mike.
Yeah, it's not looking fantastic for Mike's sort of point of view at the moment. I think the Gideon was what was put to the top of the deck, but then again, when you're drawing 2 in this game, it doesn't matter. You're seeing both the cards anyway. There it is, the one solitary, the one of the 2 copies of Vanquish, I should say. In 80's hand, as well as the Gideon Hask. Not resourcing either, I don't think, did 80, so he's still on 6, as is Mike. Where do you go from here if you are the Rebel player? You've got the Fleet Lieutenant right at the front of the hand. I think attack pod at the top. Don't really see too many space units if we're going to continue with that sort of space superiority
Looks like it's funny time.
line of play.
It's funny time.
It
We've
is
got a
Fighters
very
for
funny
Freedom.
time. But it's just going to get cleared by that Iden.
Which I think if beforehand you want to play the Gideon.
Oh, absolutely, because
You
then
wanna-
that Gideon is really going to start getting out of control.
Yeah, and you'll be able to grant an experience token to either Iden to give it a little bit more longevity, or the Inferno 4 as well, because whenever an enemy unit is removed from play or gets KO'd essentially, you get to deploy an experience token onto one of your units, which
So-
goes across space and ground.
I do think this is a little bit of an awkward situation here. He is going to play
There's
out Gideon.
Gideon.
The other option there was, I think, Snowtrooper Lieutenant, correct me if I'm wrong, is any Imperial unit.
If it's an Imperial, yeah.
So slapping it onto the space
Swings
area
the
there
Bright Hope,
could
yeah.
have dealt with the Bright Hope. Instead here, he's going to take his first damage of the game, most likely, unless it's going to be a trade there, of 5, which will be... He's going to trade, he's going to
trade it.
Going down to 1, I do think that makes sense because he's got to be aware of the Snowtrooper Lieutenant coming for him at any moment there. But here we are just going to see Gideon probably going to start going out of control. I think you just load up the Gideon. I don't think Leia has a good way to deal with it. I think you just start, clearing.
There goes Fighters for
loading
Freedom.
everything up.
Fighters for Freedom's hit the discard pile. Actually, the Bright Hope stays around because it was on 3 health beforehand. Inferno 4 only
Yes,
has
exactly,
2.
exactly.
So that Sentinel in space is still an option if the Rebels want to shift their focus up into the space, try and attack in and get that superiority as we have seen. And now the
He is
Gideon
gonna put
effect will
that on
trigger.
Iden. I guess you are basically forcing Mike to trade into the Iden because otherwise that is a 5 attack unit, which is just going to hang around and it's going to be scary for a long time.
Well, absolutely, and this is the thing, right? Because you've now got that Sentinel in space softened up to such an amazing factor, any damage is going to get rid of it and destroy it. And when you've got 2 units at the moment that rely on their effects being triggered when an enemy unit gets destroyed, you're just going to continue this loop of just getting rid of small, low-level units, swapping experience tokens, giving yourself that extra little 1 health barrier, as it were, because obviously you've got the Lieutenant right there looking very, very susceptible at 3 health. So you probably swing in with the Gideon, get rid of that, put the XP token on Gideon itself.
Absolutely, I think that is... I mean, or you can keep stacking up Iden because if you can get 2 more experience tokens on it, suddenly it's a 4 HP.
Yeah.
And it's going to be out of the range of most things. We are going to see a double attack coming out from Leia here.
Yep.
So I think this may be a trade for that Iden there. Makes sense, but of course Gideon just going to go ahead and get an experience token.
Yeah, because an enemy unit has been defeated. So we're going to now swing in with the Bright Hope, so that will attack in for
2 damage.
2 damage.
Not much at all. But I mean, this is looking at Aitan. He's got Snowtrooper Lieutenant here, so
He's got Palpatine as
he's
well.
got Palpatine. Well, next turn that Palpatine's coming
Wow.
out. I don't think he has to worry about a thing. I think at this stage he can just slam that Snowtrooper Lieutenant down, drive a load of damage face, and just wait to see whatever aid plays, vanquish it.
Yeah. And
Just keep passing till something good comes up.
And that's exactly
then
what
he's
it's gonna
and then
be.
He's going to play the Palp, and the Palp is going to do so much damage.
7 damage swing there, thanks to the boosting from the
8.
Lieutenant. 8 damage swing, I beg your pardon, completely being boosted up to a 7-7. Here's a K2.
Vanquish target number 1.
Yep.
I don't think that K2SO is living. It
Aid
is,
licks
yeah.
his lips and goes, thank you very much.
Get it out of here! Get it out of here!
Goodbye, pesky living robots. The effect will trigger, however, and 3 damage to base, I think.
He does discard the card though, which
gonna-
was
Ooh.
the correct decision, I think. But it does reek a little bit of my feeling like this game is lost. Buffing the Snowtrooper Lieutenant. Personally, I'm just going to keep buffing that Gideon, but I don't think it really matters at this point.
No.
We do see a Sentinel coming out
Okay,
here.
that
Which
makes things a little bit more complicated.
Which shows why Aid's a much better player than me, because absolutely playing around the Sentinel there. Because now he can just throw the Snowtrooper Lieutenant into it,
Yeah.
buff up Gideon once again. He's going to draw 2 here. Let's have a look
What
what
Aid has in his
gets.
hand.
I think, is that another
Something-
Palpatine?
something blue and something red.
I think that might be another Gideon.
From what I see,
Gideon's not going to help him.
I think the red card may be forced choke. It's difficult to see from how close Aid is keeping his cards to his chest. Another K2 being drawn for Mike as well. I think it is the forced choke. It is.
I think he's got to use this Gideon there. He's not going to be able to play it. But
Yeah,
I mean,
forced choke on that. Yeah.
Stacking up that Gideon again and again and again. Stack up the Snow Trooper Lieutenant, which is now, I believe, a 4-4. Really, really scary. One more KO and it's going to be a 5-5, and that is just going to be absolutely terrifying.
Here's K2SO, the second one being brought down, but that can be taken out straight away once again with the now currently 6-6 Gideon Hask with the experience tokens onto it. Can put another experience underneath it again as well to give it a 2 health buffer as opposed to just the 1 that will be left over, or even greater even.
As well, though, is that this is lethal next turn. That is 10 damage on the board, with potential to be even greater going into the coming turns. But here we are going to see, as you said, just clearing out that.
There goes the K2.
We're going to see experience from experience
Scar.
going on to somewhere. Scar's the Gideon.
Which, I mean, makes sense because you are only allowed one of each unique unit on the battlefield at a time. So there could have been a potential option actually to play out the fresh Gideon, get rid of the old one. But I think either way, with uncontested ground space at the moment, 15 damage on base, this does not look very promising at the moment.
It's, I will say that Guerrilla Attack Pod is now live. There is 15 damage on the layer base. And of course, Guerrilla Attack Pod just checks any base. We do see a medal ceremony in Mike's hand. He is contemplating, I imagine, whether he wants to just buff something by 1-1. But here we do see the pass. That looks like
Precision
a Vanquish
fire.
and a Precision Fire. Really nice removal tools here from Mike. He's going to be
And
able
he's got
to.
the initiative
He's
as
got the
well.
initiative. He is going to be able to stack up those that Gideon with a +2/+2, and then 2 more experience tokens. Going to be making it a 9-9.
And Mike electing to resource in this turn as well, or in this phase, I should say. Amon Mothra going away to the resources, which makes sense. It's a Rebel Searcher. You don't really need that at this late stage in this game 2 of round 2. So action first of this phase going over with 80. He's got that Vanquish, has that Precision Fire. He is going to Vanquish away the red 3.
And he's going to stack up.
What is he going to give the +1/+1 to?
Oh, you see, he's run out of tokens. He doesn't usually get this far.
It's going to buff up the Snow Trooper, so that's now a 5/5 Snow Trooper Lieutenant. Here's the attack pod, as you rightfully said, which comes in readied up because there's 15 damage on any base, but favourably this is for Mike's base. So would be able to attack in on the next action and get rid of probably the Gideon if he can. We don't know if it's weak enough.
So Precision Fire is going to attack with Saboteur and give something +2/+0. So we are going to see
trooper,
just dealing with that Guerrilla Attack pod. And he's just going to keep stacking up that Gideon.
Wow.
This Gideon is now absolutely monstrously huge. 8-8.
Yeah. With 4 health remaining as well, I think, from the damage that it has taken. Here comes the Bright Hope with just a lowly little 2 damage swing onto the base. Here comes the Gideon Hask. That is the big 8 damage swing.
Up to 23. That is game next turn. I think Mike has to take the initiative here, otherwise he is done. He does not take the initiative, does he? I don't think there's a Sentinel. Not a Sentinel for 2.
No.
You've got to take the initiative here. I think A just takes it, and that is going to be game.
Yep, we'll go to game 3.
On to game 3.
Yep, absolutely.
20 minutes left on the clock.
Plenty of time. Still absolutely plenty of time to be able to get ourselves a strong game 3, and that was a very strong game 2 as well for Aid. Was able to find a lot of those suppression pieces, keep hold of that Gideon, but just continue to power and power and power, especially power up this soldier standing behind him as well. And Mike, I do think that a little element of that game 2 was just getting off to that slower start.
I absolutely think so. And I think, Aid felt so in control just because he was able to. I really think he must have called Fleet Lieutenant there. I'd really like to check, because that ability to just stabilize, deal with the ball, not be taking too much damage in that early game, locking out the Guerrilla attack pod as a result from getting any real value whatsoever. And then the moment that Gideon came down, it just took over the game. Really superb play from Aid there, I think, in just dealing with that. Although certainly Mike also, I think, clearly knows what he's doing here. I think both players really enjoying this game, going into game 3. I think this is a really, really solid match.
Yeah, and to that point as well about that kind of that mindset and that wherewithal, the usage of the K2SO abilities to discard cards from hand, especially when Aid was predominantly playing towards that mid to late game with 1 and 2 card hands. The Palpatine obviously being discarded.
That must have hurt.
That
because
must
that was
have
going to be the
hurt.
game then
Yeah.
and there, I think.
But either way, both players have shuffled up in quick fashion, no sideboarding, no considerations about that, so we will get ourselves
It's like a nice
into our opening hands of game 3. Mike pretty much windmill slamming a keep down.
Oh, he's got the vigilance. We see the one-off vigilance in Aid's hand. It is probably going to go into resources though. Looking at Aid's hand, I mean,
It looks
he's
very
got a
top
lot.
heavy.
He's got a lot of top end there.
Yeah.
This may be a mulligan. He does have a turn 1 play, but he is going to keep it. I think highly valuing all of the removal he's got in there. He's got a Inferno 4, which is a very nice first play there. Aid does play the space, but you know that it's one of the scariest cards in the game, I have to say. The Rebel space card, I forgot the name of. It's a 3/3 basically on attack, which is terrifying.
The A-Wing.
The A-Wing, that's
Yeah.
the one. Yes.
So it was interesting, the 2 cards that were searched there and looked at the top of the deck for Aid. One of them was a Ruthless Raider.
Yes.
So that could potentially come into play, or even just be sent down into resources. The other was a Snow Trooper Lieutenant, and that's the card I think that got resourced. I still see a Snow Trooper Lieutenant, so I might stand corrected here. But we're over with the first action of Phase 2 of Game 3. Put your fingers and thumbs away. We're not counting up too much, ladies and gentlemen at home. First attack of the game.
Very
comes
nice.
down.
That Snow Trooper Lieutenant, such
Wow.
high value there. We're going to be able to get an Iden heal as well. Just very, very nice here. We are going to see the Fighters for Freedom coming out, which is again a really lovely little play there. Though I think the play is to seize the initiative here from Aid. He sees that Power of the Dark Side in his hand, and he knows this is too valuable to give up. Fantastic draws, of course, as he stacks them on top of the deck. That Ruthless Raider is going to be doing so much work once we get to that 6 resource turn.
And it's Cell Block Guard as well as
Really
the other,
nice.
which we saw put in some serious work in that game too as well, just able to put it down into the ground arena, just force Mike to play around it. He has kept a hold of it as well, so that is an option, but there is that
Power of the
power.
Dark Side.
There is that power of the dark
Oh,
side.
that might have been a takedown. Sorry, a takedown.
Yes, it was the one-off takedown. Yes, his team is exhausted for all resources. So there was the takedown, playing a K2SO in reply, but now we're just going to start swinging away onto base. Initiative is seized, but another 2 damage from Inferno 4. Now we will heal the extra 1 as well onto base, so it's 2 to 4 in the damage count in game 3. Still just about a quarter of an hour. You've seen it.
There is the big boy.
It's been resourced. Rebel Assault's been resourced.
Well-
You're thinking of the other card.
I'm thinking of the Gideon. Man.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Gideon.
Oh, wow.
But I think we could see a really, really technified play coming out from Mike here. Fleet Lieutenant on K2SO is absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, because you can attack in with that, into that Lieutenant as well. Get the overwhelming damage going off and stopping, as we saw in Game 2, just that little exchange of experience tokens. Here is the Lieutenant. K2 will attack in.
Huge damage coming in there.
And the Overwhelm will deal the extra damage on top. So that puts us up to 6 on board because of the +2 that Fleet Lieutenant grabs as well.
I think it's an interesting decision here for what Aid wants to do. Arguably, you do just want to run out the Death Trooper here just to clear up that K2SO, take the damage. It's okay. That Death Trooper is going to be able to trade into that Fleet Lieutenant on the next turn as well, especially if you're going to be able to take the initiative on this turn, which you might very well just do. I think Aid's got some nice options here. He is just going to slam out the Gideon though.
Yep.
And here comes that layer deploy.
Deploy a layer. We can not use its extra attack capability as of yet, because the units that have to attack or that can attack with the Leia ability must be readied. Here comes another couple of damage onto the base from Inferno 4. Leia will deal some damage firing back as well, so that's 10 to, what is that, 5, 6, 7, 8? 6 damage with the cleanup there.
I think, Aid is playing into this Ruthless Raider here because he is going to be able to slam that down, clean up the K2SO. He will take 3 damage to his base or discard a card, but that's fine because the Gideon's then going to be a 6/6 and can clean up the Leia. This is going to be a really, really powerful turn for Aid, because he's also going to be able to deploy his Iden and clean up that Fleet Lieutenant. This board is not surviving.
I was just about to say, this is the deployment phase as well for Aiden Versio potentially. There is a big ground force that is standing in the way for Mike, but we know with these Imperial decks, they get rid of the ground, they get rid of units very efficiently and very, very quickly as well. Did Aid resource there? I think he did.
He did,
yeah.
yes.
As here is that Death Trooper play that you were talking about. Gets rid of K2SO, is going to deal the residual 3 damage onto Aid's base. And now on with Mike's turn. Do we potentially just push the advantage here in Rebel Assault? We do.
It's going to be a lot of damage. That's
Yeah.
going to be, 9 damage going into the base, putting up to 22.
Wow.
It's a lot of damage. It's going to be very, very scary, but
3, 4, 5 with Leia Organa, and then 3, 4. So it is going to be indeed 9 damage up onto Aid's base. 20 to 6.
22.
22 to 6. Beg your pardon.
Very, very scary situation for Aid to be in, but I think this, Mike is really running out of gas here. He does have some really powerful cards in his hand to secure that damage, but again, remember, Ida's just going to keep on healing. We are seeing that trade happening in there, and we're going to buff up the Inferno for very, very important play there. We are seeing the Think coming down here, and he is just going to slam it.
For a cause I believe in.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the top 4 cards of the deck.
Here
For
comes
every
the full
heroism.
burn.
1, 2, 3, 4. Got them
Full
all.
burn, wham bam. But none of those are actually, Guerrilla Attack Pod is pretty good, but, it's just going to get taken up by the Gideon.
Yeah, and in this stage as well, and this is what Mike is doing as well at the moment, discarding the X-Wing, the one that gets rid of Sentinel, and then replacing the last 2 cards on the top of the deck as well. The Spec Force Soldier, I should give the proper name. And now action over with 80 at the moment. Still has the Inferno 4 to attack in with for 3. Now thanks to the experience point that's been granted by Gideon Hask. Iden still hasn't been deployed either.
I think having seen that, Aid's probably seriously considering whether it's worth just claiming here, because he knows that Guerrilla Attack Pod's coming down. But I think, you're just going to be able to get so much advantage this turn. He's just going to heal. And I think, going down to 25 there. So just out of the danger zone at this stage. And I think we are probably going to start seeing a board cleanup start happening here. We're going to see the deploy there for Iden.
Yep.
Coming in with a shield, which obviously won't last long. We see the initiative getting claimed here. I think we are going to see some removal now.
Yep, power of the dark side, so he's got to choose which one he wants to get rid of, the soldier or the lieutenant. Lieutenant goes down, Iden will heal one from the base, which is important because the last card that's in Mike's hand, it's another for a cause, I believe it.
So I think there's 2 Gideon triggers that need to get resolved there, which haven't happened, which I think the judge should probably call out there.
We'll just get confirmation about Gideon Hask triggers.
Gideon
granting experience for enemies defeated.
I think we're just going to get that sorted out because we don't want our players missing out on
so there's been enemy units that there's been enemy units that have been destroyed. We believe that it should be that experience points should be granted because of the power of the dark side that's gone, and then the trade-in attack as well into the Fleet Soldier in the Battlefield Marine. Power of the Dark Side. Just checking the reading of it as well. In fact, it does indeed say defeat that unit. So it looks like we are just getting it all cleaned up and resolved.
I think, yeah, looks like 1 experience on Iden, 1 experience on Death Trooper,
Yeah.
And then 1 experience on Gideon.
Yeah.
Looks like Gideon is just probably going to trade on this next turn into that guerrilla attack pod. But I mean, at this point, Mike's in a rough spot.
Yeah, so we are in the new phase now as well, with all players readying up their resources. You've got a Sentinel in hand for Mike, as well as that earlier for a cause I believe in. Is that going to be just the first course of play? It is.
Oh, this is getting so close.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
Another attack
Both
pod.
of these are really, really scary cards. I mean, you know, that guerrilla attack pod is just going to have to get dealt with. I don't think he has enough resources to play it, actually.
No,
Because he has
not now.
resources.
No,
yeah.
there is a Sabine that was there, so that puts us up to 23-6-7 on base now for 80. Still, at the moment, Mike sitting on 9, but with no units and a lot on the side of 80 with experience tokens as well. Now it's time for the Iden player to go on the offensive. So 6 damage coming in first and foremost on from Gideon Hask. That puts to a halfway stage. 3 more resources left. Another for a cause I believe in here would be huge. It won't be though. Will just be the Echo-based defender 4-3 Sentinel, which does buy Mike a little bit of time at the very least.
I do think this is really... This game is just going to come down to, does Mike...
That gets rid of it. Count Dooku, Darth Tyrannus coming down, will
More
heal
experience
1,
as well.
will give more experience tokens as well to other units because of the Gideon Hask. I tell you what, we're starting to preach to the converted here. This Iden Versio deck, this is scary.
I'll tell you one thing that Mike is massively regretting right now, not discarding every single one of those cards, because his only hope there was probably top decking into another one of those fighters for a cause I believe in. With 27, but actually he's at 26 now.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just so hard for Mike to do anything in this situation. And he's going to smack in with a huge amount of extra damage here. I think Mike knows exactly what is coming up here. We look like going into the next turn by the looks of things.
Yeah.
He's just going to draw.
Gonna claim
you can
and
see
pass.
there's nothing coming there. He does just swing for game here because Mike is on 27. So attacking with literally anything just closes out the game there.
Yeah. And there's the handshake.
So there we go. The game does go to Aid. What a set.
Wow.
What a set.
Amazingly played from both sets of players. That got so scary there as well. Down towards the wire, but as you say there, with the amount of force that was on board for 80, he had the momentum, he had the support as well there with the Gideon Hask, with the Iden Versio as well. No matter what he gets to play, it's just going to go away, and 80 is just going to get the far superior value for it as well.
Absolutely. I think, I think both Mike and Aid played really, really well in that set. And yeah, that was a really, really fantastic matchup. See, highlights exactly how these matchups can swing. In that first game, Mike able to actually see his curve completely blow out his opponent there. But in games 2 and 3, being able to stabilize, being able to stave off that aggression. Game 3, of course, being so close.
Yeah.
Really coming down to the wire there. An absolutely fantastic showing from both players at this end of the second round of this first official regionals
Wow.
in the UK. What an amazing game that was.
Yeah, and it highlights as well the conversation, the difference between the 25 to 30 HP bases as well. Because if either one of those players was playing a 25 health base, that game ends a lot differently. And it's played out a lot differently in comparison as well. That 30 HP just gives you that extra little bit of breathing room, that extra little bit of space, which was needed in that third game by 8. Don't get any of us wrong, 26 health on there, was at 27 to a point where, for a cause I believe in, could have just straight up gotten rid of the game and secured the win for Mike. But Aid with Iden aggression goes 2-0. Mike with Leia goes 1-1. Certainly not a bad showing from him out of that whatsoever. But we've still got 6 rounds to play here at Twickenham Stadium in the Star Wars Unlimited launch event. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go too far because round 3 is coming after this. Hello and welcome back to round number 3 of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event here live from Twickenham Stadium in London. My name is Ben. I've got Krishiv to my right hand side. It's been a good opening 2 rounds, but we're getting in towards the real middle section, the real heart of the event so far. And we've had 2 very, very solid sets so far as well.
Absolutely, I think both matches have been really enjoyable to watch. Some really excellent play. I think in particular in that last round, really, really good to watch. And we are now going to be going into obviously this 3rd round. I think we've got another fantastic set for you. I am really, really excited. I think there's just so many leaders that I was really hoping to see today. Were there any in particular that you were really wanting to see?
I was definitely interested in seeing Sabine played at this sort of high enough level, but even seeing that Iden deck in action in the last round of sets and the last round of games was really, really intriguing to see that slight little different take and tweak on the Iden Versio list. We can actually bring up for you, we have our graphic for the entire field at the moment here today. So we've got 43 Boba Fett decks, the most represented of the day, 32 Sabine, 26 Darth Vader decks, Iden Versio, we just saw one win in round 2, that's at 25, then 16 Krennic decks, 14 Luke Skywalkers, 8 Grand Moff Tarkins, 7 Turrets is a little bit of a surprise, ahead of Grand Moff Thrawn, Emperor Palpatine at 5, and Solo at 5, and then other decks at 15. That includes the likes of IG-88. But there's a couple of surprises in this graphic. One of them is 7 Turrets.
I am truly shocked by that. I think, Turret, it's a cool leader for sure. And obviously it deploys quite early. It deploys on that 5th resource turn. And generally speaking, I think if a leader deploys early, you can largely see that from the graphic. It tends to be easier to play. It just tends to be more obvious swing turn. Tends to be more powerful. So I think, that's quite... In that sense, I can kind of understand it. But the fact there's not that big a difference between Chirrut and Luke is really surprising to me. I think another one that's a real shocker, only 5 Palpatine.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? In that kind of that real bottom end of the list, but then you look back up to the top, 26 Darth Vader, the versatility of that Sarlacc leader is fantastic. 32 Sabine, that makes a lot of sense in a first Premier constructed event in the UK. You expect a lot of aggressive decks to be there. Boba Fett, of course, the one that was primarily talked about with 43. But there it is. There is your metagame breakdown for the Star Wars Unlimited launch event. Really exciting, real spread and a real variation amongst the players, even through towards that bottom end of the list.
Absolutely. I think one of the things I am most excited to be seeing here is some Tarkin. I think this is a deck I haven't actually been able to see a huge amount of, which is a real shame because even though it's got the same attributes, same aspects as Palpatine, but I think it deploys that much earlier and you're able to throw experience around. And if you were around for our last round, you would have seen just how powerful Gideon was in throwing those experience tokens around. So the ability for Tarkin to do that, I think, potentially positions it to do some serious damage. And almost as if by magic, I do think me talking and waffling about Tarkin might be a little bit of foreshadowing. I think, we are just getting ready.
We'll just get some confirmation, just make sure that the players are getting themselves all ready to go. But to that point about the Tarkin, it's interesting, that's where the base dynamic of the game comes into play, about whether you want to splash and lean into that sort of experience token element. What we have seen from a lot of players, at least early in terms of these lists that I've been seeing, is that they've been sideboarding in a lot of options to deal with upgrade-based decks. The Voltron decks, as they're kind of affectionately known as, because you put so many pieces onto one place and all of a sudden it's this giant 10-10 Mechazord that's swinging you in the face with the base. But it's interesting that, where decks go in terms of that sort of deck construction point of view, whether you lean into that aspect or whether you just say, you know what, the leader Tarkin is enough for me in terms of the experience tokens being shared about. We don't need the extra support from the Krennic either. I think we're all good.
Okay.
If we've got the right table and everything like that. All good to go? The players are ready and set up to go?
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Okay, let's cut.
We just went on the top lane on the result time.
Sure thing. Well, let's cut over to our players now anyway. So we've got Logan on your left-hand side, who's playing a very unique list here today. He is playing Double Cunning Boba Fett.
I think this is one of those variations of Boba that was getting a lot of traction early on after we were getting all of these, all of the cards being revealed, because there are a lot of really, really standout, powerful double yellow aspect cards. So I think I am going to go ahead and point out my personal two favourite. Number one, Cantina Bouncer. This card is a 5-cost, 3/5, absolutely phenomenally powerful card. Just bounce anything. Insanely strong. And of course, you cannot forget that double aspect signature card, that legendary card that every one of these aspects has. Cunning, one of the most powerful cards in the game. In my opinion, the best version of these double aspect cards. Choose two from return a non-leader unit with 4 less power to its owner's hand. Give a unit +4/+0 for the phase, exhaust up to 2 units, or an opponent discards. Such remarkable versatility there. Imagine being able to deal with 3 units on the opponent's board on your 3rd turn. Incredibly strong into those aggro matchups. I think this is a really, really cool list.
Yep, and it's facing into a unique matchup, one of the few Grand Moff Tarkin decks that are out in the field today. It's playing with aggression, which we've seen obviously with some of these Imperial lists playing alongside that red aspect as well because of the villainy, the strong red villainy cards that are in the game. But we are all ready to go, starting off with our resources. We're underway.
Card. Oh, lovely.
Paper
Jubbly.
Foil Crafty Smuggler. And the reply is just going to be a Ty Allen Fighter. Initiative will be taken back by Logan. And all of a sudden, right away, we're going to see that Voltron kind of aspect going on. The experience token placed underneath the TIE Fighter, of course, while Tarkin is on its leader side. You pay 1, you slide an experience token underneath an Imperial unit played this turn. And we are on to phase 2. As I just saw, there was a Jabba the Hutt in Logan's hand to your left-hand side. He has
Very, very scary card.
It's very, very scary, especially when you're playing this double aspect.
See the Boba coming down. This is a scary start.
This is
for
a
the
really
Boba
good
player.
start.
So one of the things that makes Boba Fett doesn't Disintegrator. One of the things about Boba Fett Disintegrator, distinct from the leader, that makes it such a powerful card is one of the rulings in this game that I find makes total logical sense, but maybe don't initially expect, is a leader is treated as being in play from the beginning of the game. So what that means is, when you deploy the leader, Boba's effect to deal 3 extra damage is already live. So Boba is essentially a 6/5 when attacking leaders the turn they come in. What that means is almost every leader in the game is getting one-tapped by Boba Fett, which makes sense, of course. He's a bounty hunter, so he should be able to be dealing with these leaders in one hit. Tarkin, uniquely, being a 7 HP unit, not going to happen to him.
And Logan drew a Fett's Fire Spell.
Oh, the top
As
end is
well.
coming out crazy. Look at that.
at the hand.
What a hand from Logan here. I think he's seeing nothing but gas. This is going to be...
Here comes
he's picking up
4.
the jab. He's going to look
Here's
for
the
the top
jabber.
8. Trying to find a trick event, and I've got to say, the trick events, there are some truly, truly powerful ones there. I'm seeing him look through. It looks like he's whiffed.
He can't. He's whiffed.
He's whiffed.
Unbelievable.
Nothing.
And he's bottom decked, interestingly enough, he's bottom decked a Cunning as well, which
Unfortunate.
is an event, but it's not a trick card, it's an innate card. The only possible searchable cards in this list currently without the sideboard. 3 copies of Shoot First and 3 copies of Waylay. So a 6 in, about 38, 40-ish odds to be able to get it, and he's not been able to find it. But he's still got that Jabba the Hutt around, still has that trick kind of payoff later in the game if you find some of those cards as well.
Managed to get some, I think Adam has managed to get some really, really good value here out of that Prisoner Guard. I've forgotten the name, sorry.
Cellblock Guard.
Cellblock Guard, that's the one. being able to just directly trade that for that 2/2 with shield is all it took. Oh, here we have got.
Prepare for takeoff. So this is a searcher. Search the top 8 cards of your deck for up to 2 vehicle units. Reveal them and put them into your hand. The text says draw them. It's put them into your hand. And there's a couple of options. There's a full lightsaber in there that's going to have to go away. But we're going to find Ruthless Raider. And I think I saw a TIE Fighter in there as well.
Very nice.
We did, which is not a bad sort of idea to get in this Tarkin deck, because you want those cheaper Imperial units so that you can, like the TIE Fighter that's already on board can, just immediately just experience point and buff it up.
Absolutely. A 1-drop that as a 2/1 isn't fantastic, but making a 3/2, suddenly that is quite scary. Seeing here as well, this Adam could very well choose to make that a Stormtrooper a 4/2, which is terrifying on a 1-drop.
So the second TIE Fighter gets played. Logan will claim the initiative, and 3 more damage will go on to Logan's base. 6-3 as we pass over the next phase, and we're getting close towards deployment zone for both of these leaders. In fact, they both deploy
this is
at
the
5.
deploy turn. This is the swing turn. This is when we are going to see exactly which way the game is probably going to fall. And I think a lot of this is going to come down to the skill of the players and how they sequence this turn. Because I really do think, looking at these hands, Logan's got gas, but so does Adam. I think this is going to be really interesting to see exactly how this goes. I mean, we see one of the absolute best cards in the game.
Here's the bouncer.
Here's the bouncer, but it's not going to do that much. Bouncer's a 1-drop, okay.
Well, it gets rid of the experience token on the TIE Fighter, which is okay, I suppose, for the immediate threat that's coming in. But potentially, like you say, is that really getting the most bang for your buck in that turn when you've got No Good to Be Dead in hand, you've got Fet's Fire Spray in hand? I think there was the final cards of Bosk as well, as I just had a little... Now it's a Waylay, which could have been played for 2 because it's a trick thanks to Jabba the Hutt.
But it wouldn't have really done that much. I think I do understand why Logan did that. I think it's just not as impactful as Logan was probably hoping. Here we're going to get 2 experiences slung about, and this is where I think we are going to see all of that chilling in space. A 4/3 TIE Fighter. We are going to see the Jabba clearing that here. But honestly, I think we see exactly what is in Logan's hand here, what Logan's probably trying to set up for. We are going to go ahead and throw another experience token around. Probably going to deploy the Tarkin, throw another experience. If Logan... is Tarkin if you've played, or is it only on the one you have played?
If you give an experience to an Imperial unit.
What?
So it's just anything.
I thought it was like Luke. I think that was my confusion. So this TIE Fighter is now scary. 5/4, about to be 6/5.
And this is what this Tarkin deck does. This is what it's built around. We've said it about, we've used the terms, the Voltron deck. It just completely builds up and builds up and builds up until all of a sudden you've got one massive overpowering unit that you need to contend with. As we saw, Leader Boba has been deployed. That's attacked in as well. So it is 6-7.
Here, I think Adam is just going to let this Boba trade into the Tarkin.
Well, we've still got the No Good to Me Dead, so that buys a little bit of time and stops that TIE Fighter from getting too out of hand and firing off too early, exhausts the unit. It won't be able to ready during the regroup phase.
But I do think, that is an overwhelming barrage that's looking mighty fine in Adam's hand. And Adam claims we are going to see the Boba just straight up nuking that Tarkin down.
3 and the extra 3 for the 6 damage should get rid of it and deal with it.
And looking at this damage spread, Jabba, I believe, is on 3 HP. Boba is on 3 HP, and we've got 5 HP on the Cantina and 7 on the leader Boba. So certainly a overwhelming barrage here would get a lot of value. Remember, Tarkin is going to be able to continue to increase that value just for 1. So I think this is... I don't think Adam is in necessary... Ooh, the lightsaber! Lightsaber is so scary. I think, if... I think it is too greedy to try and play the lightsaber first, but it is definitely going to be some really interesting sequencing we're going to see here on how Adam is going to try and deal with this board. Of course, Adam having the initiative here is going to be really important. Now, one of the best parts about No Good to Be Dead is it stops the card for 2 turns because of that regroup phase untap prevention.
So, phase at the moment, the first action of it will go to Adam. Of course, as Chris, you've rightfully said, not going to be able to swing in with that massive TIE LM fighter, but does have plenty of resources to work with. Here is the hyperspace overwhelming barrage, which is going to get the value off of the TIE fighter. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage that's going to be able to be divided. But how is Adam going to divide this? You've got 5 damage on the Jabba, you've got 2 damage on the unit Boba, and that's where, so 1, 2, 3, and
4,
then
5, 6, 7, 8, I think.
Yeah. Just softening up that leader Boba as best as Adam possibly could. But like you said there, rightfully, a really, really important move. Where do we go firing back? It's going to be the Fett's Fire Spray.
I think you have to Tarkin effect here because that Fire Spray right now is, I believe, trading. But with 1 extra experience token, it's not. What card is that?
Ooh.
I think it was that one.
Better
A recruit to search the top 5. I don't know if... I mean, you are going to lose your space dominance here if that Fire Spray trades into the TIE Fighter.
So we've got Academy Training, Force Choke, TIE Interceptor, Cell Block Guard, and Fallen Lightsaber to grab. He's going to elect to take the Cell Block Guard, just wants to shore himself back up on the ground here for phases to come. Does Adam is exhausted out of resources, so isn't going to be able to take too many more actions. Fett's Fire Spray is going to attack.
I think that is greedy.
Into the TIE Advanced.
I think he's got a claim here. I think Adam claims, and this is about to get really, really scary for Logan.
Yeah, because you're right with the current health. Well, no, I don't think it would have actually gotten rid of because they've still got the barrage. +2/+2 still lingering from the barrage.
No, but the barrage leaves at the end of the turn and the damage stays. So whilst you are correct, it is currently a 8-7. It will at the end of the turn go down to a 6-5.
Okay.
So that may be an interaction Logan wasn't aware of, or Logan may have just felt that it was better to deal with what Logan could deal with, and then continue from there. Either way, this TIE Fighter is going to live to see another day. And yes, this damage coming in to Adam's base is scary, but it's not the end of the world.
No, so 14 damage at the moment on Adam's base to 6 damage. Here is a TIE Fighter of Logan's own, and then we'll happy to pass over to the next phase. That TIE Fighter that's stacked up with all the experience tokens underneath it for Adam is going to become active this phase, as it looks like a Cell Guard's actually put into resources there from Adam. Bosk being potentially put into resources from Logan. Instead, elects to go with the Spacer, and I'm not sure whether that was the right option there. Well, I suppose with not the initiative, you can't rest down that TIE Fighter once again.
This is...
Comes down to the sequencing here in this next couple of actions exchanges.
I can see exactly why Logan was so excited, because if Adam makes the wrong move here, Adam loses this turn.
Wow.
You can see that change. Oh no, I'm sorry, I thought it was a change of heart. Oh, I lied.
No.
There's a waylay.
It's waylay.
I thought it was a change of heart because the change of heart here just completely swings the game. But a waylay is going to be absolutely destructive for Adam. I mean, Adam is so far behind once that waylay hits. Yes, Adam has managed to secure 6 damage in there, but overpaying a bit for the waylay there. Oh no, Jabba's no longer there.
Yep.
Just bouncing that, and Adam just so set back. And this is one of the things about Yellow, that ability to bounce cards means these strategies where you just sort of build a tower are significantly less effective.
And it's always so, like, 50-50 and sort of knife edge when you're building a deck that is double aspect. Obviously, we've said throughout the weekend or throughout the day so far that, you know, you tend to want to splash into that extra third aspect, utilising your base, as Adam is doing here, obviously, with a Tarkin, splashing into aggression. But when you're committing to double cunning, your card pool really kind of minimalises and your options minimalise. in a sort of a wider form and a wider context of the game, but you do sort of funnel yourself into one complete out and out play strategy. As we said here about these bounce effects, they wouldn't necessarily be active if you're dipping into, say, aggression or command or something like that, because you wouldn't be able to play Cantina Bouncer on 5, you wouldn't be able to play Cunning on 4. You'd have to play 7 and 6 for those respectively because of the aspect penalties.
Absolutely. I do think we see a little mistake from Logan here, because leaving that Fet's Fire Spray out makes it very liable to be dealt with that TIE defender, a TIE interceptor, which we just saw Adam add to their hand. Adam is going to go ahead and it looks like play that out, securing the value here and just dealing with that Fet's Fire Spray. I think a little bit of a mistake there from Logan in letting this happen. Though of course Logan may be prioritising getting those resources up for that Bosk.
I like that. I like just
very
trading.
Nice trade, very good.
Yeah, I like just trading there. Logan's obviously watched this game already, seen a little bit unfold. Here comes another smaller TIE fighter, but he knows that you want to get as many of those and those units away so that we can just make sure that you're not getting that value from any more experience tokens or anything that get put down. 21 damage now onto Adam's base, and Logan's in a very comfortable position, I feel.
I think he is, but I have to say it's comfortable for now. But looking at the cards in Logan's hand, Logan's very much in top deck mode right now. And Adam has so many cards, so many options, and if Adam is just able to stabilize and just prevent a little bit more damage coming in, deal with this board, I think Adam can very much turn this game around. But it is a really tough one.
Yeah, it's Bosk, No Good to Be Dead, and Bodhi Rook that's in Logan's hand. Adam with plenty of cards in hand, resourcing one of them, which was the 5th brother, but I saw also that's in the hand is an Occupier Siege tank. That was searched out by the Prepare for Takeoff. 5-4 for 5, but with grit. You don't mind that, especially when you're playing a Tarkin deck and you're just going to continue to buff it up. Like we saw in the Iden matchup, give it that HP buffer with the more damage that gets applied to it.
Absolutely. I think we are probably just going to start seeing Sentinels coming down from Adam just to buy time, force these slightly awkward trades in from Logan, and just keep themselves in the game so they can stabilize and just swing over here. But here we do see the Siege tank coming down. This is a terrifying unit. If any amount of grit is able to get on there, especially if you're able to start stacking it up. Here we do see the Bosk. That trade coming in there, 1 for 1. I think we're going to have to see a cell block guard come down at this point. I'm not really sure what else Adam can do. Of course, they could stick a lightsaber on that TIE fighter. Actually, I don't think you can equip the lightsaber to the TIE fighter. I think it's
non-vehicle. No, you can't stick that on. So, yeah, that's not an option here. I don't see a Sentinel in the hand. He's already gone through, I think, a couple as Adam. One of them potentially in the resources is Tarkin effect. Here comes some more. It's going to be No Good to Be Dead, so that's not even going to really give any kind of value over the next phase or two for Adam. And with what, 4, 5, 6, 7 power, I think, on board by my count there. 3 with the Bouncer, 4 with the Leader Fett. This looks like it's just staring down the barrel of a Game 1 victory in round 3 for Logan.
See a claim here from Adam. Logan's going to secure that 7 additional damage. And I think Adam's going to need some darn good top decks here to get themselves out of this situation.
I think Adam just sort of like counting it up himself there. 5, 6, 7, 8. So 28 damage, just 2 away from Logan winning game 1. Pass gets extended. What do we see? Snow Trooper.
None of those are going to help. I think this is just going to be Adam might as well just concede this game and get moving on to game 2. There are 35 minutes or so left on the clock, so running to time at the moment should be fine to finish off this set. But just a really rough situation for Adam to be in. That being said, Logan had gas and nothing but gas. We do see the Sentinel coming down here, so we are going to buy ourselves 1 action here.
Yep.
But the question is going to be, can we buy a second? Well, looks like no. Sadly, not much.
Ooh.
I think not much Logan could really have done there in trying to get extra damage out.
And Adam extends the hand. It is going to be game 1 going to Logan. 12 to 30 in the damage scores there, and that was just very, very good. I think that's the only way I can really describe it, is that Boba Fett just being really, really oppressive, knowing when to get rid of certain units, when to let them just sit there and marinate in space at the moment, frustrated that they can't rain fire down, but that's what it happens sometimes.
Absolutely. I think, looking there at the list that Adam's playing, I do think it is really unfortunate that Adam wasn't able to take advantage of those maximum firepowers, because being able to clean up a board with 2 big stacked up units there would have absolutely swung the game. I think unquestionably well played by Logan, but Logan had straight gas.
Yeah.
Every card Logan played was just like one of the best cards in Logan's deck. So I definitely think that there is serious potential for Adam to take a game, and potentially even the set in this matchup.
Absolutely, because he's got the option of it. He saw the overwhelming barrage earlier on in game 1. He's also playing a card that I've certainly not seen be played in droves and droves. That's maximum firepower.
Yes.
The 4-cost Imperial tactic event, a friendly Imperial unit deals damage equal to its power to a unit, then another friendly Imperial unit deals damage equal to its power to the same unit. So a 2-for-1 opportunity in combining Imperial forces could potentially be an option if Adam is able to get some numbers, but we didn't really see too much of that in game 1. How will game 2 fare?
Looks like Adam just claims here. So pass and then claim by the looks of things. No,
Logan's starting with the initiative.
Yes, Adam.
Adam's starting with the initiative, yeah. So Adam starts the initiative, plays down just a lowly Death Star Stormtrooper.
4-2. Scary.
Ooh.
It could be, a 5-3.
Yeah.
On the next turn. Logan obviously playing to space here, not getting any value out of that cartel space, making me think Logan's hand is not the best in this situation.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it feels pretty bad when your turn 1 play in space is Cartel Spacer with no other cunning units. Resourcing away, you've got Jabba, small TIE Fighter, I think the cunning event, and I couldn't quite see what the last card in hand was.
It wasn't good.
Oh no.
Looking at Logan's hand here, this is rough. I don't know if Logan mulliganed, but I think Logan should have.
No, Logan, neither of these players mulliganed. It's just a 3-card hand, I think, of just Jabba, Cunning, and TIE Fighter.
Vet's Fire Spray.
Ooh.
Vet's Fire Spray is the last card. So, there's, here we see the 5-3. This is about to be a 6-4 Stormtrooper on the next turn.
Oh, wow. So, 1 drop is just going to be the TIE LN Fighter. 2 resources still available as well for Adam, playing that Tarkin deck. Academy trading! Oh my word! So what's that? 3, 4, 5, 7?
7-5.
Oh wow!
Gonna smack him for 7. And remember, on the this cunning is gonna have to come down immediately.
Yeah.
This trooper needs to get bounced, because otherwise he's getting out of control.
And even then, the value trade-off that Adam is getting for that, bouncing the 1-drop Death Star Stormtrooper away, it's costing you 4. I mean, he'll be able to give +4/+0 to one of his space units as well to try and push the aggression a little bit, but he drew another cunning.
This is the level that we need to see here, though. We are going to see, probably the bounce and the +4 attack.
I think so.
I mean, this is going to be a pretty big swing, I think. Resting.
No, it's got to be bounce.
Oh, because it doesn't have 4 or less
power.
Oh, it's not base power, it's current power.
Oh.
That is absolutely disastrous. This Stormtrooper is officially going to run the game.
And then there comes an interceptor
and that
as
+4
well.
power is not doing anything. Wow. Logan's turn completely done.
Wow, just 2 damage into the interceptor.
And
Rest
Adam's
the
going to be able
Boba
to take
Fett.
the initiative.
Wow. And there's nothing in hand, I don't think. There's literally only 3 copies of a 1-drop in Logan's deck. We've already seen one of them hit the discard pile as the phase gets passed over. Gamorrean Guards, and I think it's a shoot first is the other card. It is. Gonna get rid of the Gamorrean Guards. This is the 5 resource turn though, so leaders are eligible to be deployed.
This Stormtrooper is about to be so big We've got a +2 experience tokens that are going to come from that TIE fighter. We've got one coming from the Tarkin ability, and then one more coming from the on attack. That's going to be another +4 attack to the Stormtrooper. And I think absolutely correct decision. You want to secure that damage. Don't get greedy. Buff it up, because on these next few turns, this card is about to go absolutely insane.
So just like that, double the damage onto Logan's base there. From just one unit, here comes a Jabba the Hutt, which will be able to search for a trick. We need to see anything, I think, here. Missed in game 1. Game 2, missed.
That is so
No good to be
rough.
dead to plan, so won't be able to find anything. And Adam, with all resources available, like you said, has that extra TIE fighter that will be able to grant 2 more experience tokens onto the already extremely, supremely expert Stormtrooper that's currently on board.
This is the greatest Stormtrooper that anyone has ever seen.
I was going to say, we're usually so accustomed to Stormtroopers completely missing their shots. This one took some timing in the lab to make sure he is hitting every single plasma blast.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I mean, this is about to be a rough time for Adam. For Logan.
Yep.
We do see the Boba come out here. We're going to see the Tarkin deploy, and we're just going to see experience points coming out again and again and again. I think the shoot first, it is going to have to deal with that
Stormtrooper.
I don't think the Stormtrooper goes up. Is it?
4, 5,
Oh, it's
6.
a 7-5.
Yeah, so it will go. That's fine. Yeah, that will go.
That is unfortunate, but I mean, there is a tank sitting right there.
I was going to say, you don't mind now, because now I've got a tank that just says anytime that you hit this thing, I get bigger, and oh look, I've got a leader that makes my thing get bigger as well. So I get even more grit stacks. This is ridiculous.
Exactly. I think this is looking really, really, really rough for Logan right now. Trying his best. I do think there is strong potential for Logan to come back. In looking at his hand, he's made it to the top end.
Yeah.
He survived. And now we can potentially see this Cunning really put in some work, especially with the initiative. That board is not doing anything, and this Cunning really showing why double aspect yellow, I think, momentarily is going to show why that is so scary.
Yeah. Well, I suppose he can buy himself the time here at the very least. Exhaust both the Tarkin and the tank. Give the +4 potentially to Jabba, just to give yourself that sort of certainty. Obviously, it's got 8 health. Make it a 6-8 for this phase. That would probably be the one that would really help out and just keep yourself solid in this phase from any removal. As here comes the Cunning. It looks like
he's making 8 health on the 8 attack
power.
on the Boba.
Yep.
I think probably take out the Tarkin.
Yeah, if possible. But you've got obviously the TIE fighter that's in the front of the hand, the TIE Advanced, for Adam as well. So he could just put an experience token on that Grand Moff Tarkin.
He just plays out that. And here we are going to see space
Raider
moving to space. And look, this has got to be really scary for Logan, because moving to space is not what Logan wants to see. He has got nothing out there.
So extra 2 damage onto the base, 2 more damage as well onto Boba Fett. That makes it 18 to just 2 in reply for Adam. Here comes the attack, and it is going to target and take down
out the
tank. I can understand why it's been done. I can understand why you take out the tank in that situation, because Logan's trying to think ahead to the next potential phases and prevent exactly what we've said happening, stop it from getting more and more experience tokens, more and more potential grit stacks. But would breaking the first link in the chain be a better strategy? It'll be difficult to say until we see the rest of the game play out, I think.
I think Logan has just got really spooked by how much damage is on the board, and is prioritising just dealing with what was immediately coming in his face, rather than the more long-term play. Because, to be fair, Logan hasn't got that many turns left.
Yeah.
I think, if he can't turn it around in the next turn, basically, Adam is going to walk away with this game, and we are going to go into game 3.
Especially when you've got the Ruthless Raider in there at a 4-6, uncontested at the moment,
it's about to be
in
a 6-8,
space.
I reckon, or a 7-9 if this Tarkin can get going. I think you can throw the Tarkin in, deal 2 damage to base, and you might be able to win this turn if you're Adam.
We'll see how
Depending on
Adam
what we
wants
see in
to
the
play
hand.
it. There is another tie advanced, it looks like, in hand, so more experience tokens to potentially put down onto the board state. We will have to see where exactly they decide to want to go forwards here. First is going to be the fifth brother. And there is a waylay, so that's going to get rid of the fifth brother.
I have to say,
Waste a couple of resources for Adam.
I do think Adam may find himself regretting not bouncing that Ruthless Raider, because I think that Raider's about to get very, very long.
Yeah. There's still, 4 resources, I think, available for Adam, so he could play down the tie advanced. I think there's also, is that a forced choke in hand?
Forced choke.
Potential removal
Not really
option.
doing very much. I think, well, at the moment, but of course, Fett's Fire Spray is a 5/6.
That, yeah.
So not going to be able to do a huge amount there. So
There's
I
the
think
tie.
the correct play here, just slam a huge number of experience tokens over onto this Ruthless Raider, throw the target in, throw the Ruthless Raider in, and you secure the game on the very next turn.
So 6-8 at the moment is the power level of that Ruthless Raider. Here comes the Fire Spray. So the wouldn't be able to take out the Raider in this turn, so it is still the play live, like you said there rightly, to swing and attack him first, but instead is going to elect to trade. Just double checking here at the moment. There's a conversation at the moment on the table. I think they're rightfully pointing out here, a table judge, that the power level with the experience tokens on is going to allow that Ruthless Raider to stay on the board as well. See there, Logan just omitting the error there in the calculation, but it's all been resolved. And we can continue on with Jabba the Hutt now swinging into the Grand Moff Tarkin. We'll put him just slightly on the ropes, but nothing really to worry about at this stage as the damage gets sent back Jabba's way as well. Tarkin will swing for 2 into base. That puts up to 20. And where do we put the
Slinging
experience?
experience around. This Ruthless Raider may very quickly be it's going to spread it out.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
You are not going to get the kill with the Ruthless Raider on the next turn, unless you have a Snowtrooper Lieutenant in your hand, I think, which would have pushed it over the edge. But obviously, Logan here claiming very, very good set of top decks there in terms of staying alive, but being in the game, I think he is just too far gone. This is the disadvantage when you play a mid-range deck. You hit this point in the game, and if you're not dominating, you're not going to be able to turn it around.
Absolutely. So the first action will be with Logan in this phase as Adam ready to use all of his resources. No good to me dead. That's, I imagine, one of the cards that was top decked. That stops the initial massive swing in from the Ruthless Raider in this phase and the next phase as well. So now the action over to Logan. What does he respond with? He's got fifth brother that was bounced earlier in the game. He's got Stormtrooper. I think the maximum firepower as well, which doesn't really have.
I think that's a Snowtrooper Lieutenant, isn't it?
Potentially. I think it's at the back of the hand as the brother gets waylaid for the second time this game.
But now, with no hand at all, Adam is going to be able to just ping that down. I think if Adam still has the force choke, this Jabba is not going to survive the turn. We are going to sling these experiences around, and it is just looking like it is wraps. For Logan, I think at this point, if I was Logan, I would just concede the game. You want as much time as possible for this final game, so you don't end up in a double loss situation.
I think Logan claimed initiative or kept hold of initiative there as well. So just seeing with 4 resources left, no, 5 resources, I beg your pardon, left to play. He's going to use 2 of them. He will force choke and take out Jabba the Hutt, deals the 5 damage. Does mean that he's going to get to see the 1 extra
It's another
card.
Jabba.
So that is a potential option on the next phase. Obviously, with initiative, can potentially try and look for another trick, but with 2 waylays down already,
Not much left.
it's not very good. And unfortunately, considering the luck that Logan's been able to find in this set as well, now it's just trying to swarm. There is that Snowtrooper that you were saying about.
Straight in for 6.
Wow, that's going to be 26 damage onto the base. to 4 reply. And I think this is basically
27.
just game.
I think a slight miscalculation there from Logan, but it doesn't matter. There is
Plenty of
I
threats,
don't think there is any possible way that Logan can even survive the next. I guess there is. He can survive. I mean, not on his list. So there's no.
Because he doesn't play outmaneuver, and even here outmaneuver doesn't help because it's only one
Well, he'd have to
area.
he'd have to top deck into 2 outmaneuvers.
Yeah.
Tap down both zones, and then on the next turn he's still dying.
But even then, he's still dead on the return in the return action. So it looks like this is going to go to our 3rd consecutive game 3. We've not had a 2-0 in this entire event so far today, but that just means that it's more Freestyle was Unlimited. As Adam gets the win in game 2, and we are going to game 3 with just over 20 minutes left on the clock. That was very, very strong from Adam, and showed slightly, I think, the limitations of a double aspect deck.
Absolutely, I think seeing just the total lack of early game there from Logan, which I don't think was necessarily Logan's fault in any way, but not being able to contest in that early game meant that Logan's swing turn just wasn't very impactful. I mean, you build in Star Wars Unlimited, you want to build your deck around your leader and around that deploy turn, because that is the most powerful thing you can do every single game, is deploying that leader. And Logan just didn't have much that was going on there.
Absolutely.
Unlike Adam, who was able to stack up this massive, the greatest Stormtrooper we've ever seen, and then just secure huge amounts of advantage with it, and then convert that into, Logan needing to invest card after card after card and just dealing with this one card, completely running out of resources, and then Adam just runs away with the game. I don't even know how much damage Adam had in it. Was it like 7?
Something like that. I think it was like 6 or 7. It was so little that Adam was able to accumulate or to sustain in that return game, which is what we've interestingly been seeing, actually. That's sort of a strange little coincidence, I suppose we can really only call it at this stage, is that every game 2 situation, the player that has lost game 1 has won game 2 with very little kind of threat on their backs.
Very convincing.
Yeah.
Very, very convincing wins. I think that is absolutely true to say. Looking here at Logan's hand, though, it is quite nice. We're seeing a lovely turn 1 play, and I believe that is a Boba Fett in there. So another lovely turn. Is that a foil Boba Fett? Oh, very nice. Might be hyperfoil.
I think that might have been some luck from the packs there, getting down that Boba hyperspace foil. It's always good as well when in your opening hand you're resourcing away and no good to be dead.
Exactly.
That shows how good and how confident Logan feels in this hand. Crafty Smuggler there is the turn 1 play.
Logan's curve is absolutely phenomenal right now. I mean, you're seeing he's got a turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. He's got 3 turns to draw something good, and he's got a Boba flip turn coming. I think, in my opinion, the only real loss in playing double cunning Boba is losing out on Energy Conversion Lab and losing out on Overwhelming Barrage. But if you can survive not having those, the deck is able to do some truly insane things.
Well, here we go. Game 3, round 3. Logan starting off with that Crafty Smuggler. And over to Adam's turn, who put what looked like, at first glance at the very least, a very intriguing card into resources. It looked like it was an Overwhelming Barrage that was resourced.
I think it was. I think that was a very interesting decision.
Yeah.
I am curious what Adam did that. In fairness, I don't think there are necessarily many better options in Adam's hand. Of course, unfortunately for Adam here, this smuggler is just going to take out that Stormtrooper for just a shield, which is so rough.
And that's the thing with Logan having the initiative as well into this second phase. Both players resourced up to 3, so we can easily just go here, play Boba, Smuggler in. Well, I suppose you'd want to go Smuggler first to make sure that you're getting rid of the Stormtrooper. There it is exactly. Gets rid of the Stormtrooper. No Voltron shenanigans there. And over to Adam.
Something I did just notice is I believe that is an organised play Stormtrooper.
Oh!
Very nice.
Wow, look at that.
Here we are going to see a lovely little Sentinel come down.
Yep.
And now we are going to be able to see Adam seize the initiative. And I think this may signify a bit of a shift, because if you did see correctly, that Sentinel's about to be a 5-5.
Yes, yeah, we've got the tie advance there in hand that Adam could potentially go down and start to contest space as well with 2 ground units. What have you got? Is that a disabling Fang Fighter? I think I said no, it's the 7th Fleet Defender, I beg your pardon. Sentinel in space, potentially a villainy unit. I think it might just be the TIE Fighter, a Cunning, as well as, I think that's the Cantina Bouncer right on the back of Logan's hand as well there. Adam's got options, but the primary option, like you rightfully said, Rashid, is going to be the TIE Advance.
Exactly. I mean, buffing this up to a 5-5. Whew, that's scary. Logan's in a really awkward situation because, I mean, Logan's going to come in here. Oh no! Logan's about to lose his Boba.
Oh. Yeah, Adam could potentially just swing in here to
That
the
has to be the
Boba
play.
Fett.
That has to be the play.
He's going to go to base.
I mean, to be fair, actually, that does make sense because either way, this Boba's dying.
Yeah. So that's 5 damage onto the base. Boba Fett will now swing in and they will trade. Yeah, with the Sentinel because of the 2-2 there. You see Adam motioning with the experience tokens. That 3, 4, 5. That would be enough to get rid of it. As the attack has been declared, I suppose there might be a little bit of conversation about the sequencing of the on-attack effect here.
Well, I don't think it matters
first.
because the experience tokens hang around. They don't disappear.
Right.
I think that's what Logan may have thought happened.
Yeah.
The experience tokens disappear, so the attack pack doesn't happen.
Yeah. So the situation's been resolved. The trade has indeed happened. Obviously, Logan gets the extra resource back as well. With the leader Boba effect, is going to be able, because of unit left play, and his reply is just going to try and continue to solidify space. Adam just completely sees the initiative and pass with no other actions to take. And so Logan solidifies board and passes over after a smuggler attack.
I think I think both players are actually in pretty decent situations right now. I think this I could see this going either way. You see 2 Cunnings in Logan's hand, which is obviously a very, very scary card to have to deal with. And we are on the deploy turns as well.
Yeah.
So I think there is some serious potential for shenanigans here. I believe the stats on that TIE Advanced. It's a
3-2.
It's a 3-2. Unfortunately, that is just going to get clapped by the 7th Fleet Defender.
Yeah.
No matter what Adam does, so I think Adam is probably just going to have to let it go.
Unless maybe he can play some experience onto it.
They need to put 2 experiences onto it to be able to salvage it. Here we are going to see a nice
Trooper.
whack for 4.
Yeah.
Just get the damage in. The card is going to get traded for very, very shortly.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Make sure that you can get
That's
as much value as you possibly can do in that situation. There is, as we all pointed out and we thought was going to happen, the 7th Fleet Defender will just trade away the shield, away from the TIE Advanced. Won't be able to use the leader effect because hasn't paid any resources yet. As
comes the brother.
Here's the 5th brother. Is it going to stay around this time?
No.
Different way of doing it this time. The Cantina Bouncer says, no, you're not coming into Mos Eisley, sir. As the return action is going to be deploy it. Grand Moff Tarkin. Uncontested swing to attack in on the base. Puts him up to 4.
I have to say, this is a little awkward for Logan because I don't see a way Logan's going to easily be able to seize the initiative here. We are going to see Moff trade here, buff up that Snowtrooper Lieutenant.
Yep.
Of course, Logan needs to deploy this turn, so we are going to be able to see an initiative getting seized from Adam here.
Yep.
Which will be interesting to see what Adam can top deck into. I don't think it's looking that useful going into the next turn.
So Boba Fett leader will swing in here. I believe there should be a couple of damage on the Grand Moff Tarkin after it swung into the crafty smuggler. So if we can potentially just get that checked out on the table. Wow. Is that 5th brother, lightsaber and choke?
Big hand.
Wow.
I think really unfortunately here. Well, you know what? I think the choke is just going to have to come out.
After being traded with smuggler.
I think this choke has to happen here because being able to deal with that leader is just so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go, Adam, putting the 2 damage onto the Grand Moff Tarkin. We're all back into relative and regular board state. as we are on the 6 resource phase.
Seeing 3 resources come down for the fifth brother.
Fifth brother, is it going to stay around? Is it
Feel
going
like
to
it's
stay
just a little
around?
greedy to want to play that force choke for 1, because here we are just going to see the
Here's
come
Cunning.
down.
What modes is he going to choose? He is going to exhaust the 2 units and bounce. Okay, so yeah, essentially exhaust the 1, but still, that fifth brother. I feel for Adam slightly here. I think that's the 4th or 5th attempt.
This fifth brother is never going to win. I think that was the 4th attempt, and there will be a 5th.
Is this going to be the 5th? No, it's just going to be
It's
the
going to
force
be a
choke.
force choke, has to happen.
Yeah.
Get rid of that leader, get it out.
Yeah.
Far too much advantage accruing for Logan here.
Yeah, he's going to get to
based
draw
off
a
that.
card
He has
as
to get to
well.
draw, yeah.
Flying jab of the
Doesn't
hat.
look like it's doing very much. We are just going to see lots and lots of damage coming into Adam here. I think Adam's probably just going to claim and just take all the hits. Most likely, I don't know that there's much Adam can do with that.
Yeah, I don't see a TIE fighter on board, so it's just going to be Adam claim initiative, and then Logan is going to start trying to put Adam in the hurt locker a little bit. There's 2 damage. There is another 3 damage, so that's up to 12 now. And with just over 10 minutes left on the clock in game number 3 as well, Logan at the moment looks like he's just slowly tiptoeing forward.
I do think Adam is probably massively regretting playing that fifth brother. A much better play would have been to force choke the Boba and then play out that TIE interceptor Adam's got in their hand and just deal with that 7th Fleet defender. Probably trades into that TIE fighter as well, completely clearing out space and not really materially affecting what Adam or Logan's able to do.
Yeah.
But just really putting himself in a much better situation there. I don't think it is disastrous, but I definitely think that fifth brother play has to hurt.
Yeah. So Adam's hand, as he goes into this phase, he's got to tank the fifth brother, which seems like it's just been stuck perennially in the hand. A TIE interceptor, that'll help get rid of some space pressure, seals away the 7th Fleet defender. And the Fallen Lightsaber was the last card as well. But Logan has plenty of options. Has a Cartel Spacer, which will rest down. Will it?
No.
Yeah, and there, Logan
Yes,
correcting
yeah,
himself there because it's a 5 cost for the purpose of the Cartel Spacers effect. Obviously, deploying at 5 would not be able to be an eligible target, but you still don't mind the Cartel Spacer, I don't think.
Of course, I think it's fine. But here, we actually see Adam have an opportunity to slap a lightsaber onto Tarkin. And that's going to mean that Cantina Bouncer is going to die. Yes.
And that's exactly what's going to
Tarkin
happen.
with a lightsaber, let's go!
Grand
This
Moff
is
Tarkin
huge.
becomes Grand Darth Tarkin
Whoa.
in game number
And
3.
we see
Here
that
comes
exhaust
another
has to
cunning.
come out.
Yeah.
To come out here.
That was forced. He had no choice whatsoever, and he's going to give the +4 as well.
I think it is just going to be a trade here.
a bouncer.
I think we've just got to see a claim from Adam here. I don't
Yeah.
know there's much
There's
else
no other,
to do.
no more resources, no more cards there to be able to play. Here is going to be the swing with the Cantina Bouncer. Is that going into the base? It is indeed.
That's an interesting decision.
So that's 7 damage into the base, puts them up to 19.
We'll have another 2 coming in from that TIE fighter.
Yep.
But that seems... three.
Snapshot reflexes. That's an interesting card that we do not see a lot in the early stages here. Just a simple 1 cost upgrade +1/+1, but when played, you may attack with the attached unit. So the ideal combination there is to exhaust, attack with a unit first, then slap the snapshot reflexes on and attack again.
I don't think you can attack with an exhausted unit.
Ah, okay.
I believe it does need to be the unexhausted unit, but I mean, just being able to buff and attack in the same action is extremely powerful. But here, I think Adam might be able to stabilize. 22 is a lot of damage, but Logan's running out of gas.
Yeah.
And this Tarkin is going to be able to clean out that Cantina Bouncer, sling an experience over into that defender, forcing a trade. So with any luck for Adam here, they're not going to be able to take too much damage. No, going to the base!
3, 4, 5, 6 damage that's going into base.
feels
2, 3, 4, no, 5 damage going into base.
Feels a little greedy. I'm not
No
gonna
good
lie.
to me dead. Plays straight into the trap and into the trick.
Another lightsaber.
But there's no units. There's no units that he can slide the lightsaber onto because the only other one is the vehicle tank.
Yeah, this is
comes
game.
down.
Massive misplay from Adam there, costing the
3
game
damage.
because that is lethal on board.
Yeah. So 5 at the moment on there. That'll go down. We've got 20. Should have 25 by our counts. They're getting the tokens all cleaned up there. With what 4 more resources left.
Adam sitting there realizing the misplay.
Play the 5th brother. It's likely to stick around, but I don't think it's going to really
That is
matter.
going to be game.
Because we have 3 damage onto the base from the TIE Fighter, boosted up by the snapshot reflexes. All Adam can do really is claim 2 more damage. Swings in. That should be 30. Unless we've counted it incorrectly. No, there's the handshake. There it is. All done and dusted. And Logan wins game 3 and wins round 3, improving to 3-0.
Absolutely.
With double cunning Boba Fett.
Fantastic. I think solid play from Logan there. Our heart goes out to Adam, but I think
Yeah.
Adam really threw at the end there by not counting up how much damage was on Logan's board and seeing, oh wait, I'm going to lose this turn if I don't deal with some of this.
And you know what also was really, really important there in terms of what we hinted at and we pointed out in the very, very before a card had even been played down. Resource overwhelming barrage. That is
That
such
overwhelming barrage.
Yeah.
With that lightsaber on Tarkin, 7 damage
Wow.
spread out across the whole board. He's going to deal with space. Huge loss there for Adam. I think just a mistake in sequencing, a mistake in prioritizing.
Yeah.
Which is really unfortunate to see because I think Adam showed that Tarkin is a deck with some serious potential. I think we are going to be potentially having a player interview.
Yeah, we'll try and see if we can get an interview with Logan, your winner for round 3. We've got the thumbs up, so it looks like we'll be able to have a little bit of a chat with Logan and get his thoughts on that game and on the event as a whole. But a really great first 3 rounds of showing so far
Absolutely.
of Star Wars Unlimited. It's really kind of shown the mentality and the mindset that you need to have to really get ahead in this game, because these have been close games. There's not been, barring 1 or 2 sort of games within the sets, there have been blowouts. There have been really, really difficult and closely fought encounters, and it's just that one little split-second decision that's changed the course of the game.
And I think that's one of the things I like so much about this game. I'm sure going back and watching their games, it's going to be really obvious to all these players, oh, that is when I won, or
Yeah.
oh, that is when I lost. And they're going to be able to attribute that to something they did really well, or something their opponent did, and either way they're going to be able to learn from it.
Absolutely.
I do think we are going to be getting...
We've got Logan for an interview as well. So Logan, come on over. We'll try and make yourself a little space.
let's switch over. Do you want to take a seat?
Yeah, there you go.
We'll squeeze. Oh, well, just do that. I'll take a knee. Congratulations, 3-0. Well done. Cunning Boba. Why Cunning Boba?
Just favourite character, I had to think of the theme and then yellow. And then I could run the interesting cards like cunning and banter.
And what made you want to start playing Star Wars Unlimited? Was it just because you really like Star Wars, or have you been playing card games before that?
I've been playing card games for a while with my dad and my brothers, but I've been enjoying Star Wars films and that's been good.
That's really, really good. So Boba's your favourite character. Is Boba your favourite leader? Are there any other leaders you've been playing that you've been really enjoying?
I like the theme of the Grand Inquisitor, but overall Boba's my favourite.
Do you have any thoughts about that game insofar as how you were able to win it? Do you think there was anything you did in particular that you were really happy with in that game?
Yeah, I felt that the board got really big, but I'd still be able to control it. That was probably my favourite bit.
Really, really nice. Congratulations, mate. Well done. 3-0. Hope we'll see you on the top tables, potentially on the feature match at the end of the day. I don't know if Ben's got any further questions.
Just congratulations. Absolutely, was really, really brilliantly played. What's the hope now for the rest of the event? Did you expect to get off to this
Not
good a
really,
start?
no. I'm just going to try and win as much games as possible now.
Absolutely. Well, you've gotten off to a fantastic start, Logan. 3-0. Congratulations. We'll let you go. And
Thank you.
enjoy your time celebrating with your family as well.
Not sure why I was sat on a knee there, but I kind of just did it.
It's good, it works. But there you see the passion that these players have for the game, the ability that these players have for the game, and a fantastic round 3 showing there. Congratulations once again to Logan, advancing to 3-0 with Boba Fett. We're going to take a break, but an extended break for this time. It's going to be a little bit of an opportunity to grab ourselves and yourselves some lunch as well. But don't go too far though, because we'll be right back with the second half of Star Wars Unlimited launch event from Twickenham Stadium after this lunch break.
In prison, no.
Back for me and 3 months. Back a case. Plain bathroom.
Clean
Can
bathroom.
you imagine that 360 view camera? How funny that would be.
Don't make it a video, make it just a bunch of YouTube shorts.
Yes. This is all of us like ripping like 16 pounds. We get turbulence and suddenly comments are spilling out of us.
You're on the plane, snap cut to you going to the bathroom, snap cut to you snap cut to you exiting the bathroom. It's like just fill it with like odd smash cuts.
Yes. Oh god.
Like
That's dream content.
open a pack of pen, just random smash cut and then flick the shot, and then back to the back. So good.
We've got a Luke at 3 now.
We got a Luke. Nice.
Palpatine.
We got a 3-0 pal.
We've got a 3 Pal.
Okay, let's keep an eye on both of those.
I'm keeping an eye on all of them.
Actually, to see them.
So we've
What,
got the pairing.
Palp.
We can also see the So we're just checking
you have
all
to
the
go,
info.
you have to go into them.
It's a bit of a faff. Spoken. Oh, that's
Yellow.
How yellow?
What the hell?
Main deck 3 Devastator.
Main deck. Bro really wants
Double
to
trade.
Okay, so we got to put this Palp on stream next game.
Yep.
I'm hyped for Grand Inquisitor, but there's even less Palpatine players. I think. Was Grand
Yeah, 5.
Right down the bottom, isn't it?
Oh, Inquisitor's
Grand
not.
Inquisitor's.
Oh, Inquisitor's a completely random deck.
This is in the other, isn't it?
Well, they might get paired together. Huh? What? So are we?
So they can hear us.
Are we live?
Right.
Oh, no, 15.
Thanks for letting us know.
Show the 1x IG cowards. Tell the people there's one IG.
Let me speak.
It's like other, like, you should be, instead of other messages, it should be like IG.
Just one IG. What is the IG idiot score?
It was Demario. So.
Oh, that.
03. 1, 2. 03.
Poor guy. He did bring the showcase though. Gotta respect that.
He did bring a showcase.
I feel like if you go 0-7, you can go more proud.
I need to enforce some kind of like rule that if you pull a showcase, you have to teleport. It's a bit hard with 2 people, I guess, but you know, it's like we've given away enough packs. Someone's got to pull a showcase. There's got to be a couple of showcases more than those packs.
Maybe 1,000.
There should be a bunch. Like a crowd. I'm going to go over and check things guys see because they'll find out.
Yeah, I do want to pick up some stuff. I want to trade up stuff as well and get like hyperspace versions.
Yeah. So they probably won't be very excited. I've got some,
Oh, yeah.
I've got some cards. I'll just try and do it well. Can we go get them?
Just a binder with like 35 pages.
That's aircon. Every time I pull a good card, it's like, really more cards. Yeah. I'm a bother.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to Twickenham Stadium, the home of English rugby typically, but today is the home of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event tournament. My name is Ben, and I'm joined once again back from lunch by Christian. Christian, how are you doing?
Oh, I am so excited. I'm full. I'm happy. I was getting very, very hungry at the end there.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for the far superior event that is taking place here. I'm not biased under any sense of the imagination.
Yeah.
We have got a truly exciting matchup for
Yeah.
you. We've been scouring the top tables to find the best match, and I've got to say, I think we may have found it.
Absolutely. So to give you a couple of perspective, obviously, towards the top of the tables, we're seeing a lot of Boba Fett, a few Sabines as well. There's a couple of Darth Vaders that have snuck in as well. Aiden's still going strong. But there are some really unique 3-0 decks at the moment going into round 4. We've got a Grand Inquisitor deck at 3-0. We've got a Luke Skywalker deck at 3-0. But for round 4, for your feature match, we have Palpatine against Grand Admiral Thrawn. Wow.
These are my favourite two leaders in the game. Vader is very close up there, but it is Thrawn and Palpatine. I just love the flavour. I love the way they work. Thrawn is a card gamer's leader. You know, the way of like manipulating your opponent and like doing all that sort of stuff. Palpatine just making the biggest stuff, stealing your opponent's like cards. It's just so exciting. But I believe we are almost ready, so I'm just going to keep gushing about how much I love these leaders. Yeah, Palpatine I think is super interesting because it already has that green aspect in it. You actually tend to see it spreading out into non-green areas, so you don't get the standard energy conversion lab package. So in this particular instance, we're looking at a yellow splash.
Yeah, this was something that when we were scouring through the players and the unique list just before the start of the lunch break to try and find these really unique matchups before we get to sort of round 6, 7, and 8 where we expect to see the Sabines, the Bobas, the Vaders and things like that. That was the biggest thing that took you by surprise. Not even the fact that Palpatine have made it into 3-0, because a lot of these kind of rogue decks in card game tournaments can do well early on. But it's the variant and the style of this Palpatine deck that was what really took you by surprise. As we have got confirmation, the players are ready and have set up here on the feature match area. It is green, yellow Palpatine against yellow, blue Thrawn. But touch on the colour combinations. Obviously, we were hinting at that just before we cut to the main feature match. Cunning with Palpatine?
I think it's really interesting because it's not the default I think people go for. I think a lot of people, when they were looking at Palpatine, they were thinking red felt like a very natural fit. A lot of very powerful villain units in red, a lot of force cards in red, I think is the big one.
Yeah.
And you would have thought when your leader is a force-based unit, you get access to all these force-based characters. Of course, you have Darth Vader from green that you're getting anyway.
Yep.
You might expect to be gravitating towards red. Blue, a control color, right? Green, the Palpatine is a late game deck. You're trying to get all the way out there late into the game. So a control-based color would supplement that strategy very well. Instead here, we see yellow. To be perfectly honest with you, my analysis skills have failed me. I don't know what is going to happen in this matchup, and I just want to watch. I am as excited as any of you to see exactly how this goes. Of course, the game already underway. We saw a Yularen and we saw a
Bib Fortuna. Yep.
coming in there. The Bib is going to crash into that Yularen to just deal a little bit of damage on there. Yularen's a very, very powerful card, especially against these aggro matchups. Not that Thrawn is an aggro matchup, but it is just a very good card for that reason. Oh, that is so nice.
Here is a fantastic thematic card that I've loved seeing when I was doing my research and preparation ahead of this event. The Emperor's Royal Guard. While you control Emperor Palpatine as a unit, it gets a boost, and Sentinel up there as well, as the Death Trooper comes and crashes in to get rid of the Colonel Yularen. So no more healing right now at the very least for Simon, who is piloting our Palpatine deck on your right hand side of your screens. Toby is the Thrawn player. And I wonder when we're going to start seeing the Thrawn effect as well for the leader side, of course, being able to have a look at the top card of both players' decks. So thematic As now we are going to get to see it here. Toby going to have a little look.
He's even showing it to the camera.
Oh, what a
pro.
gentleman! What an absolute gentleman! As we saw, I think the make an opening was the card from Toby's side. I couldn't quite catch what Simon had. It looked like it was an event of some description.
So one thing I have to say, I think something that was very, very strong play from Toby was recognising that Empress Royal Guard was a 3-5 with Sentinel. Unless he dealt with that Yularen. Yularen, of course, granting the Royal Guard that Sentinel really was going to slow down his game plan. So putting out that Death Trooper, knowing that was something that he had to be aware of, saving the Death Trooper for that instead of just slamming it immediately, waiting to see if that was the best use, was a really, really solid play there. See a Boba Fett coming down from Thrawn, one of the strongest cards in the game. Just trading, giving Simon the ramp there. Yeah. Simon, of course, over the moon to already be on 5 resources. Only 3 turns until he is on that major flip turn. Thrawn, a relatively slow deck, deploying at 6. So there's going to be a 1-turn difference there at the moment. But of course, if we do see another ramp card coming out from Simon, that could mean a simultaneous deploy going on to the next turn.
Yeah, we've just seen. I held my breath baited for a second as Simon drew his top end unit, the Devastator, but put it straight into the resource. Understandable at this still early sort of resource building portion of the game, but when you've got a resource card capability like that, he's got resupply in hand as well for some further ramp. And I think, is that a change of heart at the front? No, it's a waylay.
No. That waylay is absolutely huge. Of course, Thrawn typically would be very happy to see a game, say, slowing down. Of course, we saw on the top of Toby's deck there a Super Laser Blast, a card absolutely Toby wants to be seeing. But in this particular matchup, Toby finds himself in a very awkward position where actually the longer the game goes, Simon is going to be stealing units. Right now, that Bossk is something that could get stolen by the Palpatine. We see that second ramp card. These leaders are going to be deploying on the same turn, and I think this is going to be absolutely insane.
It's such an interesting clash of styles here as Simon just ramping up with Palpatine. Thrawn, obviously, typical Grand Admiral Thrawn, wants to be cold, calculating, be always 2 steps ahead of his opponents. As we see that first step, it's a Darth Vader.
It's the 8 resource turn. And things are about to get very, very difficult, I think. Here, I think absolutely, yeah, he's got to send that 3 damage in, 4 damage in before
start applying some
just
pressure.
Starts getting. Well, the main thing is Palpatine will just deploy and steal it.
Yeah. That's very true.
He's
As here comes
anyway.
Simon deploying Emperor
Take
Palpatine. That Bossk looks very, very nice. I'll pay him just a few extra credits and he'll come onto my side. Thrawn deploy. It's all happening.
Of course, knowing full well that there is an 8 cost on the top of his deck, he knows he can actually tap down this Palpatine.
Wow. So obviously, with the first time seeing Grand Admiral Thrawn, it's leader flip side as well as still carrying through that ability on its unit side. At the action phase starts, look at the top card of each player's deck, what we've been seeing throughout the early stages of this game. And on attack, you may reveal the top card of any player's deck, exhaust the unit that costs the same as or less than the revealed card.
So I can see here Simon may regret that decision not to attack with Palpatine first, because Toby is going to be able to exhaust it. Palpatine, a massive body, very difficult to deal with, but in this situation, actually, he's not going to be able to do much on that first turn play. And I have to say, the speed with which we are seeing this Palpatine come out here, really, really fast.
Yeah, this is gold dust, I think, as we call it, in terms of the opening draw. Getting those really strong early ramp options in, Super Laser Technician, resupply as well, trading in happily with the big Fortuna that Toby had on his side of the board. Here comes a 5.
Vanquish.
And a Vanquish will get rid of any restore shenanigans that Simon wanted to get up to with the Consortium Star Viper, noting that he has 5 resources up available. Still the opportunity. Speaking of overwhelming barrage, that's going to be 4, 5, 6 damage early on. Already 7, 8. On with Grand Admiral Thrawn.
At this point, he has to do it. And of course, I think Toby is going to reveal
because
the
he's
top card of
swinging
his
in,
deck.
yeah. I think he's swinging in here onto base. He's going to reveal the top card of his deck. It was a Lieutenant Childson.
Oh, I thought it was the... Oh, that must have been last turn. Sorry, that was last turn.
Potentially, yeah. So here
As you
comes...
can see, I'm not cut out to be a Thrawn player.
Here comes a big 6 power swing with the boosted of that overwhelming barrage. That goes in to the base. 30 health bases as well to put that into a little bit of suspense or perspective as well as the phase passes over and forwards.
Simon, I think, is choosing not to resource here. I think he probably needs to. He knows his top end is Devastator.
Yeah.
And he is on his way to it.
I think until you see that, though, maybe there's not too much of a rush for it because you can make that up with things like Reaper Supply and Super Laser Tech.
I think
so
you can hold at 9.
potentially,
You can hold at 9. I think that's because then you can just keep drawing until you actually see it for that turn. You know that's all it's going to be. I think that's what
Here
a
comes
lot
the
of
Top Cat's an overwhelming barrage,
that's
and
important
Toby's
information.
is a Inferno 4.
Not as good.
No, absolutely not. So first action is going to go to Thrawn. It's going to be the Death Trooper
Very nice.
that will
Lovely.
take out the stolen boss.
Lovely organised play art there. Very nice.
So now, what does Simon do? 2 cards in hand, the Vader that he drew from this turn, and I think is that a no good to
He's
be
gotta play
dead.
the Vader.
Plays the Vader.
I mean, here he's looking for, looking through his list. He is probably going to want
Guard.
well, he's going to want the guard. I think he's already been through 2 of them, which may be a little challenging.
Potentially. I know he's definitely been through one early game. We'll see. There's Barrage, Bib Fortuna, Boba, Barrage again.
Road Droid, I think he'd be fine with.
Boba's
Boba,
alright.
of course, is
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Boba's
Super
fine.
strong. I think Thrawn here just accepting it's done.
Yeah.
We slam that Vader right into the Thrawn. Thrawn only with like a 3 attack on the leader. Not very much.
No, that's really, really well contested and dealt with. And it's been a theme throughout the day. If you can get rid and take care of that deployed leader relatively early in the turn that it's played, is the best case scenario, but if you can deal with it the phase after, then that's still pretty good value denial as Palpatine swings into base, 10 damage to 7, and the phase is passed over. Simon still on, what is that, 9 resources? 8 or 9? 9.
So I think here Simon's just going to choose to keep holding until he draws that Devastator, which I mean is such a powerful card. There's almost no out for that card. You're either looking at stacking up a load of experience tokens on something and trading, or probably the best way would be a Super Laser Blast or a Power of the Dark Side on an empty board. But I mean, there we go. We see the Super Laser Blast.
Yep.
Has to be the play.
Reset
Just
Lord.
completely clean it up. We see now things are going to be interesting because both players are running fairly low on resources. Of course, Simon here is not going to have the initiative. We're going to see Toby just take that.
All events in hand.
It's all no, but there's an Avenger.
Claim
And the Avenger is huge. I think letting Simon claim there. Oh, there's the Devastator.
Oh, and we're at 9, so we can get rid of one of these events that we're not looking potentially to use in hand.
So I think here, Simon
God.
has to pass. I think he has to say, you do something first, because otherwise he is not going to be getting that value out of that Devastator.
Well, he's not on 10. Not resourced. Is he? 5? No, he
He
has.
has,
Yeah. Just the glare on the back of one of the sleeves, a little deceiving there. Here comes Lieutenant
Now
Chilson.
he knows that Avenger's there, and if we can just double check Avenger, as I recall, this is one of the outs. When played, your opponent chooses a non-leader unit they control to defeat that unit. You cannot play Devastator knowing that there is an Avenger round the corner. You are going to get cooked, frankly, if you do that. So
And that's why he's holding on. Just going to waylay.
you can see a waylay, really rough for
And
he's
just
just going to
play
play
it
it
back
again.
down, yeah.
He's going to do the same thing. We're going to see a claim coming out here.
What, 7 resources left on board as well. A claim and a pass is completely fine. So draw 2. What do we find? A guard is one of
Change
them.
of heart is nice.
Ooh. Again, that could be the pass maneuver there as well. If he just wants to hold off, not signal that he's got that Avenger in hand. If he wants Toby to play into his clutches, put down that Avenger and go, you know what, it's mine now.
Well, I don't think the change of heart can take the. Although it can take anything, can't it?
Take control of a non-leader unit at the start of the regroup phase. Its owner retakes control, so it's not a leader unit.
I mean, that is absolutely terrifying. I think here, that is the kind of situation where I think if Simon can push a little bit more damage, then that is the exact situation where that Avenger is going to actually lose Toby the Emperor.
Yeah. So, Emperor's Royal Guard played down as the Sentinel. He's going to choose not to
Pack it up,
Yeah,
put
yeah.
it away in the bin immediately.
There is the Syndicate lackeys that will come and ambush in, get rid of the Sentinel. Still has that Avenger in hand to play around. And Simon, what has he got in his hand? It looks like, I think it's a no good to me dead, which he's going to use to just prevent some more of the damage to coming through on the Lieutenant Chilton. And what else? Obviously, the Change of Heart, I think a Super Laser Tech. And one more event, I think, is what is in Simon's hand right now.
Another pass. Oh,
Ooh.
those are some very, very lovely draws
Boba and
from
Vader.
Simon. It's going to give him a lot more utility into that Avenger. Ow, that Avenger's not looking quite so tasty play.
Yeah, I think that was Greedo on top of Simon's deck. And a Bib Fortuna, so
Not good
lower
draws
end
from either
threats.
side. Though to be fair, in this situation, the more cheap units you can flood the board with, the happier Simon's going to be. Remember, Simon can always just trade that in to ping and draw off of the Palpatine effect.
So 5 damage going in to the base. That puts them up to 12. He is the Darth Vader. That's going to be able to search the top 10 cards of Simon's deck and grab a combination of 3 costs up to 3. So 2 and a 1, a 3 and a 0, or a 1/1/1.
I saw Yularen.
Yeah.
I think the play here might be to grab Greedo Yularen rather than Super Laser Technician. Oh no, Greedo. I think Greedo is green and black, right? No, it's just, sorry,
not villainy.
just yellow. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So he is gonna go ahead and play
Just
out the
take
Bib
Bib.
Fortuna. It's still solid. He's going to be able to cheat out events at a cheaper cost, of
Yeah.
course. Not this turn.
And he's shielded as well, which
And he's shielded.
might just play a little bit of something into this. As there's some damage on the Vader, I believe he swung into the lackeys. That's what
Yes.
I'm going to add up. 2 and 2 makes. Just get confirmation on what's happened on
Power of
the
the
board
dark
state
side.
there. Here's Power of the Dark Side, so that's going to make a very difficult decision.
So he's not going to be able to deploy the Avenger this turn.
No, sacrifice the Bib. I think that's correct.
100%.
So action
I think,
back
is that
over.
another Power of the Dark Side in his hand?
Oh, if it is, this is so cruel. If this is a second Power of the Dark Side, Avenger, Super Laser, Power of the Dark Side is in there.
Coming out with a Boba here is just off. Because I think at this point, you'd be happy to just let the Vader go.
Potentially, with 5 damage already
Claims
onto
initiative.
it. Wow. And then passing. Ooh. Draws into Bib Fortuna and Dooku for Toby, a traitorous.
Who's nice here.
Dooku's nice. Traitorous is interesting as well. Not necessarily on this board state, because it's got to be a 3 cost or less that you take control of with that upgrade. But potentially, if Toby does want to go on the mindset of, let me play some of these cheaper cost units out, try and flood the board and start overwhelming and pressing the advantage, Simon can just buy himself a little bit more time.
Absolutely. This is a really, really interesting game. Feels very back and forth, trying to play around exactly what answers they both know the other player has. Of course, this format is played with open deck lists, so both players know the top end they need to be expecting. Here we do see the Duke come down. It's going to deal with that
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Yep.
I think the Boba here probably just has to trade in, or alternatively, well, I don't think you can Devastator here. Actually, maybe you can. I think you can, because the Avenger is just going to let you suck off the Boba.
Yeah, or the Power of the Dark Side as well, if he wants to think about any removal with only, 5 resources left over.
Yeah.
So the door could slightly be open. He's going to Asteroid Sanctuary
Yes.
first. I like that. Resting the leader Thrawn as well.
Knowing that he has a Vader coming up is huge. That is an amazing top deck. I think that's got to make Toby very, very sad. And here we just see a claim.
Yeah.
No need to overextend here. Nothing that Toby's going to do is really that threatening, and you know you've got a Vader coming.
Yeah. Death Trooper and Lieutenant Chilton was drawn off the top decks for Toby. The Death Trooper was the one that was resourced. I think Simon's just deciding, gets rid of the Traitorous, realises that's probably not going to be as useful now in this state, but he's got Bosk Vader in hand. I think he's got a removal trick as well that's lying around there, potentially a Waylate. Still has a change of heart, actually, on that kind of mindset and that kind of train of thought. Simon has first action.
I think this is a really tough decision on what you actually want to do here. Obviously, you could just trade the Boba in, get that immediate value, shield token, full Syndicate Lackey. You do get a bit punished by Power of the Dark Side, and you have to be aware here, as Simon, that that Avenger is sitting there, you know it's in his hand, it's probably not gone anywhere. But equally, you also know that you've just got a Vader coming out. Could see a Palpatine play here.
Potentially. I mean, we've not really seen any of it so far. We are going to just denoting
having action.
Denoting that Leader Palpatine's already been deployed. So it's not necessarily the situation where you want to use the leader ability of that side, pay one and pop a friendly unit, deal 1 damage to an enemy unit, and draw one. You've only got one.
I'm going to see the shield trade there.
Yep. So that gets rid of the Syndicate Lackeys for now. We could just be playing straight into the hands of a Power of the Dark Side. No, we're going to Chilton first. And there is the reveal of the
whole hand.
Entire
His whole
hand.
Full knowledge now for Simon of what he needs to be aware of. Of course, Chilton now is a 6/6.
And now Simon just double checking and making sure that he's counting absolutely everything
9
up. Super Laser
resources.
Blast, the Shuttle, the Avenger, and that Power of the Dark Side as well, which is such an interesting thing as well, especially with information in the TRM and in the comprehensive rules. Note-taking is allowed in Star Wars Unlimited, so both these players will certainly be able to, making sure they take their physical notes as well as their mental ones essentially as well.
Absolutely. I think this is putting Toby in a really sticky situation here. Might be forcing that Super Laser Blast just to clean up this board, because Vader is going to pull out something good here. Probe Droid. I wonder what could be in Toby's hand.
I think that's the
Both
best.
players laughing about it.
I think that's the best probe droid that we're going to see in the entire day, as some damage gets dealt. Or it might have just been just some cleanup there. And just
Vader down to 1.
Yeah.
I think Toby's got to seriously be considering. No, so he has decided he's probably just going to hold that. I'm not sure what Simon can really do here.
No.
Look at his hands.
Still has the change of heart. Still has a no good to be dead as well. None of these. That card doesn't really help in this
The
situation.
no good to be dead, actually, really nice into that Dooku.
Yeah, actually,
because he can just then throw the Boba Fett in there. I think there's a bit of a tough decision here.
Yeah.
Obviously, Toby knows exactly. Simon knows exactly what Toby's got. At this point, again, Toby is going to be holding that Avenger. He's going to be holding that Super Laser Blast.
There is the no good to be
There
dead.
is the no good to be dead.
Yeah.
I think there might actually be a pass and a claim here.
Well, let's see. With plenty of resources.
Oh, yeah, to be fair, you
open,
play the cargo.
he's-
Yeah.
he plays the cargo. So that's going to be able to come down shielded as well when played. You've got another unit. You can heal 4 damage from base. So that gets back down to 6 against 12. At least by our count at the moment. Yeah, it should be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There goes the power.
Dark Side.
That will get rid of the probe droid, and then a claim and pass. This has been a really, really big, difficult back and forth game, which is, I suppose, what you expect when you look at these matchups on the face of it. Palpatine and Thrawn both control use every single one of my resources, including my own units, to my advantage. We expected this one was going to go quite some time. We were already over 20 minutes off the game clock in this round 4, game 1.
Yeah, I do think here the change of heart might be quite nice. Stealing that Sentinel, forcing a really, rough decision from Toby to basically either not attack, because obviously if Toby doesn't attack, he's going to trade that right into the Dooku.
Yep. So here comes an Asteroid Sanctuary.
Oh, very nice. Putting a shield on Boba again.
Yep. That's really, really helpful, and we'll see the top card of the deck. We'll rest down.
Oh, that is so
the Boba
tough.
Fett. That's unfortunate.
I think here we got to see the backup plan. And Bosk here is a very solid backup plan, in fairness.
Yeah.
We are seeing,
Take
I
out
think,
the
the Bosk
Chilton.
come down, and that is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade by the looks of it.
debating on what he actually wants to ambush
Where's the
into with
Sentinel?
Chilton.
Yeah.
So that one's going to go. Still leaves that shielded Cargo Juggernaut out there as well, who will attack in for 4 at base. 16 damage now on Simon's simple 30 health base. And Cloud City, Capital City, still at the moment on 6.
A very decent argument. I think that is a Waylay.
Fine.
No, he's going to claim, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this matchup is getting really, really hard for Simon here. I think, he's not in an awful situation, but
Passes. I was
just finding the right outs here.
I was wondering about whether that was the time to avenge him. Potentially. I mean, it's a very, very difficult fine line because obviously there's still the outs and the options that Simon has in his hand. He's just waiting and waiting and waiting, like we've been saying throughout the entire game 1. But was that an opportunity? I suppose without the initiative, it's getting changed and crowded straight away. So probably the right decision to just hold it off on your big 8-8 spaceship. So Simon with the initiative.
Now the boss coming out here. The boss is going to take out the Dooku.
That's good. That will certainly help
Very,
continue
very nice.
this one
Really
for one
even
round.
board state now. And obviously, ahead in life is Toby, but not that much.
Yeah, the 10 swing, well, change that now, scratch that to 14 after the Juggernaut swings in, so that puts him up to 20. But where does Simon go from
Just
here?
going to play out the
Greedo.
Greedo, just giving him a body. That's the big thing here, because now you probably do feel confident enough as Simon to start seriously considering playing out that. That is really unfortunate.
Yeah.
To start seriously considering playing out the that Devastator. Here we're going to see a
see the
Greedo
Palpatine.
get sacked.
Palpatine effect used, so that will ping the shield off of the Juggernaut, sacrifice the Greedo, and it finds the Restore ship, the Consortium Star Viper.
Should be drawing here from the Palpatine effect. I think Toby's probably reminding him now.
Yeah, there's a little conversation going on the table at the moment about the...
Which order it is. I think at the Greedo... I think turn player probably gets to choose. They're probably
okay.
doing that
Oh,
now.
I see where we are now. Yeah, so he's tried to Greedo, for those at home that try to follow along with us as well. Greedo effect, when defeated, is looking at the top card of the deck. If it's an event, deal an extra 2 damage residually to the base. But obviously the Palpatine effect is what's being used in order to get rid of that Greedo. So just deciding here about what order that goes in. The situation has been resolved. We're back with live action, and the action is just a second Cargo Juggernaut. How about that? And how about healing a little bit more as well?
Little bit tough. Cargo Juggernaut obviously not a unique unit.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just looking a little bit tough. We're going to see the Yularen come out here to do a little bit of healing.
Yeah.
Puts him potentially
to 19.
Obviously, we notice the Toby with just nothing top end.
Yeah, which is really frustrating, and he's going to claim initiative. And Simon, you see there a little nod of their heads going, okay, I can probably see what's coming the next turn. Pass finally goes, and second Avenger, and a Probe Droid decides to resource the Probe Droid there for the Thrawn side. This has been a really, I've really been having a slight kind of eye on Grand Admiral Thrawn decks and how they play, how they work. Maybe slightly because in my pre-release packs I called the Hyperspace Grand Admiral Thrawn, so I was like, well, I've got to kind of build this deck. But it's such a unique, like you said, it's a card game player's deck.
100%. And I think, this is getting very scary now, I think, for Simon. He's probably not enjoying how close he is to lethal at this point.
Yeah, just 7 away.
It's a really tough spot to be in, because at this point that Devastator he's been holding on to the whole game might not be enough. That being said, I do think a change of heart here might be the right play.
Yeah, into the shielded Cargo Juggernaut and resting 6.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be.
There it is.
Forces his hand.
He's going to be able to remove the shield, sack off the Cargo Juggernaut with the Palpatine effect, and then kill it with the Boba.
Wow.
Or the Yularen. So no matter what,
Yeah.
there's no counterplay to that here for the Thrawn player, no matter what he sees off that top deck.
pulled the Super Laser Blast to the front of his hand here, has Toby, or it's the Vanquish actually as well. Is there just a world where we just start it all again, just blow up the entire board? But really having to think here at the moment. We're still in Game 1 here, if you're just joining us, in the Star Wars Unlimited launch event live from Twickenham Stadium. And Toby, the Grand Admiral Thrawn player, both these players on 3-0, as we're going to get
You see that Vanquish on the Boba.
Yep. So now over with Simon, has No Good To Be Dead, Waylay, and I think Super Laser.
I think what has to happen here is Simon has to throw that Yularen into the cargo now, or he's going to. I think.
Get a Juggernaut.
I think he's going to get rested. I think that Yularen's going to get rested, and it's going to feel really, really bad.
Let's see what Toby's got in
Oh.
hand. Up, 7. Dooku. It's Count Dooku.
Yeah. Oh, that is better. That is better than just
Yeah.
tapping it. Yeah.
Gets that shield token underneath it as well. There's another massive offensive threat. Here comes the effect from Palpatine. Will get rid of Toby's own cargo Juggernaut, potentially to ping the shield.
Yep.
Yep.
Ping the shield off here, and you get to draw. Simon, you get to draw.
He does that. There
Oh,
it is.
very.
It's a
I mean,
Greedo.
listen, a Greedo, not bad.
Yep.
Having these cheap units is just going to help. Not let Toby play that Avenger.
So it looked like it
See
was
a
a
claim,
claim.
so we're getting a Greedo.
Greedo. And with
Oh, we're
two-
going to see a Waylay.
3 resources open. No,
No,
we're just
no.
going to see a pass into another Yularen and a Super Laser Technician. And didn't quite see what the top of the deck was for Toby there, as he readies up
does
every single
resource.
one of his resources. Simon resource.
Simon does resource. He's going to 12.
Okay.
And there's a clear plan for that because he wants to play out a 2-drop, or I believe you need to pay 1 for the Palpatine ability.
Yes.
So there's potential there for him wanting to use that 1 on something and then 1 on something else. They had another Greedo or something. I wasn't sure if he had one in his hand there, because that Greedo could potentially be really, really valuable. But here we go. Devastator coming
Yep.
down.
Goes into the space arena, but
Gonna
gets
just-
rid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Completely nuke that
Dooku.
And here we are going to see the probably the
Power of the dark
dark
side.
Here it's got to be Greedo.
Yep.
And hoping if he doesn't start to
Fine
there
Super
was
Laser.
a real argument there not to discard because that deck size is getting awfully thin.
Yeah.
Here, Simon has to play out that Yularen
Yep, he'll one.
perfectly done because now he is not going to lose to that Avenger, immediately losing his Devastator. Here we
Super
see a Super Laser
Laser.
Blast packing up the board,
Yep.
and we're going to see a claim here, I imagine, from Simon. Board is reset once again.
You don't mind that, especially when you're staring down a 10-10 Sentinel in the space arena, and that clears the way as well for just a simple little Inferno 4. But you don't mind that, finds Inferno 4, and I think it was a boss. Bottom deck the Inferno 4, smartly there from Toby, as he draws into boss, and I think that was a takedown. So 2-26 in the life totals at the moment on base. Still in game 1, just under 25 minutes left to play in round 4. And it's going to be Simon that will have first action in this phase. First, we're going to have a little look.
Oh, it's a Devastator.
That was a Devastator.
It's a Devastator.
And that was a takedown on the top for Toby as well. So potentially anything that gets played down here is going to get rested. We'll start off just with a
I think
Super
Toby,
Laser.
Simon's just going to start running out his whole hand. I think he realises he's very much on the clock here and he can't afford to keep playing around with all these cards. He's got a change of heart. He knows he can steal something at least. Here's just rough. We see a pass here.
Overwhelming. We'll take care of the Inferno 4. So that buys an extra little bit of time on the clock. And we're going to see a scry here because it's when played and when defeated on Inferno 4's ability text, both going to the bottom. I can't believe that there's double Avenger in hand here for Toby
I mean,
as well.
it is just so rough. And then you see
Wow.
he's going to get another
There's a
resource.
Vanquish.
I think that's putting up to 14, not quite being able to Devastator and Change of Heart in the
Yeah.
same turn. one resource. He's so close to being there.
And Simon knows it's coming as well. Well, Toby knows it's coming at the very
Exactly,
least.
exactly.
He's at the top of the deck.
Simon's going to be over the moon to see that card, but also he's going to be sitting there going, damn, this is a really, really tough situation to be in. That Bosk is kind of ruining his day. He's going to force probably playing that Devastator out first, just so you can deal with the Bosk. Otherwise, you are dead on board, of course. It's just a really rough situation for our Lord and Saviour Palpatine.
But it's a massive swing in the game. Potentially, we're finally starting to see the end of Game 1 as well in Round 4. It's been going so long, but it's been an intense and immense back and forth. Overwhelming barrage on the top.
Well, so Simon having actually the You're No Good to Me dead in hand could actually let him
Rest
buy
the boss,
that time, rest the boss, force Toby to actually make the play.
Because he's got first action as well.
Because
He's got the
that
initiative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This game's really just highlighted how important having the initiative is, and how important that sequencing is. Here we see coming out there.
There's the no good.
This must be one of the most ridiculous games either of these two have
Bib
played.
Fortuna
We see a
comes
Bib
down.
coming down. It doesn't really mean much. It's just a body on the board. We are going to see that shield coming out there. I think Simon can easily run out that Consortium Star Viper here, just giving him another body on the board, and you know that Devastator is coming. He's going to pass. This might be a claim.
We'll have to see what is going to be in the mentality here for Simon, just counting up his resources, trying to figure out what exactly is left here. There's a Bosk on board that is the one that was rested from the No Good to Me dead. Bib Fortuna's got a shield on it, and a Consortium Star Viper. If Simon can keep hold of that initiative, there's the Avenger that comes down onto the board. That gets rid of the Starfighter, so there's going to be no restore on the next turn.
This is when the Devastator has to come down.
Yeah. 9 resources there available. I don't think he's got enough.
No, it's 10. It's
Has
10.
he got 10?
It's 10. There's 2 cards there. You've got it. He's got to slam it.
All to play for. He's
He's scooped it up.
He's scooped.
I guess because he can only target one thing, he knows he can't deal with. He can't deal with the Bib. He can't deal with the Bosk at the same time. It's so tough there. Really, really hard situation to be in. For, and he knows because if he plays, he's losing the initiative there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's not much you can do.
So,
or you already claim. Either way, didn't really matter.
confirmation there as well on your screens. Toby taking Game 1 as
What a
Grand
game.
Admiral Thrawn.
What a game!
What an amazing game. And it's going to take a lot for Toby, or for Simon, I should say, to claw his way back into this game and into this round. There's just over 20 minutes left on the game clock.
RC and Toby choosing to sideboard here.
And Simon as well.
And Simon, I mean, unsurprisingly, I think, this is the exact sort of matchup where you probably do want to be going into a sideboard. God, poor Simon. I don't think there's any way he's walking out of this one with a win, because if they go to 1-1 at the end of this game, it is going to be a double loss. And all Toby really needs to do is run out the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the little dive in onto the potential
yeah.
sideboard options. We'll start with Toby in Game 1. So he's got 1 repair, 1 restock, which is quite interesting, and especially with how much he's drawing through his deck. 2 Waylay, 2 7th Fleet Defenders, a Make an Opening, 2 Bounty Hunter Crew, and an extra Super Laser Blast. Are there any cards that stand out to you there?
I would expect to see. I think that third Super Laser Blast might come in.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would show just how important being able to wipe up that board was. And Toby's going to know he needs to see that card. The Waylay's also extremely impactful. Another way to out that ridiculous Devastator, just for incredibly cheap. I think those are going to be some of the more likely cards to see getting decided in there.
And then for Simon on his side of the board, he's got an Asteroid Sanctuary, a Cell Block Guard, a Strafing Gunship for those blow to the ground aggro sort of matchups, a Cunning out of aspect, I should say, with a double yellow, a 2 Rooks, a Traitorous, an extra 1, and triple Relentless.
I'll tell you what is definitely going in. Those Rooks are going in, and those Relentlesses are going in for sure. Simon knows he just needs to slam top end after top end after top end. Toby can only Super Laser Blast so many times, and if he's going 1-for-1 like that, Simon is going to win the game. Rook is an unbelievably powerful card. This card is going to be able to just deal with any non-leader unit. Extremely strong. Of course, doesn't help in the space battle, but I think Simon wins the space battle on the whole anyway, just through the sheer quantity of top end he has. I think it's going to be a really interesting game too. and it looks like the players are just about ready. They are drawing their opening hands.
Yeah, just sideboard that, getting themselves, making sure that the deck's firmly shuffled through after you've sideboarded. Be interested to see what cards, obviously, as the game plays out, were included into the deck, what ones were taken out as well. Obviously, these players going to their sideboard the first time we've actually seen any sideboarding throughout the day today so far. They are clearly some very accomplished players, higher end players. The decks that they're playing speak volume to that as well. And Simon is ready to go. Toby drawing up his hand of 6, sees a Super Laser Blast, a Droid.
This is a nice hand. And an Avenger. This is a nice hand. I think here Toby's deciding between whether he wants to go for ground or whether he wants to go for space. I think the play is ground.
Yeah, with the Probe Droid. He's also got the Inferno 4 as a potential turn 1 play as well in the air. If he does want to go that way, really thinking about what card he wants to resource as the second card. I know it's a bit of position that I found myself in.
I think the correct decision there. He's going to get fantastic hand information for Simon on that first turn. He's going to be seeing one of the cards Simon's drawing every single turn. This is exactly how Thrawn wants to be playing. I know everything you might do. I know everything you could do.
Yeah. So we are underway as the Probe Droid is played down. Here is the hand for Simon. It is a resupply. Wow! Resupply Vader, Imperial Guard. And is that one of the side deck options in Rook there as the last card?
Maybe. I'm not sure. We see a Probe Droid that I think that Probe Droid is getting resourced quite quickly. We see some top end going.
Well, potentially we could just Probe Droid here and go, well, you've seen my hand, I want to see yours now.
True. We do see that
the Thrawn ability,
but I think this is just going to be the resupply. Get that ramp going.
Yep. Happy to just race towards that top end.
Then we're going to see a claim here, and Palpatine is going to be on 5 resources as the next turn begins. We're just going to see a little boat come down here, and that is going to be it.
Quick start then for Toby as we have just over a quarter of an hour left in game 2 of round 4. Thank you for sticking with us. If you've stuck with us the entire day, give us a wave in the chat. We're happy to have each and every one of you tuning in to what is this first major premiere event for Star Wars Unlimited live at Twickenham Stadium.
We see that consortium Star Viper coming down, and that Power of the Dark Side immediately saying absolutely not.
Yeah.
Simon is really losing on board right now. This is looking a little bit rough. We see the Yularen coming down, start healing. I think that Boba just has to do with the Yularen.
Yep, and then the swing is going to come in from the Probe Droid, put Simon straight back up to 5. Now we're going to claim the initiative. Boba can potentially swing in, as you were rightly saying there, Krishiv, into the Yularen.
Oh, he's going to go face.
We'll
he's
just
going
go
for
base.
the slush version here. I mean, I think that is also totally valid. Yularen's not scary right now. I think the logic there in wanting to deal with it is just letting Palpatine build up that board is just making your Avengers less effective. But of course, we know Toby has that Super Laser Blast in his hand. He just wants to make it to that turn and then just be able to slam that down and be operating from a fresh, clean board state once that Palpatine comes out.
Boba Fett looked like it was on the top of Simon's deck, and then takedown for Toby as well. Simon up to 6 resources. Will play the Emperor's Royal Guard. That will come down.
Here is where Toby really starts regretting not dealing with that Yularen because now there is a 3/5 with Sentinel stopping his way.
And it doesn't look like there's any immediate removal options on board as things stand, although there could be the opportunity for a resting here. We'll reveal the takedown and rest the Yularen down, so no attacks are going to be coming Toby's way.
He passes from Simon.
Yep, so 4 resources left on board. In fact, this should be... Oh no, it won't be. Yeah, this is Toby's second actionable phase, because it was a action to use Grand Admiral Thrawn's ability. Yep, so this is second action, 4th phase?
Got a nice glimpse of Toby's hand there. He's got a Chilton, the one of the best cards in the game. That's going to be a 5/5 with Sentinel. Looking at his hand right now, which is absolutely terrifying. Of course, Simon not feeling in the worst situation either. Waylaying that Boba Fett straight back to hand. Strong argument to play that Boba Fett right back out, but I think it may be a decision to go for Chelsea. We will see what happens.
There could also be a potential to go and shift focus into the space arena, potentially with Inferno 4. Just make sure that you're figuring out what's on the top of your deck and filter that through, but he is just going to play the Boba straight back out once again, and a pass and claim will send us into the next phase. There is a removal in hand off of that draw. It looks like it's a takedown that was drawn.
I mean, we see the Vader. We see the Vader in Simon's hand. That Vader's coming down hard. It's got to be the play.
And a Vader on the top of Toby's deck as well. Dooku on the top of the Thrawn player. There is the slam of the Darth Vader.
So we get a heal from the Yularen there.
A green unit played down, so now that means that Simon is on 7 health on the base. That'll just be cleaned up as soon as the when played effect is resolved from Darth Vader.
Ooh. Oh, I think you've got to play. It's a tough choice. Laser Tech versus Royal Guard, but that Laser Tech is just going to get him to that end game resource level much sooner. We see him going down to 6 because he's played a second green unit there. And then we deal with that Boba Fett. Here, that takedown, I mean, yeah, it's good. It's dealing with a Darth Vader, but it's not really that good.
Yeah, and I mean, you've still got the potential Sentinel on the way. Well, next phase, realistically, Simon's on 7.
Exactly.
So he can easily just, next phase, crash in with the Super Laser Technician or just resource from hand if he wants to get up to 9. Deploy Emperor Palpatine. He could actually, no, he can't do it this turn because all resources are exhausted. I was thinking maybe pay 1, use Palpatine effect, pop the Laser Technician, put it into resources, and then deploy Palpatine.
Would have been a fantastic play. Sadly, as you said, just not enough resources there for that. But I mean, this is really putting a huge amount of pressure on Toby because yes, he does have that Super Laser Blast in hand, fantastic, but if Simon's able to just rush him down and get him really low, might not be enough.
So we take down the guard this time, electing to keep the Vader alive for now, at the very least. Yularen will swing in 4-2. The probe droid will take care of Admiral Yularen. Simon claims initiative, and Toby will
choosing not
pass.
to deploy 4.
True. That is a very interesting decision there. To elect not to. I suppose with everything already rested potentially, we'll have to see about whether the 3 damage potential could have. Well, I suppose it could have. No, Vader is a 7, so it couldn't have taken Crash would have taken it Vader.
Here we see that Dooku
That
coming
will.
in.
That will happily.
You've got to feel real bad as Simon for not swinging with that Vader first.
Yep.
You are going to be able to ping off that shield here and get the ramp and draw a card, which always feels really nice.
So that was the process that we thought was going to happen in
we
phase
got
4. Here is Great Admiral
I don't
Thrawn.
think Simon has drawn for that Palpatine.
We'll get a double check on that one just to make sure, as there is a no good to be dead that's played down. Boba Fett gets played as well.
Draw on Palpatine.
There is a card drawn there as well for that was a pass phase. It looks like.
Oh, it does look like they've gone pretty far ahead. I don't think it's irreparable. I think there should just be an extra draw here. It's fine. But yeah, always unfortunate when those sorts of things get forgotten.
Just double checking on the feature match area about drawing the card. Potentially from Emperor Palpatine with the Super Laser Technician. So we'll see about whether there is the card that is made up and drawn. Like you said, I don't think that there's a massive error in the gameplay. It's just you still see the same amount of extra cards. It still goes into the hand, which is private information. So it looks like we're all done and all repaired.
He is being penalised
now,
a little bit for it because he's not getting as much information as he would otherwise have in terms of determining his resourcing. But it is what it is. Here we see that's 10.
Yep.
So that Devastator, if he has one, is going to be very live. Flipping up a
So
Greedo.
revealing.
Didn't quite catch that last one.
I think it was an event. of some description. So what have we got? We've got Bosk. We've got, is that a change of heart that's in hand? It's a rare event. No, might be sneak attack. Might potentially in hand, which would be massive if we can find that. Here comes 3 onto base. So that will put Simon up to 9 with the Grand Admiral Thrawn. Here is the big turn. Here is the Devastator.
There goes that Devastator. That
Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I mean, this card is extremely scary for Toby to deal with.
Oh,
there's the
Vanquish!
Just straight up dealt with.
And then that's going to open the door freely as well for Count Dooku to swing in for 5.
And I think, I don't know, I'm staring at this board for Simon here, and I am struggling to think, looking at his hand, how he's going to be able to get himself out of this situation. He's got lots of very cheap units, not what you want to be seeing against a hand stacked with top end.
Greedo, with the potential sneak attack, and the Bosk is in hand for Simon. For Toby, Chilton, Super Laser Blast, Avenger in there as well as top end. Here comes that Bosk, which will deal with the Count Dooku, so that's at least saved you this phase of getting a lot of damage onto your base.
I think at this point that Avenger's a pretty safe play. Yeah,
There it is.
comes.
There is the Avenger.
And that is, if Simon can't find out very, very soon, that Avenger is going to win the game for Toby. With 7 minutes left on the clock, it is tight, tight, tight. Here we
is
see
the
that
Greedo.
Greedo coming down.
Might potentially just
See a
deal-
claim.
Yep. And we'll now
We
get
see
the
the sack.
Palpatine. Yep. So we'll deal 1 damage. Now comes the ordering of the reveal effects.
So he
It will
draws
draw
first, then he mills from Greedo, if he wants to.
but he's electing not. Plays
Plays
down
down
the
the
Laren.
This is very nice. He's just building a board so he's not going to lose the entire thing.
Yeah.
Oh, the top deck! Devastator.
Wow. Wow.
I
The
think
only
Simon-
real card, the only real true sort of removal that Simon has in his deck, and everything else is really just sort of exhausting and overwhelming barrage, is sort of pseudo removal. But Devastator could be massive. Resupply on top. Toby's looked like it was a unit. Dooku is the first action.
Gotta slam it.
Takes down Ilaran. There is the Devastator. Gets rid of the Avenger. Does Toby have any kind of reply? We know he's got Laser Blast.
This is extremely scary
He's got
because
double Super Laser Blast, by the way, Toby.
I mean that is 2 turns, 2 smacks with Devastator, and the game's basically done.
Yeah. So, phase is passed over. It's still Toby that will act first. Avenger of his
Oh,
own.
that's so rough.
Wow.
I think that is the easiest slam down play Avenger in history. Yeah, really, really, really rough situation for Toby. Sorry, for Simon. He just can't seem to get away from these Avengers.
No, absolutely not. There was, I think it might have been a barrage that was shown on the top of Simon's deck. If it was, it may be a little too late. If this Avenger is going to come down, he's going to hold for a moment. It's not.
Oh, he's going to salvage.
Ooh.
He's going to add back the Vanquish, which is, I mean,
Okay.
better, but he's going to take 10 damage.
There is 10 to the face. Puts him up to 14. There is the Vanquish to get rid of the Devastator and demand the immediate reply. 5, 6. We are going to change of heart. Count Dooku's lightsaber's turned green.
See a claim there, you just throw it in for 4.
Yep.
I think that is putting him up to,
18 damage by my count.
and then sack it off. Such a powerful play.
Wow,
So
wow,
powerful.
wow.
I think this is the reason why Palpatine is playing yellow. That combination is so strong.
Yeah. So still with actions for Simon to potentially take. Bib Fortuna will be nice. An extra little shield taken on him as well. Could potentially crash into the unit on board.
He's just gonna resupply
We'll just
as
crack
well.
the resupply and pass. We've got just over 4 minutes left.
None of those are what you want to see.
Simon needs to find some kind of damage outlet to potentially close out this game, but even then it's an enviable situation because we go to 1-1 by time called. Time will undoubtedly be called through sideboarding and set up for game 3, and we'll be faced with a double game loss potentially unless a player concedes, which they're allowed to do at any
That's
time.
Toby. So I think this situation, I think the best Simon can hope for is some sort of great top deck off of that Palpatine ability. Maybe off of the Super Lace Technician or something.
But even then, what are you looking for here?
Devastator.
Devastator or Vader?
Yes, Vader.
Just something with some real substance on your body. As here comes the first action.
Big play.
Is it Super Laser? He's eyeing up Dooku. He's going to Dooku.
It's just too good.
That gets rid of the Bib Fortuna, so no immediate damage coming down here. Yularen will heal 1. That will certainly help to just prolong the what could have been and what looked like at the start of this game too. The inevitable. Simon has done so well to swing it back into his favour. Yularen goes down.
It really seems like it may just be too little too late without the Super Lace Technician.
Yep. Still 6 resources, I think, available here on board as well. He's going to use the Sentinel shielded space unit, and Laser Tech will trade in and become a resource.
Overwhelming Barrage is a good card, but it's not going to save it here. Just not enough. Just not enough gas here from Simon.
18 to 12.
With only 2 minutes left, it's less a question of can Toby finish out the game, more a question of can he just stop Simon from winning this one round?
Yeah.
And it seems like he can.
And Toby has the first action as well. I think there's a world here where you just
Lost there.
press face, try and get Simon to, or bait Simon into playing out some ball and play Super Laser Blast.
Yeah,
Just
start
start
the game from there. You
Yeah.
can't lose. Here he's going to run out, probably a cargo.
Yeah,
just
here comes
healing
the Juggernaut.
for- It's just not gonna. It's just not gonna happen for Simon, unfortunately. I think this is a really, really rough situation to see. Just being hard countered by Avenger.
Here is the probe droid, so that will reveal the double Super Laser Blast.
Simon's got to be sitting there like,
That's
well,
in hand.
It is what it is.
15 to 12, but that 12 will change very quickly. Another 5 coming down onto Count Dooku. That puts it up to 17 damage on base. Simon replies with a Royal Guard. Now the ship will go and fly in as well for some extra damage. That will deal up to 20.
Less than a minute on the clock here, but honestly, not that much left to go.
Yeah.
It may just be that Toby just closes out the game here and there.
Simon takes initiative.
Oh, so rough. That ambush is going to be able to get back anything he wants here. Probably like a vanquish or something.
Yep.
So no matter what,
There is
Simon
the vanquish
plays,
back.
and then he's going to ambush into that Royal Guard. Just deal with it. No worries about any Sentinel because of that ambush there. I mean, at this point, I think as Simon, and to be fair, that Royal Guard isn't quite done just yet. But yeah, this is a really, really rough situation.
And interestingly as well, that Bounty Hunter crew, that's a sideboard tech.
Yeah.
That was brought in for this game as well. Time is called and the phase has passed over. So we'll get confirmation. Looks like they're going to be able to play this phase out. So this is it. Either Simon can force the double game loss here, or
There's the Devastator.
the Devastator.
It's not enough. It's just not. I mean, everything here is shielded.
Simon will have first action. What can he potentially do? Needs to find 15 damages worth to bring this game and this round back into parity, and then we'll see. We'll wait for official confirmation
I
as
think
to
he's
where
conceding here. Yeah.
we go. There is a scoop of all the cards, the extent of the handshake. We believe Toby has won. We'll just get some confirmation from the table officially. We believe, though, that it is Toby, the Grand Admiral Thrawn player, that has won by a 1-0 by time. What a showcase from these players.
I think our first 2-0, really showcasing just how some of these top-end cards, which you don't actually see that often, are are so powerful and are able to just completely swing games on their own. Just the existence of the Avenger, basically completely shutting down Simon's ability to use his deck there. Really, and just fantastic play, I think, from both sides. Really good game knowledge, really good awareness of what their opponents can do. Really high level stuff there. It's really good to see.
And massive sideboard inclusions as well there from Toby. Toby sideboarded absolutely brilliantly. We're going to try and see if we can get an interview with our winner, but because obviously time has been called on the round, it might be a very quick turnaround. So we'll see if we can get an interview potentially with Toby. We might be pressed for time though because of the change and because of how long this game has managed to go. We've been absolutely spoiled this round by two decks that nobody really expected to come into this day. Go 4-0. We can confirm Toby is going to come quickly over and join us for a chat as well. Here he comes. We want to come to the right hand side. Toby.
Hi there.
Welcome in. Congratulations. That game looked tough. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, that was a grindy matchup. But I think Sideboard Plan really came online. The Bounty Hunter crew really doing its job. I ummed and ahed on the restock, but I thought we'd probably got enough in the tank to actually take it to damage. So yeah, I think I played it quite well, just holding the cards like Avenger, Super Laser Blast at the right time, and just control the board and pushed it through. So yeah, super tough game, but really enjoyable, lovely opponent as well. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, myself and Christian here at the desk were waiting about when you were going to use those Super Laser Blasts, those Avengers and things like that. And it takes, how much have you tested this deck? Because it takes a lot of guts to bring Thrawn, a deck that probably wasn't as expected to go 4-0 early days.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a contrarian at heart, so I was always going to pick something off meta, I guess. And yeah, I found kind of the shell online and thought, I'll have a go at this. I've played maybe 3 practice games, none with this list because I changed it last minute. So I think I've just tacked kind of well for the room. So Controlled Mirror, I feel like I've got the draw on the sideboard to take me through. I played Bobber twice before this, and I think I just have the top end. I think standout cards for me for today, Charlton just great. I absolutely love that card. Avengers just been stellar, but it's all the creatures that are slightly annoying to remove, like Dooku. Sorry, it's Dookuing Bib Fortuna for God's sake. Like, it's not exactly his premium use, is it? But clearing off those annoying little creatures so he can't use Palp. Like I tried to play around the Palp ability. Like if I've got a 1 health guy, say Bobber Disintegrator 1 health, and he's got 1 creature, I'm like, well, unit. I should clear that so he can't get his draw and get his engine going. And funnily enough, in the first game, if I hadn't pushed for damage, he would have decked himself out because Vader is stripping cards and Palp is stripping cards. And I think if there's one weakness, it is the lack of draw. You are kind of relying on your natural 2 a turn, and I think I resource almost every turn as well. So you kind of you really need your cards to be those 2-for-1s. So yeah, really good game. Really enjoyed it. And,
Well, for a player that's only had a couple of games with it hand, you've been playing it and verbalising those thought processes fantastically. You're halfway through the day, 4-0. What's the dream? Get to that 8-0, be undefeated?
Well, I mean, I'd like that, obviously. I said today I'd like to go 5-3, so nearly there for that. I've been playing competitive card games for a long time, which is probably why I picked up quite quickly, but yeah, I like the game. It's a really interesting spot. I think a little bit clumped around Bobber. I think maybe people are expecting Sabine and have kind of tacked towards that, but I've seen very little Sabine. I know there are a few kicking around, obviously. So yeah, I just thought this would be a fun metaphor, something a bit different. Thrawn's actually slept on. I think his ability is just so good. To just gum up the board. And when I just kept playing stuff, I was like, well, I got Laser Blast. I don't need to worry about it. Like you can just, if you guarantee those multiple for 1 cards. And I managed to deal with Palp Leader as well, which I didn't think, when it came down, I thought, gee, Sharma can actually deal with this. But it worked out okay, and just kept it tight and got through it. So yeah, really good. I'd like to keep going, obviously, but that is the 3rd round where it's gone to time.
Wow.
So I'm not getting much of a break, but the game's fun, so I'm not going to play. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, you've done so well to get to this stage. We hope to see you at the end of the day on the feature match table for the final game. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
4-0. Go and have a well-deserved small little break. We'll bring Krishivid quickly back in to send us off to a quick break. What a player, what a game.
Phenomenal. Really enjoyed that. And obviously, as a #1 Thrawn enthusiast, I was so excited to see Thrawn continuing to chef. I think, these non-obvious top-tier strategies are getting less and less in the representation of these exos. We're going to keep, I think, trying to bring you those interesting matchups before we inevitably devolve into Sabine, Iden, and Boba. But until then, and even then, you should stick around. I think we are now going to go to a short break.
Yep, you don't have long to wait for round 5. The pairings are going to get posted momentarily, so we'll be back after a short break. Hello and welcome back to Twickenham Stadium for round 5 of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event. My name is Ben. I'm recruited by my right hand side after what is potentially set of the day in round 4.
I think so. What a fantastic match that was. As we approach the second half of the tournament, I think the top end of the field is really narrowing to the same group of leaders. But
there's a
that
big
won't
but.
stop us.
Yeah.
We're journalists. I'm actually not a journalist. We're journalists.
I technically will be in about 4 months.
Ben's a journalist, and he has used his incredible nose to sniff out the number 1 matchup that you could be gazing your eyeballs upon this time. And I'll tell you what, it's looking like an absolutely fantastic one. We have got the number 1 deck in the meta, debatably, 1 or 2, Boba Green with Energy Conversion Lab, against one of my personal favourites, and a deck you really want to see, Grand Inquisitor Blue.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I will imagine that Alfie, who's piloting the Inquisitor deck, would have done a lot of testing into this matchup, so I'll be interested to see how confident and how comfortable that he feels about going into this. Obviously, we would have expected a lot of the field to play the Boba deck with the Energy Conversion Lab, with the typical kind of tricks that we were expecting to see a lot of in today's event. But Grand Inquisitor, one of the, if not potentially the least represented deck and leader in the entire day.
I don't think there's more than 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
So really not many. I think a really cool deck. So the way the deck works is it's sort of aggro-y. Because the leader, you deal damage to your units to unexhaust them, to stand them up, and then they get to attack. So what that means is you kind of get to dodge this phase of inactivity when you play a unit, but also you get to extend your aggression and really take advantage of things like equips. Lightsaber, I tell you what, you slap a lightsaber on something and it's swinging in for like 5 and 5 damage. Wow. That can be really scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with, like you say, well, obviously we've got ambush in the game currently, but that's only limited to being able to attack into other units. If you then put the Grand Inquisitor on the board and you say, okay, I'm going to just sort of hit myself in the face for 2, which is what you see sort of towards a lot of, even the low end of the units in the list, it's all 3s and 4s and even up to 5s if you go up to that 4-cost kind of range. They are able to just tank some of that extra little bit of damage to make sure that you get around, like you said, that phase of inactivity and make sure, okay, this is just ambush but better. It's a true rush in its entirety.
Exactly. And when you combine that with some of these really powerful keywords we have in red, like grit, right? You're dealing a damage, that is increasing the attack. So cards like Fifth Brother are so strong in this Grand Inquisitor deck, and you also get to take advantage of the really seriously powerful Force cards that are in red that require these Force units to be on the field. It's going to be a lot of cards you probably haven't seen on the stream getting used today. In contrast, I think we've really got to highlight just how powerful Boba Green ECL, Energy Conversion Lab, I'm going to abbreviate it to ECL, is. This is one of the strongest decks in the format, and any deck playing ECL is something you've got to be really keenly aware of. These combos with cards like Steadfast Battalion, which is a 5-drop 5/5, and with Overwhelm, and it gains +2/+2 while you have a leader out on the field. A 7/7 with Ambush is crazy strong. It's the kind of card that's going to let you deal with any leader, and I think that's something we are ready to see.
Our players are
setting
ready.
up.
They're setting up. They're ready to go. Round 5 of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event, and it's Boba Fett Energy Conversion Lab, as highlighted by yourself there. The talked deck about before this event into the unknown quantity of Grand Inquisitor with Security Complex base.
So I've got to point out that that's a very handsome showcase Grand Inquisitor. I
wonder who pulled that showcase Grand Inquisitor.
Perhaps one of your handsome mustachioed casters gave it over to the.
Give me a month.
Gave it over. For let's spice up the content a little bit. No, I did just toss my showcase over there because we've got to showcase these we've got to showcase these decks. We've got to showcase the underrepresented ones, and I'm really excited. Listen, I'm sorry, Gavin. I am actively rooting against you. I'm praying for your downfall. I'm sorry, mate. It is what it is. No, this is going to be a fantastic set. I'm really excited for this. Opening hands being drawn, considering Mulligan's, I've got to say that is a nice looking hand for Gavin. That's a nice
that's a
looking hand.
very dangerous hand. No Good to Be Dead, Super Laser Tech. You've got the Steadfast Battalion in there as well to combine with ECL. And then over
Alfie's
on...
not a slouch either, though.
Oh, wow. Fifth Brother, Fallen Saber, Baze, Cell Block Guard. This looks like it's going to be set up to be a really, really strong. Thank you, Alfie.
The absolute professionals we have over on the Star Wars Unlimited live from Twickenham Stadium stream is absolutely sensational.
And they are keeping their hands, quite rightly so, I think, as we are ready to go. The first action will go to Alfie. And he will play down an Imperial unit there, just down. It's Admiral Ozzel that he will play. Gavin just needing to get a little read of that, as well as his reply will be a crafty smuggler. Fielded up.
So Ozzel is don't worry about the colour correction, we're sorting that out. So Ozzel is a really interesting card because it's going to let you cheat out units in the sense of they don't come in exhausted, they come in ready. And so that is going to be why I think he's taking the initiative there. We know exactly what is about to come in the active state, how well it is going to chain together with the Grand Inquisitor ability, and don't forget cards like that epic action that you'd be able to get from that base there, giving anything a shield. Imagine if you have something like a Fifth Brother with a lightsaber on it, and you slap a shield on that. I mean, that is one of the scariest things they've got in the game.
So Alfie is on the turn now, is going to use the Ozzel to make the Fifth Brother into the battlefield ready as well. So that could potentially go into the opportunity to swing twice with that Fifth Brother, combined obviously with
Energy Conversion
Lab. There goes in the Super Laser Technician, so that'll cheat an extra resource in. The unit has left play, so that means that Boba will ready up a resource as well, so that deals 2 damage to the Fifth Brother. There it is, indicated there.
But he is going to be swinging in for 4 now.
Yeah, because of the raid, for each damage that he gets on him is essentially kind of grit in disguise, and he's going to ping the shield token off. Looks like of the crafty smuggler, and then they're going to trade.
Yeah, because he knew he wasn't going to get that re-stand off with the Grand Inquisitor. Smuggler was going to make the trade, so he tried to make it as advantageous as possible. I think at this stage you just claim, and that is going to be passing over onto the next turn.
Ooh, wow!
Very nice draws from Gavin there.
Yeah,
Alfie, no slouch either.
Yeah, Baze Malbus and a space unit, System Patrol Craft, the Sentinel for Alfie, but Gavin was resupply or restock and overwhelming barrage on curve. Like, I mean, no units,
well,
sure.
Ahead of curve.
Well, yeah,
because he's going to deploy this turn.
Oh wow, yeah. So Alfie has first action. Still has that Ozzel on board to help cheat out those readied units as well, making sure that all those units that immediately join alongside Admiral Ozzel, as you'd expect, on the deck of an Imperial Star Destroyer, are standing to attention. He rests it up as well straight away, but now the conversation for himself is, okay, what unit exactly?
Oh, well, he's just attacked for 2.
Okay, so 2 damage there onto base, and there goes a Bosk.
Probably suspected the Bosk was coming. Lovely, a little bit of organised play artwork there. Very, very nice.
Phase 3 Bosk. That's kind of that's kind of gross.
Yeah.
I can't. There's no professional way to put it. That's kind of yikes.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Wow.
Here, I think 4-drop. We are going to see that Baze come out. This Baze is going to have Sentinel because of the initiative, and this is going to be a really nice opportunity for the Grand Admiral's ability to potentially be used here. Just throw a load of power on, but probably not going to do it in light of the fact that Baze will get absolutely stomped by a Boba attack.
Yeah, well, it all really depends on what Gavin is going to elect to do in this action. Of course, has 1 resource left up available is going to just swing into Baze, which will put him up to his maximum potential grit. So that means that he's a 6-5. Well, 6-1 for the purposes of the damage inclusion. Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, looking through Gavin's hand right now, he's got double overwhelming barrage and a steadfast battalion. So that's a scary hand if I've ever seen one.
Well, thankfully the steadfast battalion isn't going to come in ambushing because ECL's already been used early on for the super laser technician, and it's just going to be a pass now finally for Gavin. He's happy, and 2 more fantastic top decks as well. Another super laser technician and a Boba Fett unit.
Very, very nice, and he is going to be able to play that Boba because he's going to untap 2 from his leader ability, so he can spend 5 resources on an overwhelming barrage. I think at this stage though, or indeed the steadfast battalion, which is probably what it's going to be. Because I think that Baze is got to clear something.
Yeah.
You've got to do something with it. Trying to just see what options Alfie has here.
Just debating what to resource here. Decides the cell block guard doesn't want a second sentinel in this situation. This is this is starting to slightly skew out of hand a little bit. Baze is going to swing into the Boba Fett leader, which will get rid of it.
That is a really, really solid trade there for Alfie. He's been getting really good value out of all his cards so far this game. But that boss, it's going to hurt. 5 attack is nothing to sneeze at. It would have been, arguably, that would have been a decent opportunity to Epic Action Shield, but
potentially.
Arguably, but it's not fantastic.
Yeah, either way, it's a similar
See that fifth brother coming out, and this is going to be scary.
This is where we fire the barrage.
Off it goes.
Fire the first barrage off,
really
that makes
nice.
sense. Don't want, especially with we're already seeing the sort of synergies between just even the Inquisitors themselves in terms of leaders and units, let alone the entire deck as a whole. The raid and the grit stacks that you get off of dealing damage to yourself. The Grand Inquisitor itself is a perfect vessel for that damage. And Gavin just realizing, no, we need to clear that throw straight away.
There's some. I tell you what, that force throw in Alfie's hand is. I'm looking at Gavin's hand. It's going to do a lot of work. It's going to do a lot of work. Gavin has no good discard options here. I think if Alfie just chooses to deploy that Grand Inquisitor throughout that force throw, it's going to be really, really painful for Gavin. But equally, Gavin, he's got a fire spray coming online. He's got a steadfast battalion. He's just got so many powerful options in his hand. And it's Alfie. He's going to face an uphill battle, I think, just dealing with all these really, really high impact cards whilst trying to develop his own board.
Yeah. See, at the front of Alfie's hand there's a Rugged Survivors. That's not a card that we've seen so far today. 3 5/5 with grit, and on attack is able to draw a card if you control other units. See, also got a Speed Biker. He's just going to pass.
Interesting.
As the first action.
Take the 4 there from boss.
Yep. So that puts Alfie up to 8 damage on base now. Wondering, and I imagine he was just wondering and waiting to see as to what if Gavin was going to play out an extra unit first or whether he was going to swing in first. Now we are going to see the Speeder Bike.
So this is a really nice play here because he's going to be able to turn this into a 2-4, a 2-3 basically, untap it and just throw it in. To something. 2 damage, so it's going to be a 3-4.
Yeah. Or a 3-2 for the purposes with the damage included.
Yes, exactly.
On the stack.
And he's going to be able to go ahead and just trade that into the boss if he wants to, or just leave around.
As to what action is being taken at the moment, looks like it's Gavin that's the one that is the action player at that hand of the. That looks like the Steadfast Battalion, the Boba Fett, Fett's Fire Spray, and the Overwhelming Barrage to claim the initiative.
How interesting. Choosing to do nothing this turn.
Especially when he's still got the opportunity to deploy. Oh, he can't deploy the Boba Leader, I beg your pardon, because he's already been used and deployed, so.
Yeah. Oh, yes, so he went face there with that grip, which makes sense, because now that Grand Inquisitor is going to come out. This is going to be a lot of damage coming straight for Gavin's face. especially if a lightsaber gets put on here. I know there's 4 resources,
Yeah.
and last time I checked, Ben,
Fallen lightsaber.
3 plus 1 is 4.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a big
And
swing.
there it is as well.
Lightsaber, absolutely huge. What are the stats on Grand Inquisitor again?
So the Grand
3-6?
Inquisitor is a 3/6 naturally.
6-9.
Yeah, and on attack will deal damage to each ground unit the defending player controls. So that deals some residual damage onto Bosk.
And he's going to untap that speed up, which is now going to be able to swing in for 4.
Wow! So that's an extra. There's the damage that goes on to make it 16.
He's on 20. He's going to be on 20 after this.
Wow! And the Bosk is on 3 damage himself as well. So that's not even an easy sort of value trade that you can get there necessarily. As the final damage gets swung in with the grit stacks, that'll put an extra 4 damage on.
And then here's the Force Throw.
And then here's the Force Throw.
Pass it over to Reed. You haven't seen this card before. Go ahead. You're about to get cooked, sir.
Wow.
So this card, it's going to basically... Gavin's going to have to discard one of his extremely good cards.
Yeah.
And then he's going to lose the Bosk as well.
Yeah.
For 1 cost. Unbelievably strong.
Because he controls the Force unit. So he gets rid of the Boba Fett unit, which will deal the 3, clear the Bosk out of the way. Is he? And then he's going to epic action. And then he's going to epic action.
Packs it up. Gavin just packs it up.
And he
just
scoops.
He knows. What a fantastic
Wow.
game from Alfie there. Just chefed. Straight up chefed.
That took 12.5 minutes.
Yes.
That took 12.5 minutes. The Grand Inquisitor deck wins game 1 in round 5 against Boba Fett.
And I think this is one of the things that I love so much about this deck. It's those Force cards. These cards that don't actually get a lot of airtime, even though they are extremely powerful. We've seen Force Choke. I think Force Choke gets quite a lot of play across all builds of Red because it's just generically very powerful. Even for 2 cost, you're happy to deal 5 and let the opponent draw a card. 1 cost is just better, but it's not that big a difference.
Yeah.
But when you look at Force Lightning, you look at Force Throw. Force Throw, your opponent's losing a card and potentially losing a body on board. Force Lightning, you're nullifying the abilities, and you can pay as much as you need to just delete anything from the game.
Yeah.
Force Lightning deals with Devastator for 6 resources. It's Vanquish. It's basically Vanquish, but more versatile, right?
Unbelievable.
It is extremely powerful.
So we're seeing our players go into the sideboards. Let's have a look. First, starting off with your Game 1 winner, Alfie's sideboard. We've got 2 Viper Probe Droid, double make an opening, double disabling Fang Fighter, a Del Miko, a double takedown count, and a system patrol craft. Any there that you think to bring in?
I think those takedowns are probably getting put in.
Yeah.
I think takedown is extremely strong. If you actually look at that Boba Fett deck, and actually the only cards that aren't getting hit by it are like Fett's Fire Spray, Leader Boba, which I think Leader Boba, and I mean immediately.
Yeah.
Leader Boba, Vader.
Yeah.
Everything else is just getting hard removed.
Although in this deck, it gives a little bit more kind of difference because there is 1 copy of Relentless and 1 copy of Devastator in the
Very true.
main
Very true.
for Gavin. They could get sided out. They could have another extra copy each sided in because there is 1 and 1 of both Relentless and Devastator that's extra in the sideboard. The rest of the cards, you've got double Reinforcement Walker, double Change of Heart. We saw how interesting of a card that was in the last game set. Double Traitorous and double Shoot First. Shoot First, maybe the only thing that immediately jumps out to me, so that you're dealing with that residual health that's left on the grit stacks.
I definitely think Shoot First is a really strong card into dealing with these high attack units just by maintaining your board. I also think Change of Heart and Traitorous, in particular Traitorous, you look at how low to the ground that Grand Inquisitor deck is. Being able to just, for 5 resources, steal something permanently. Especially if you're stealing like a 5th brother with a lightsaber on it.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something that is going to be absolutely game swinging. So I definitely would expect to see those cards being put in to Gavin's deck post side. I'm thinking Alfie's probably siding less things in.
Yeah.
He's probably prepared for this matchup on his main board. Probably knows exactly how he's doing it. I mean, you saw what happened. That was a 2-turn kill. That went from 5 damage to 30, or 25, just like that.
Yeah, that was
Phenomenally
a very, very quick clock that Alfie was able to immediately just swing straight into as players are shuffled up and drawing their opening hands for game 2 of round 5. Gavin had a very strong hand in game 1. Game 2, what does he see this time? He sees Fleet Defender, Cartel Spacer, good to be dead. I think a second Defender there as well.
He's going to keep this hand.
It's okay. Alfie at the top of your screen in the top right hand corner. Looks like there is a Force Throw. I think a fifth brother is over there as well. The Scout Bike is there. So a pretty good hand. There's a Wolf, I think, as well.
I mean, this could be a really scary turn 1 if he's just going to start pushing damage with that bike.
Yeah, there's a Force Choke in there as well.
Yeah.
So this is...
It's a really, really strong start from Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, I'm favouring Alfie's hand, I think, just that little bit more as we go into game 2.
I just don't think a Greedo's going to cut it.
No.
This is about to be a
There's the speeder
bike that is going to get stood up and thrown into face.
Claim Initiative will use Grand Inquisitor's ability.
Yeah.
That will stand up. The Scout Bike Pursuer will deal 2 damage and immediately put 3 onto the base, 2 damage onto the speeder bike, and he's going to shield it up straight away as well.
Absolutely perfect
Wow.
decision there. It's what you've got to be doing. I think no damage on the board there by Gavin. Probably going to have to just make sure. Yeah, there it is.
There it goes. Yeah,
very good.
Cool.
Some lovely top decks there. We've got a base and we've got a lightsaber.
Wow.
Oh my god.
And then we've got another Greedo and there is the shoot first that was
thought-
sideboarded in from Gavin.
The thought of a bike with a lightsaber is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, and the hilarious thing is that it can hold the lightsaber. Scout Bike Pursuer isn't the vehicle. It's
Yeah.
Imperial and Trooper. It doesn't count the bike itself. It's the Scout Trooper that is the actual unit. This could start to snowball very, very quickly if Gavin doesn't find an out, and he has to get around the shield as well, which he does now.
I think he's just going to take the risk here. Hope he high rolls off that Greedo.
Yeah. So he drops it.
And he doesn't. Whiffs. Sees that fence fire spray. I mean, here I think I think you might just slam that lightsaber on, because I don't think Boba has a good out to that.
Yeah, well, you can't shoot first anymore because there's no units that are on the board. He's just
going to throw it into face.
Just going to attack, so that's another 3 damage onto the energy conversion lab, up to 6. Here goes.
Playing into space is not going to help here.
No, not in this situation. Do we just put the lightsaber down? No, we're going to put the cell block guard down first, just even more protection.
It is safer. But this is the thing. Now he's untapping the cell block guard here to swing in for an additional 3 damage there. All you need is that Sentinel, and you are saving yourself from that energy conversion lab. Just getting absolutely cooked by a super laser technician here. I mean, on this next turn, I see that Force Throw. I see that lightsaber.
Yeah.
If I am Gavin, I am terrified.
What do we see off the top 2 cards that Alfie draws as well? Is that Lightning? Force Lightning, I think, and a 5th brother.
Oh, these are such good cards.
No, it's Keep Fighting. It's even better.
So Keep Fighting, for those of you who don't know.
2-cost event, ready up a unit with 3 or less power. Well, if you play down, ready up, swing once, Grand Inquisitor, deal damage, ready up again, swing again.
And here's the crazy thing. It checks because that biker is actually only gaining the power when it attacks. It's treated as having 1 power, so you can swing with it. Grand Inquisitor, restand, swing with it, restand it, and then slap a lightsaber.
Sentinel on the Boba. He's tried to energy conversion lab to get rid of it.
He's not paying attention to the Sentinel.
But it gets rid of the Sentinel at the very least.
That's tough. That is tough. I think here, I think you might just Force Throw, because I believe he has a Force Throw.
Let's have a look. He's definitely got a choke.
Oh no, he doesn't force. He doesn't force throw. Sorry, he's not got a force unit on board.
No.
I'm absolutely trolling there. He's just going to throw into the face there.
Yep.
12 damage halfway there.
First damage now finally being sprayed by Gavin onto base. It's 3 with the 7th Fleet Defender. As we pay
Here
3.
comes that.
Here's the brother. Here's the 5th brother. As the action gets passed over, initiative gets claimed, but surely it is just...
it's not done. He's going to
Here we
stand
go.
out the Inquisitor, spreading out that damage, spreading out that ability to just absolutely chef. Here, unfortunately, not going to be able to stop
Get rid of
that
Boba,
moment.
yeah.
But I think if he does have a Force Choke, he is just going to go ahead and use it for 1, I think, at this point. Or if he's got a Force Throw, now he has a Force unit on the board, he can make use of that.
let's see where he's going with this, because there's more damage being put onto life. And there
Here's
is
going to be a force choke. Get that Boba out of here. Playing it for 1 with that force unit on the board.
Going to shoot for. Oh, hang on.
No,
Conversation going on.
Yeah.
So looking to force throw or force choke. So that will cost 1 less to play. And because the force unit in play with the 5th brother, and Gavin gets to draw a card. Now we are passing, so we're on to a new phase. And this.
Gavin is staring down lethal.
I was going to say this looks unwinnable.
I mean,
This looks unwinnable.
Looking at Gavin's hand here, there is.
There's
absolutely-
barrage.
He's used his energy conversion.
Yeah. There is overwhelming barrage to. That would save him, I think, this turn. Yeah. So he's put.
He is going to be able to board wipe there.
Yeah.
Huge card there, because otherwise he was staring down lethal. That was going to be it. But I mean, look, you know, if you're Alfie, you're fine with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind this at all. Taking 5 damage uncontested in space when your opponent's already almost at lethal with 17. Obviously, because he's playing Energy Conversion Lab, you only get 25 health points. Here comes another Force card. This is Force Throw. No Force unit on board, so he's not going to be dealing any damage, but it's just another card out of the hand of Gavin. Boba is deployed. Initiative is seized.
So right now, there is a line that gets Alfie to lethal just with the cards in his hands. He deploys that leader, swings in with Grand Inquisitor. That's 3 damage. That takes Gavin to 20. Slaps a lightsaber on it. Oh, sorry, readies the unit, slaps a lightsaber on it, swings for lethal. So right now, that is exactly what Gavin is potentially unawares staring down. We've got 2 more cards to be drawn as well. Potentially something like a speeder bike going to let the ability of the Grand Inquisitor actually get used there. All you need is any unit that costs 3 or less, and he's going to be able to just drive in even further damage. Oh, and the perfect unit there in that 5th brother. There is so much damage that Gavin is just staring down here. I don't know what he can do.
We'll have to see it play out, as Alfie has the initiative, so he will take first action in this new phase. Has resourced up to 6, so Grand Inquisitor's, the leader, is online. Both epic actions have been used. Gavin's hand, Crafty Smuggler, Fett's Fire Spray, and I believe the last card in the middle is a Waylay. Alfie's just sizing up the options, looking in the discard pile, seeing what resources have already been utilised.
That Waylay is going to go some way, I think, to making Gavin feel a lot better about the situation. But you know what Waylay doesn't work on? Leaders.
And it comes out deployed as well at 6 resources. It is a 3/6. What does Gavin do here? He doesn't have any kind of actual removal in terms of like instant activation. But just swing in here with some units. We'll Super Laser Technician first, so that will do 2 damage. But then, like you say, it's just, well, I can put that straight back on and give me actually +1 from my natural starting health with
you got to slam the lightsaber here.
Yep.
And this is extremely scary because there is no way for Gavin to out this Grand Inquisitor now. It is sitting there as a 6/6. Or 6/7, rather.
And with Boba Fett leader only being a 4 power, no barrages in hand, no shoot first, so there's no way to buff the attack whatsoever. So do we just rush the face? No, we're going to attack into leader.
Ow.
So that does 4. 6 on return as well. And there you go with the 6, still is alive obviously because it's 3 health remaining essentially.
He's just going to chuck it in there.
Yep.
6 damage, and I think he just claims here. I mean... he's going to deal that. Well, he does the damage with the lightsaber.
With the lightsaber, it does the 1 residual damage, so that gets rid of leader. Are we about to see Grand Inquisitor 2-0?
I think we are.
Against Boba Fett.
I think he's not going to do something silly here. He is just going to claim.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows he's got game on board, and if Gavin had a You're No Good To Me Dead, he would have used it.
Well, Gavin, it's his action, so he could still potentially claim himself, try and buy himself 1 more opportunity to find something off the top 2 cards. but it would pretty much, from what we're seeing, be down to that. It will be down to the next 2 cards that Gavin would draw in the regroup phase. With just 3 cards left in hand, he is going to claim initiative.
He had to do that. He
Yeah.
had to do that. There was no chance otherwise. But here, now Gavin can just play out that
Fifth brother.
that fifth brother.
Yeah. That's exactly what he's going to do here. It does give Gavin
that's it?
Yeah, it does give Gavin a waylay target, but even then, unless he
But
finds
he's already claimed.
overwhelming, surprise strike, and traitorous.
He needed exactly overwhelming or the
Rest everything.
rest everything.
Yeah.
Which name I've forgotten. But he doesn't play that
Overwhelm.
card, obviously.
Yeah, but that's
so-
not in the deck. Overwhelm is not in the. Oh, not overwhelm. Outmaneuver.
And that's
is-
going to be it.
That's
The
it.
handshake.
Wow.
The Swift 2-0 from Alfie on Grand Inquisitor. Fantastic showing from a deck that not a lot of people had on their radar, but your boy did. I'm the ultimate Grand Inquisitor enthusiast. I love the dark side.
That was just absolutely ruthless.
Fantastic.
Absolutely
game.
ruthless. I mean, credit and sort of give the dues there for Gavin the Boba Fett deck. Didn't quite draw the start in that second game, but that first game was where we saw the real might against when both decks were firing on each relative cylinder. Grand Inquisitor just completely overwhelmed and overran, and all of a sudden, oh, here's about 12-13 damage on one phase.
Absolutely.
What are you going to do?
And I think this is highlighting another aspect of this game that is so fantastic. I think, you know, I didn't get the impression that the Boba player really knew everything this Grand Inquisitor deck was doing, right? Like he was reading a lot of the cards, and that leg up is something you get when you play Rogue. Your opponent is trying to figure out what your strategy does on the fly. I don't think he was expecting to be dealt like 20 damage across like 1.5 turns, basically. And you wouldn't expect that, especially coming from a red and blue deck. Your instant first thought is not, oh, this is Rush. Your instant first thought is like, oh, this is a control deck.
Yeah.
And that's why Grand Inquisitor gets
And that complex, that shield as well,
Really
is
impactful.
unbelievable.
Really,
We'll
really
hopefully get Alfie over to have a little bit of a chat with him. We can get him over for a chat, so he will make his way over to the stream table in just a moment, and we can pick his brains as to why Grand Inquisitor. Oh well, we know why Grand Inquisitor.
Because it cooks.
We've just seen it. It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you why, it's because you wanted a long lunch break.
Well, here he
Here
comes.
he comes.
Alfie
Here's the
is
manager. If you come-
over.
Come round. Oh, yeah. Like, scooch over.
Yeah, for us.
Oh, cheers. Thank you.
Congratulations on your Swift 2-0. Oh, thank you. The goat. Right, let's ask the question everyone wants to know. Why Grand Inquisitor? What were you cooking?
So I ordered some cards for Boba Yellow. They didn't come in time. I had the cards for Grand Inquisitor, kind of.
Had you tested Grand Inquisitor at all, or was this just something you put together like last night?
Yeah.
Oh, that is amazing!
Like an hour last night. I spent like an hour on Force Table. I lost to an AI, and I thought, oh my god, you know, this is bad. But it's gone really well today.
Do you think a lot of the reason for your success is the fact that a lot of people just don't know what your cards do?
Yeah, that's helping. You know, week 3 of the game. I think there's like 4 Grand Inquisitors here today.
Yeah, so I think it's something like that.
But luckily, he also lucky that he's good.
Yes. No, he's really good.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I thought it was a fantastic choice. And I guess, what were you... So you were hoping to play Boba Yellow.
Yeah, just because I thought it'd be quite fun. Honestly, yeah.
Have you been testing a lot of the game like before this tournament, or have you just sort of been learning?
Really. I'm going to drafts, going to the weekly plays.
Yeah, that's good. That's pretty fun. Yeah, very good. Well, obviously, you're hoping to win the Lux 3, right? Like.
Yeah, well, I guess now, yeah. I didn't even... like I said, you know, just turned up today, and it's going very well.
Are you like a big card gamer, or is this your first like?
It's my I played like Flesh and Blood for about 2 months.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
And you're full in on Star Wars Unlimited.
Of course, yeah.
Oh,
Always.
absolutely fantastic.
We're all like addicts, aren't we? So, yeah. But it's great.
That's great. Well, obviously, congratulations on
Cheers.
your win. 5-0 is a fantastic score. 3 more games to go.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think I'll let you go because you probably want to go have a little break. But
Cheers.
Congratulations again.
Thanks very much.
And
Thanks
good
for
luck
letting me
with the
borrow
next
in this
ones.
as
Yeah,
well.
I had to let you flex, man.
Oh wow, yeah. Cheers.
That just means that you've got to get your new one now. You've got to get your own.
I'm sure he'll pull it in his.
Oh, if he pulls it, that would be the
Grand
perfect
Inquisitor to the moon.
creme
to the
de la
moon.
creme. We've got a little bit of time here now, obviously, with how quickly that game finished. So we'll be able to go through a couple of the other top tables and tell you what decks are making their way to 5-0 as well. On table 3, a Boba Fett deck has won against Sabine Wren.
That was the only Sabine who was XO, and I don't think this is a surprising result. I think I think you expect Sabine to be really popular, but that's why you test against Sabine.
On table 5 and table 4, another Boba Fett deck has won in the mirror match. So that's 2 Boba Fett decks confirmed at the moment. The game that's on table 1 is still underway at the moment. That's Bradley against Lou, and we can tell you the 2 decks that are actually on that table is Boba Fett against Darth Vader.
Very interesting to see the winner of that match.
Yeah, so if the Darth Vader deck wins, if Lou wins that one and moves to 5-0, that will be the deck that we'll have
100%.
coming up onto your screens next up. On table 5, another Boba Fett deck winning, this time in the hands of Mr. Cool, beating
against
Iden
Iden.
Versio.
Oh no!
And it was Red Ice Iden Versio as well with Tarkin Tau.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah,
I really wish we'd be able to see that.
that's a really interesting choice, particularly at bases. Emperor Palpatine's in the list. For the most part, pretty basic and expected Iden Versio list, barring the Tarkin Town base choice.
Yeah, of course.
That's probably the biggest surprise there. Game on table 6, that's still going at the moment. It's George with his Leia Organa deck. That's still going at the moment. He's at 4-0 against the Grand Admiral Thrawn of Toby.
We all know who we want to win that.
Ooh. On table number 7, Rory has won 2 games to 1 with a Boba Fett deck in the mirror match. And that is the last and only confirmed 5-0 as we stand currently. So, still a couple of exciting decks that are around
100%.
in the undefeated contention.
Absolutely. You know, we're getting towards the end of this tournament, and I'm not surprised to see so many Boba Fetts up there. It's what I am surprised by. The fact there wasn't much more Sabine. I would expect to see some Sabine still at this stage. The fact we're just not going to be able to show a Sabine deck on this stream.
No.
I wasn't expecting that.
I certainly wasn't either. I was expecting us to get to this point and go, oh, okay, round 6, we've got Sabine against maybe something real. We've got an updated result for you. Darth Vader has won
You will be
on
getting
table
that.
1.
Yes.
So it is going to be a Darth Vader deck that will be on stream in round 6 for you. That has managed to beat against the Boba Fett deck and proven to 5-0. That's a really, really strong result, and definitely a deck that I'm going to be looking forward to seeing in the next round, which will be coming in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break before then. Don't go too far though, because round 6 is coming up after this. welcome back ahead of round 6 of 8 rounds here at Twickenham Stadium for the Star Wars Unlimited launch event. My name is Ben. I've got Chris to my right hand side, as I have done throughout the day. It's been a pleasure, but the fun's not over yet. We're getting towards the real tight competition, and it is a tight competition because we've had to sort of look down at the 5-0s that are remaining, 7 of them by our count as well, and there's a couple of still surprises.
Yes, absolutely.
But there's a couple, and there's one deck in particular that is shown as the dominant force, as the top 8 in this current round, as it were.
100%. So at the moment, just for your awareness, in terms of the players who are 5-0 moving into round 6, there are 4 players on Boba Fett of some description, 1 player on Darth Vader, 1 player on Leia Organa, and 1 player on Grand Inquisitor.
Yes.
He won this last round, so I think we're all hoping to potentially get him back on, but this time, you're going to get a Boba mirror match at some point, but it's not going to be now.
No.
Now we've got something far better.
It is a mirror match.
A Vader mirror match.
It's a Vader mirror match. Now, obviously, we mentioned about looking down towards the bottom end or the lower end of the 5-0s as they are currently on the table. One of the players in this matchup actually isn't even 5-0. David, piloting Darth Vader all the way from Canada, by the way. What an amazing trip that must be for him to come this far. He is currently on a 4-1 record, but Lou is on the 5-0 record as the currently lone undefeated Darth Vader player. Just figured, right before we start getting into the Boba mirror matches, potentially, let's get you a little bit more variety with Darth Vader. And you were explaining to me, Chris, a little bit about how some of these decks work, and particularly one of the decks in particular, with the subtle differences that there have been in deck building. And it sounds rightfully scary for a Darth Vader deck.
Yes, I think so. Darth Vader is, I don't think it's a controversial opinion to say that Darth Vader might be the strongest leader in the game in terms of its flip side. It deploys at 7. It is a 5/8 with an on attack to deal 2 damage to a ground unit. This is incredibly strong. You're getting removal, you're getting a massive body. 5/8's really, really hard to remove, especially on a leader. There's not that much in the game that is able to deal with it. And in fact, instead of boring you with telling you what is cool about these decks, why don't we just show you? So I believe that our players are setting up, our players are ready.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and cut on over to the table. We've got some lovely hyperspace promo Darth Vader's here. One of the differences that I was going to note here is David, who is our X1 player, is on energy conversion lab.
Yep.
But Lou, our XO Darth Vader player here, is on the 30 HP base. And this is a really interesting difference, I think. Typically speaking, you would probably go, well, I mean, energy conversion lab is an insane card, probably the best card in the game. You probably want to play it. I think this extra 5 HP has been really important in giving Lou that longevity and that survivability against a lot of the aggro meta we saw, a lot of the aggro field lower down in the competition, earlier down in the competition, and now it's potentially just giving him that extra survivability against these top-end decks, just letting him eke out a little bit longer and potentially just squeezing out a win. But of course, we know Energy Conversion Lab is such a powerful card.
Yeah.
It could be the deciding factor here. I'm very interested to see, as we say, players choosing, they're taking their hands now. Looks like Lou is going to be keeping his.
Yep, and then David on the bottom of the screen is just figuring out what he wants to try and resource away. I can see there's a Death Star Stormtrooper, a Seasoned Shore Trooper, a Vader's lightsaber there as well, one of the key pieces of this deck. I think that might have been what was resourced away as well there. But we are underway now with David as the first action in the initiative. And it's just going to be a Death Star Stormtrooper. Shore Trooper is the reply. That's why you control more resources. It's a 4-3 for 2, not just the 2-3.
Here Dave is deciding whether he wants to use that Darth Vader ability or take the initiative.
Yep.
The Vader ability, extremely strong. If you've played a villainy unit this turn, you get to deal 1 damage to a base and 1 damage to a unit. Very, very strong for 1.
Yeah.
But here, we do see, chose to use that ability, and so Lou is able to claim the initiative. Will that matter? We will see shortly. Some interesting stuff coming up there. I think that is a Snow Trooper. Which,
First Legion Snow Trooper.
yeah, which is a while attacking. It's a 4/3, and it gains Overwhelm. So a really scary card there.
So up to 3 resources now for both players. The seasoned Shore Trooper re-stands. Potentially could just swing in here at the Stormtrooper. Yep. Figured that was probably going to be the result of the first action of the second phase. And then passing over to David, we're going to resupply.
Ramping up. He's going to hit that Vader a turn earlier. Or so he thought. There's a resupply for resupply.
Wow, look at
Both
that.
players coming in at the exact same pace here. Pretty much an identical game here. The initiative is back with David. Moving on, looking at both their hands, they're both just cradling a 7-drop Vader.
Wow.
They're both going to have a remarkable swing turn on that 7 resource turn.
See, Lou has drawn into an open fire here. One of the slight differences between these two decks, both decks play open fire, but David actually runs it at its maximum 3 copies in the main deck. Lou electing just to run it at 2 with a third one in the sideboard as well. So potentially just thinking about wondering whether he wants to resource that away, knowing that he's got only 1 more potentially to find in the deck if it does go into
Absolutely. So we're seeing 3 resources being paid for another resupply. This is going to be a Vader next turn. Lou's got to be scared, or so we say, but I see 3 resources getting tapped there. For a Consortium Star Viper, very nice, going to be getting some healing in there. Though, of course, is going to be one of those cards that's very susceptible to removal. Here we go, we're going to get an initiative here from Lou, going into the 6 resource turn for Lou, a 7 resource turn for David. I think this is going to be a really big swing. Yeah,
this is going to be a really dangerous phase for Lou to have to navigate defensively. There's more ramp if David wants it as well with the Super Laser Technician, but figures no, that's just better off just being in the resources naturally. Also an overwhelming barrage. And then Lou picked up a 7th Sister, and I can't quite see the other card. Might be a Ruthless Rider? Looks like it's a space unit of some... No, it's a cell block guard. It's a cell block guard. So the 7th Sister went into resources, which is interesting. And then the first action, of course, is just going to be, I'm just going to heal up. Take advantage of the Consortium Star Viper while I've got it, while I've got the initiative. Put myself back onto 0 and put a little bit of pressure onto David. But there, it is going to be a 4-3 now because of the sheer amount of ramp that David has managed to accumulate.
Yeah. Very, very scary. Looking at David's hat here, he does have an answer to that Shore Trooper, which I think it looks like he is just going to slam down. But I mean, he knows there's a double Vader turn coming. It's going to be rough. He's going to be set back a little on this turn, but I think he knows it's coming down to the next turn. If he can deal with David's board here in just that one turn, that will be all he really needs to do to swing the game massively in his favor.
Here is a Ruthless Raider. Here is a Ruthless Raider down onto the Space Arena for Lou. So that's going to do another 2 damage onto that Energy Conversion Lab. Softens up the Shore Trooper as well. And now with all 7 resources, David pull the trigger on the Darth Vader straight away.
Boy first.
Yep. Makes sense. Might as well, as you get as much of that offensive value in the 5 just by its pure power, and then also the damage to a unit, not even just a ground unit, just 2 damage to a unit.
Yes, absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, this Vader is extremely scary. And yeah, like this unit Vader that's about to come down, it's not going to get the most value, but I mean, fundamentally, it's a 5/7. It's going to pull out something. But actually, instead, we're going to see the barrage come down to clean up space. That is going to be 3 damage there. Was that 4 damage there, and then 2 further damage from the Vader to
when it swings,
clean up that board.
Absolutely, yeah. Great call there and great catch as the Consortium Star Viper goes and hits the discard pile. The damage counters will be shown and put onto the Ruthless Raider. I believe that Lou has claimed the initiative for this phase, so I think we're back onto David's action once again. And he could swing in here for 7 at base, and like you said earlier, use the remaining 2 damage on its own attack effect to clear out space and actually just wipe the board entirely.
And the other part is he's going to be able to play out this Pro Droid to get a 3/2 on the board and get a look at Lou's hand. Really see what he's working with. which is, I mean, yeah, just this is a really rough situation for Lu. Not unwinnable by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly a slightly difficult one. The on defeat, I think, there,
Yeah.
where he's also doing 2 further damage to the base and clearing up that Shore Trooper. Going to reveal the hand, showing off a cell block guard, a
Open fire.
and I didn't see the last card.
I think it looked
I'm
like
a
it.
lightsaber.
Potentially. So we're now finished on to the next phase, up to what will be 7 resources. Overwhelming barrage for Lu, Palpatine mode for David,
Palpatine is big. That is really, really big.
and it's online as well as an option
Yeah.
with the resource here for the turn. So we could just see after the first action from Lu, which might just be deploy Leader Vader, although probably more risky if you just go, okay, well then here's Emperor Palpatine. Here is Leader Vader though. Is he just gonna get Emperor Palpatine? I think he potentially might do.
Might. I mean, Palpatine's going to deal 6 damage to that Vader, leaving it on 2 health. And I mean, unfortunately, that would mean David's turn is functionally over. Obviously, he's got some attacks, but that's basically it. But I don't know, man. This is a really, really scary situation. Lu, I think, he's definitely on the back foot. There's a lot of damage directly at his face here. Even if he is able to deal with like at least probe droid plus Palpatine or like just Vader, he can't actually deal with Vader because of the 8 HP.
Yeah. Lu's got that overwhelming barrage in hand as well to potentially try and sort of mop up the residuals at the moment. But first, David is going to swing in with the probe droid into the base, so that puts 13 damage onto Lu's command center. In the energy conversion lab of David at the moment, our 4-on-1 player is currently on 7 damage. Where does Lu go from here? Is he just going to
You
fire?
see that barrage coming down. This is really important because it is going to let that Vader survive the turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to, basically everything's trading here. It's essentially the scenario.
Yeah.
So
So
it's-
now do you pivot away from Palpatine and play Unit Vader instead as a potential extra action? We'll see the first extra damage coming in. That's 5 onto base. So that makes it 18 now on the base health. Vader, you can just see there with the 2 tokens there left, it's just got 2 health left.
Smacking in for a huge amount of damage there.
Yeah. That is
7
7, so that doubles the damage already up to 14 now, which is so precarious when you're playing these 25 health bases. We've seen that today throughout the day, that obviously the trade-off that you have to sacrifice to have that epic action, which hasn't been used, actually. So there could be an opportunity to ECL in the Palpatine. That would be quite
ECL's
funny.
only 6 or less.
Ah,
but the
true.
Palpatine is going to deal that 6 damage on entry.
And-
so at the end of the turn, that Vader is going to be disappearing.
Okay. So you can see there the damage now just being put on to the leader Vader. Emperor Palpatine there as an
Claiming the
option next
initiative.
turn, next phase. Rightfully so. It looks like we're going to go into regroup and clean up. Vader is going to disappear on Lu's side of the board. David's still just hanging on in there. I think got 1 HP and a dream left over there. The Dark Lord of the Sith.
One of these cards, I mean, is that a Vader at the back of his hand?
Yes, for Lu it is, yes. Yeah, it's Vader, you got 7th Sister, the Cell Block Guard, I think it's an Interceptor, is the second to right hand card, and then Open Fire, I think might be the final card. Interceptor is what's getting resourced away.
The thing is, in this situation, Vader does clear up the board, provided that Lu is able to find one of his attack increases. So that is basically the only way he's going to be able to clear up the board without taking loads of damage to the face. He's still going to be taking damage. He'll take 5 from the Vader, but at least he'd be able to clear out the Palpatine. Then he can ping down the Vader with that 1 extra damage from the leader ability, and potentially be back in it. Though, of course, we can see might play a Vader, but you know for a fact that David is going to slam down his own Vader immediately after.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to try and decipher and actually figure out what Lou is going to be able to find here off of the top 10 cards and searching for the units. There was a Force Choke, that's not going to be any use. There's another Force Choke, that's not going to be any use. Interceptor maybe, Shore Troopers there as well, but you're behind.
None of these are what you want to be seeing.
Shore Trooper is going to be Call, but with him being behind on resources here, Lou, it's not going to be able to get the extra +2 attack. Vader will clean up the leader, so that means that there will be no extra 1 damage pings or 2 damage pings as they are on the reverse side for this phase at the very least. But David still has an Emperor Palpatine and a unit Vader in his hand. He's got Traitorous as well if he wants to potentially steal the Shore Trooper.
It's like a really, really rough board state for Lou here.
Yeah.
I think that's it. It just goes to show, right? Like, if you are able to get more ramp and just start pushing top end every single turn in the match, it's really, really hard to deal with. And I think that'll probably factor into the sideboarding decisions that the players make moving into the next game.
Yeah. So David's still currently thinking over his potential action here about whether he wants to just go straight into base with the 6 damage that Emperor Palpatine could deal out, whether he wants to play the cell block guard first just to give himself some assurities. We are going to see 7 tapped out, so this is just going to be Darth Vader. Search top 10, see what else we can find. Perhaps a Shore Trooper of his... Well, there you go. Shore Trooper of his own. We don't need that Traitorous.
No, not necessary at all. Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing really... I mean, I guess you get the SLT, but I mean... Oh. Wow. Yeah, Shore Trooper it is, I think.
Yeah. Or
Cell block guard. Cell block guard actually is the choice here.
A free Sentinel. Certainly
really,
don't mind
really
that.
Strong, yeah.
Yeah. Just saw the cards, the other cards that David isn't actually allowed to pick because of the cost it being too high.
Exactly.
Double Raider, another at least 1 Darth Vader, also a barrage as well in the event being shuffled and put down to the bottom of the deck. So despite the promising position that David is in here in terms of the board state, that's always going to feel a little.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it's just staring this situation down. Arguably, if you're Lou, you just pack it up at this point and try and accept that it's not happening this game.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, there's a potential here to just scoop it all up. We've just coming up to playing 15 minutes.
You can't actually do that. James, the Vader died this turn. He can't use it.
Yeah. Yeah, good catch there, Chris. But the leader Vader did get put back into the leader zone in this phase, so it is essentially exhausted for the rest of the phase.
Exactly.
For those who are at home tuning in, just wondering what's happened in that situation there. So the extra 1 ping's worth of damage isn't allowed to be put onto the unit Vader and back onto the base as well to put it up to 26 damage.
I mean, I'm not sure what Lou can do in this situation. I mean, an overwhelming barrage is good, but it's not
enough.
It's not enough. It's
No.
not. You know, he takes 5 and he's out.
Yeah.
He has to deal with both Palpatine and Vader at the same time here. I think he's eyeing up that hand and he's going, well, I mean, Vader's good, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, there's open fire there as well, just straight for spot removal. We're going to play down a Sentinel of our own. That buys us a little bit of time at the very least.
But I mean, that Palpatine will just
Overwhelm, yeah.
Well, overwhelm will clean up the board basically because you can deal the extra damage, I believe, to the Vader because it's on attack. Oh, sorry, it's just a when played, but it's
Yeah,
still
it's
going to
just when
overwhelm.
played, yeah.
So it's going to deal 3 damage to the base, and then any attack that goes through at that point done.
Traitorous!
The Traitorous coming in.
There it is, you hear the applause and a shake of the hand. David wins
Very
game
nice.
1
Very
from
nice.
the Traitorous that we said a couple of phases ago, oh, we don't need to worry about that Traitorous. That's kind of null and void now with all these big cost units on board.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Swings and wins the game 1 of round 6. So we go to sideboarding.
And I think there's a lot of really interesting options in these players' sideboards, and I do think they are going to be strongly considering. So, if we take a look, firstly, at Lou's sideboard
Yeah.
here, Do you want to read that one out, Ben?
Yeah, so we've got 2 copies of Emperor's Legion, an extra cell block guard, that will bump it up to 3 copies in the list at the moment, an extra copy of Open Fire, 2 bombing runs. That's one we've not seen at all throughout the day. That's a 5-cost red tactic event. Choose an arena, either ground or space, and deal 3 damage to each unit that's in it. That would include leaders as well. Double Reinforcement Walker and double Relentless. It might be just me and maybe wanting to see a little bit more spice thrown into the mix. I would like the bombing runs here.
I don't think they're too bad. I just think it's probably a better card into those layer aggro matchups, into those Sabine aggro matchups. For me, I want to see those Reinforcement Walkers. I want to see those Relentlesses. I want to see way more top end because, I mean, a card like Reinforcement Walker is going to be healing 3 every turn. It's going to be drawing every single turn. And it's going to 6-9. It's really, really hard to remove. Relentless completely shutting down a lot of these really, really powerful events these players are relying on. But of course, Bombing Run is another good card for just cleaning up the early game, sweeping it out. It does also let you, if you're able to get a little bit of damage onto that Leader Vader early on, let you then remove it with your own Leader Vader, so there is definitely some benefit there. We're seeing those Consortium Star Vipers getting out immediately, super, super fast.
A pretty streamlined sideboard as well for David's side of the field. He's got 2 TIE LN fighters, 3 Homestead Militia, 3 Dissailing Fang fighters, and 2 Reinforcement Walkers as well. So a lot more streamlined, a lot more 3s for 3s and 2s for 2s, as opposed to just sort of the one-offs that we've seen in Lou's sideboard and other sideboards as well throughout the weekend. It looks like the Homestead Militias are coming in for Game 2, which makes sense given David's Game 1 start.
Yes, absolutely. And this is an interesting question, because as David, you don't know that Lou is playing lightsabers. So disabling Fan Fighter, which is typically used into those blue matchups to deal with all the shields, or into matchups where there's lots of experience being thrown around.
Like tapping and
Yeah,
such.
exactly. It might not necessarily be obviously as good, because David just hasn't seen any upgrades from Lou. But if he does take a punt on that and just be like, you know what, I think he's probably playing some. That Disabling Fan Fighter is a huge little sideboard tech that personally I've also been doing, and I think it is super, super good. And of course we do see the Reinforcement Walker also there, further stabilising in this sort of matchup. I think I'd be surprised if those Reinforcement Walkers aren't going in for both players. And I think this is going to be a really solid game too. Looks like Lou is starting with the initiative here, and probably both players just hard mulliganing for round.
Yeah, more than like. Well, obviously you saw how impactful it was for David in that Game 1. I think circling back to your point about the lightsabers and about, you know, it's not confirmed for David, but I think this is a player that's played through 4 and 1 on the day, has been playing through this deck and has built it and has optimized it quite considerably. I think you've got the kind of plausible deniability that, yeah, this is a mirror match, it's a Darth Vader deck, you're likely playing the lightsabers.
Exactly.
Like it's a good educated guess as we see the opening hands for both players. David's not got as much ramp as he would like.
I think I mulligan this time, David.
Yeah, Lou is keeping.
Lou's happy with his. I think
Super
I see.
laser tech for
Lou.
Lou.
I think I see resupply and super laser tech.
Wow.
So I'm not surprised keeping it. David keeping this seems a little risky.
Shore Trooper.
He is going to get that hand knowledge. He has got a lightsaber in there too. So
Yes.
it is, I will say, that lightsaber, the moment he manages to put that onto Vader, Vader is an app. I mean, Vader with a lightsaber is really scary.
Yeah.
It's really, really scary.
David has in fact elected to keep, and we are underway in Game 2 of Round 6, and we're starting things off with a humble Death Star Stormtrooper. For David, is he going to want to have a little look into Lou's hand first, or does he just want to play the potential buffed body? He will have a little look.
And apparently not show us.
Well, we know what's in
you
there.
can see the resupply, and I think that's a force choke.
Yeah.
And he's going to take the initiative there. It doesn't feel like he needs to use the leader ability. I think he's much rather just keep maintaining that initiative. He's going to be able to trade in that. Well, he might not even necessarily want to trade. He might just throw that 3 damage directly into base. With that Stormtrooper. Lou not drawing much here.
Another probe droid?
Not fantastic.
That's not ideal whatsoever. So on to phase 2 of the game. There is one of those reinforcement walkers for Lou that he sideboarded in.
Here goes that trade.
Yep. So that's the first action of the phase. So now, what do we do for David? He's got no resupply. Does he just Shore Trooper here, or does he?
I think he just has shown. Yeah.
Shore Trooper's down. Hopes to find his ramp in the preceding turns, as Lou will do so now with Super Laser Technician. Not immediate ramp, of course, a 2-1, but only goes into the resources as soon as it's defeated.
So David does have the option here of conceding the initiative to just deal with the Super Laser Technician here and now, and also ping a little bit of damage. It looks like that is what he's going to do.
I don't love it.
I'm not sure if it's helping you that much. I mean, obviously, like, it is. I mean, you're losing the initiative there.
Yeah.
And on the turn, going to 5. Which
James,
might be a little scary.
1 to lose base for the effect. One damage to lose base.
Yes, good catch.
From the leader effect, that should be a damage to base. We're just clearing it up. There it is, the 1 damage to base off of the Vader leader effect. Of course, you play a villainy card, pay one of your resources, rest the leader, 1 to unit, 1 to base. Which, yeah, like we were originally touching on before clearing that up. I don't love pinging for the sake of pinging. It seemed like in that situation.
Well, it actually turned out to be absolutely the correct play, because we see a Death Trooper, not Death Trooper, what's it called?
Snow Trooper?
The Snow Trooper, the one that gives +2 attack.
The
Snow Trooper Lieutenant, which would have actually turned that Super Laser Technician into a clear plus a round.
Wow, okay.
So clearly we need to just be better.
So here is the resupply for the first action for Lou, ramping up once again.
Next turn that Vader is coming out, and if I was David, I would be terrified.
I am terrified just sitting here. I can feel breathing down my neck, that wheezy rasping just waiting in the wings as we pay 2 more resources. You're going to have
Show me the hand. Bro, you're not going to want to see it.
No, you're not going to want to see it. Reinforcement Walker.
Lieutenant and Reinforcement Walker. All of these are very scary. I mean, solid argument to hold on to the choke here. I think you can just claim.
Yeah, probably. I don't think that there's too much that I'm worried about here. I'm not worried about.
He's just going to clean it up.
Fair. I think I wasn't necessarily as worried about just taking 2 damage despite being down in the race at the moment. What was that?
Force throw. That was a force throw.
Ooh, okay.
But it is going to be delayed. I mean, it's going to be a little bit before you can make use of it.
Yeah, in terms of the damage capabilities at the very use of it, obviously needs a force unit and to be able to trigger that off. But no force unit in sight for now.
We're seeing a lightsaber come down onto the probe droid.
Oh.
The probe droid with a lightsaber and a dream.
And the round of applause there from Lou as well. He's loving it. And that's what we've seen throughout this entire day. It's just the players loving what kind of strategies each other are being able to cook up and bring to the table. Wacky off-ball plays like giving the Viper Probe Droid Vader's lightsaber at +3/+1. It's not a vehicle unit, despite it being a droid. So that is now a 6-3.
I mean, it is just objectively hilarious.
It is objectively hilarious to try and consider a Viper Probe Droid walking around with essentially a weapon of mass destruction strapped to its little arm.
So we are seeing some really nice top end in David's hand here. It's just a question of, is he going to lose too much tempo by deploying a turn later?
It's the exact opposite
losing Palpatine.
But he has to.
And he's lost the lightsaber as well. I mean, I think he knows he's not going to be able to get it onto a Vader. It's not happening.
No.
And this Probe Droid is going to be really annoying, actually. It's a 5-3.
Yeah. It's
6-3. 6-3.
6-3. But there is a card in the decks that gets rid of both. That. The first play is going to be the Shore Trooper, which makes sense because it has more resources, so it is a 4-3. So even then, the trade into the unit there is losing value. But there's also, I don't know whether it's in hand, but there's open fires in this deck.
Yes.
At 3 health, that's fine. I can just ping away that droid, and you get away with a lightsaber going as well.
This is a pretty awkward situation, I think, for David. He doesn't really have a great play. Looks like he's going to Energy Conversion Lab here seeing our first use of it in this game, and he is going to throw out the Stormtrooper. I tell you what, I've never seen an ECL Stormtrooper. That is absolutely something new. The cost has not been paid for that card.
There you go.
Yeah.
Blue catching it. They need to pay the one. Here is a Snowtrooper Lieutenant. Can attack with a unit if it's an Imperial. It gets +2/+0, but there's nothing there to attack with, so it is just going to stay there as a 2/2 for 2. And then we go over to David's action. This could be where we open fire to make sure we're just getting rid of that threat and clear the way for the Viper, the Pro Droid, just to swing in freely for 6.
It's already going to swing in for 6. To be fair, I think that is going to happen. Obviously, I think the ideal scenario here for David is he gets to throw that 6 in. 8 damage.
Force unit there. That's going to get rid of. Oh, well, it won't get rid of it, so it will just
no force unit. Just discard.
So it's just going to discard the lowly card that was in Lou's hand. Now just operating on what will be 2-card hand in the next phase. Vader will deploy.
That seems wrong.
With the amount of ramp that he's got.
That seems like a pretty significant misplay from Lou there. There was absolutely no reason not to just ping first and see what David did.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out from the rest of the game.
Because now he's going to lose the Vader. It's over.
And there's the open fire. Yeah, held on to it.
I think David.
Wow.
I think Lou. I am saying that turn is I think what has lost through the game.
Wow, that is a massive phase there for David to get ahead.
He's just top decking at this point.
Yeah.
And,
2 space units.
Look at the top end in David's hand. It is not happening for Lou here. He's deploying a Vader this turn. He's putting out his own Vader. He's taking 2 damage. Okay. I don't think David cares. I think David's like, I can't believe that this is happening.
Yeah, he's got the Raider as well in hand. That's what it looks like. It's going to play with 6 on board. Ruthless Raider is going to get rid of the lone Snowtrooper, deal the 2 damage onto the base as well. He's not going to be facing space uncontested though, because here comes the Imperial Interceptor. That will come in and soften up the Raider a little bit with 2 damage.
Thinking about that previous turn a little bit more, I'm not sure if there was much actually Lou could have done to avoid that Viper Pro Droid crashing in. Probably relying on David making a misplay and just throwing it into face there. But yeah, still a really rough. I'm not sure why he didn't ping there, just to get the additional 1 damage on. But yeah, that Vader. Tell you what, Pro Droid with Vader's lightsaber goes crazy hot.
Yes.
We are seeing
Still no ramp for David.
No ramp for David whatsoever. He doesn't need it now. He's made it.
Overwhelming barrage in Lou's hand. That could make the equation a little bit more in Lou's favour. He doesn't have the initiative to start this phase. With 7 resources in hand, we can deploy both Leader and Unit Darth Vader, as the Raider will actually, with the initiative, just clean up the entire space field, and on defeat will do 2 more damage onto Lou's base as well. 5 to 8 currently in the life counts. David up a game in this round 6 of 8 rounds in the Star Wars Unlimited launch event live from Twickenham Stadium.
I'll tell you one thing that is really unfortunate for Lou. He must be just hating the fact you have to discard that reinforcement walker, because that card could have really put him back in the game. It is so huge, it's healing him, and it's gonna let him draw constant cards. He's gonna out advantage David.
Yeah.
But the fact that force throw can really impactful in this game. Showing just how important discarding can be. There was a lot of, interestingly, for those of you who've been following the game since we were starting in spoilers, there was a lot of sentiment in the community that drawing cards in Star Wars Unlimited was not as good as in other card games because you draw 2 a turn. And this is showing that's not true. Yeah, you might be drawing 2 a turn, but card advantage is really slim in these decks, and having those options could have let him avoid discarding that reinforcement.
Always give me cards in hand, as we see David
Comes
play
the
out
other Vader.
the unit Vader. I think this is following a double pass from Lou, by the way, which makes sense when you're holding on to Overwhelming Barrage in hand. But what does David find off the top 10? A Shore Trooper, won't get the bonus yet.
All
Two
three,
laser
all
technicians
three,
and a
all three.
resupply. All three and a resupply. Two resupplies, I think.
We found the ramp.
We found the ramp. It doesn't matter. We're going to play out the Shore Trooper as the unit from Darth Vader, which doesn't come in ambushing because there's nothing out there to ambush. So what does Luke respond with? It's going to be the other card in his hand. Oh, it's Darth
Vader
Vader.
of his own. It is a very, very solid play, of course. Now here, there isn't much that actually really gets... Oh, there it is.
Someone,
there was the
yeah.
card. No, not he was looking for that +2 attack card. He's going to let him trade Vader for Vader, but he's not playing it.
He picks
is
Cell
going for the
Guard.
Cell Block Guard.
Yeah, which I think is understandable considering you know that there's the leader Vader on the other side. That could swing in 5, then do the extra 2 damage to get rid of it.
That's true.
So I think that's probably correct, as Vader will swing into, or with ambush, into the Shore Trooper, and that's exactly there why he's taking the Cell Block Guard. It's already squishy enough as it is, so having the 5 power swing of the leader unit going into the other Darth Vader, we've just immediately gotten rid of it and stalled any board presence that Luke had worked to build to that.
Very true. I think here, choosing to take the initiative instead of attacking into that Cell Block Guard, coming down to more top decks here. What is David going to see?
Seventh Sister.
Probably not what he wanted, but he does. If this Vader can survive, that Overwhelming Barrage is gonna be some really impactful stuff.
Yeah.
You know, looking at David's hand, I think David is happy to just not resource, happy to slam down that Palpatine, and probably clear out the game.
Yeah, just a little conversation happening at the moment on the tables. We have a look at David's hand as well there. It's a very, very big hand with, or top-heavy hand, I should say, with Barrage, Raider, and Palpatine in hand. And for Lou, he's literally just operating on the 2 draws of the First Legion Snowtrooper and the 7th Sister as well. It's just a little conversation about, I think it's the First Legion the Shore Trooper, that the seasoned Shore Trooper that's hit the discard pile. Might be a question potentially of how much damage is being taken back. With the amount of resources that are on board, we're just having a little look. But while this is being sort of discussed and sorted out, in fact, it looks like the situation has actually been resolved potentially here, as our players are moving to resource. But either way, we can still continue with the train of thought. The question I was going to ask you is, who's in the better position here, do you feel?
I'm leaning towards David, but I just think that's because I can see the top end of David's hand right now. And once that Palpatine comes down, if Lou's able to turn around and go top end, I think it swings back to Lou. This really is a battle of the top ends. And Lou has more of it, it's just he's not seeing it.
Yeah, and he's been able to ramp up relatively well enough, as we now are going to see.
There comes Palpy.
Emperor Palpatine is going
Been
to
able to spread that damage out.
chain lightning the 6 damage across. That will deal with both the Cell Block Guard and the Darth Vader unit as well for the remaining health there. Perfect maths. And we are over to Lou's action now as well.
I do not envy Lou in this situation.
I don't either. Your leader's already gone. You're putting out the First Legion Snowtrooper that goes up to a 4-3 when attacking, but I can't foresee much attacking going on in Lou's immediate future. There's 5 damage being done with Unit Vader. There is finally the 7th Sister hitting the battlefield as a Saboteur. With no Sentinels on board, that doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, I mean, there is lethal on the board right now. Going into this next turn, Lou is going to have to clean up at least one of these units in essentially 2 actions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it is going to be wraps for Lou. 2 damage now put onto the 7th Sister.
Yeah.
Only 4 HP remaining.
I think that makes sense when you're holding on to the 1 card being Overwhelming Barrage. As we pass over the phase, there is a Force Lightning. No, Force. So many Force cards. It's Unreal Force Throw.
Force throw there, so good. Double barrage.
Another Barrage as well, as Lou finds himself a Barrage and has the initiative. So
it's not gonna be able to take anything out.
it has a Palpatine as well, which again is nice, but that 6 damage divided across isn't going to be enough when all of David's units are completely healthy in this phase.
is an unenviable situation for Lou. I think he's staring down this board and he's going, well, I don't know if there's any way I can get out of this situation, because he needs to. He needs to. The problem. I'll tell you the problem is, as long as David attacks with whatever is dealt damage first, then I don't think there's anything Lou can do in this situation.
So we're going to Seventh Sister attack first. That's going to deal 3 damage onto the base and trigger the effect, dealing 3 damage to a ground unit your opponent controls. Chooses the leader Vader. But to your point, do you just hit attack with the damage unit?
Just swing with Vader, and you're like, okay, that's fine. I don't think you can do anything here. He's gonna barrage.
Barrage in first to potentially boost something up.
Well, this plays around the overwhelming barrage coming out from Lou, right? Because that is going to be 7 damage, which does clean up the whole board.
Wow, that's really unfortunate. There is obviously
Just a scoop up from Lou there.
Yeah, and
that is going to be it.
That's going to do it, I think.
Swift 2-0.
Well, we're still going. We're still underway as he plays a Palpatine, just scooping up and playing all of his resources.
I'm sorry, completely misunderstood what was happening there.
But it certainly looks like that the end is coming to fruition potentially as 6 damage.
Well, that's the thing. He has to deal with the Palpatine there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's immediately lethal on board. And then we got 5 plus 7 damage, 12 damage coming in.
Yeah.
We got a force throw.
That gets really
just getting rid of whatever the last card is.
Yeah.
Dealing that damage to the Palpatine,
Yep.
which is now going to get taken out by the Vader swing.
Wow.
I mean, Lou can claim here, but it's not really going to do much. Going to ping. No resources for the ping either.
No, we've got nothing. So Lou would just claim the initiative, sit back and watch 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage come on to the base. That's 27 from my quick maths.
Yep.
Lou is going to claim. And now here we go. Vader leader is going to swing in 5 plus the 2 from the overwhelming barrage will make it up into 7. There goes the Palpatine. The extra 5 comes down as well.
Unless Lou plays the surprise super laser blast and is also playing blue.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything that gets him out of the situation.
Palpatine and Death Star Stormtrooper.
That's another Vader. That's another Vader in David's hand.
Wow. So even if he is able to deal with Lou, the unit Vader, he can just play another one down, or he can just sort of style an overwhelming barrage. That'll do it. That will do it. David moves to 5-1, and our sole survivor, repping the Darth Vader at undefeated, previously going into this round, falls to his own opponent in his own deck.
Yeah, I mean, really unfortunate result there for Lou, but I think, David showing, actually, he didn't even really necessarily need Energy Conversion Lab to win that matchup.
Yeah.
He used it once.
Yeah.
Only in one game.
And even then, that was for a Stormtrooper.
It wasn't for anything particularly crazy. I think it was certainly an important Stormtrooper, and it was to fix how bad his hand was. I don't know, apparently he didn't need to mulligan.
Yeah.
Just play better.
Absolutely. So we're shipping getting an interview as well with David, who, a reminder, we believe is travelling all the way from Canada,
Which is pretty amazing.
to come to this event, and has put a very, very good showing out here as well. 5-1 going into round 7. That is very, very close to that top 32 range.
Absolutely.
Only one more win.
Yeah, X2 gets it.
So really, really strong performance there from David, and like you said, did it all with only using one of the strangest Energy Conversion Lab plays we've seen all day.
Absolutely.
And the strangest lightsaber attachments.
Phenomenal. I gotta say, Viper Probe Core is one of my favourite things I've ever seen. I am gonna buzz off and let you conduct the interview.
Perfect.
Here comes
David, welcome. Come on around.
Main event players, this is your 10-minute warning.
Hi, thanks for having me.
David, congratulations for the win. 5-1 on Vader. A little bit of a different Vader to your opponent in the mirror.
Yeah.
But it proved to come off. So what were the thought processes in terms of when you put this deck together?
Well, I have force throws, which I think a lot of people don't. It can be inconsistent. But it's a really, really good late game card, even though it just costs 1. Especially if you can catch your opponent with a really high cost card in hand, then it's good. Or alternatively, in a pinch if you had to, force throw your own Palpatine to kill their Vader.
Yeah.
So I think that really helped.
Absolutely, because you did catch Lou in a couple of situations there, even with just one card in hand, and all of a sudden he's relying on whatever he draws from the top of his deck to out your board, which was huge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and getting lucky for me hitting his reinforcement walker there.
Yeah.
Even though he had, I didn't have a Force user to use the ability, like still can be a really good card in some situations, even without a Force user. So.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I thought that was the star of Game 2 for me. So.
Well, there were some interesting plays that we saw as well, particularly towards Game 1, when you used Epic Action for Energy Conversion Lab for a Death Star Stormtrooper, and then attached Force Lightsaber to Vapor Probe Droid. We love the ingenuity of it. How many games have you played, and how much experience does that take to be able to see something like that?
Well, yeah, I've definitely had a lot of games with Vader, which helps, and I have had situations where, the Death Star Trooper ends up with the Vader's the lightsaber or the probe droid, and it's I think you just sort of gotta play to your outs a little bit. Where I think if I had just not put anything down, I would have fallen too far behind. So you just sort of gotta go for it, and maybe I was fortunate not to walk into like an open fire that then kills everything, or whatever. But also, I guess I had played the probe droid, and I did see the open fire, and I was like, well, now I can't play my lightsaber.
Yeah.
But then it did get killed on my ready guy, which is perfectly good play.
Absolutely.
But in the situation, it then sort of opened up the Vader's lightsaber to come out. So.
Absolutely. So now you are 5-1 now in your record, just one more win to virtually guarantee top 32. What kind of decks are you hoping to run into in this next?
Not Sabine. I would like to avoid Sabine, which I have today, so pretty lucky on that front. I'd like to avoid Sabine. Anything else I feel, all right into, I feel live into.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on winning in round 6 on stream, 5-1. We certainly wish you luck to avoid those Sabines as well. Go and take yourself your well-earned break. We'll bring Krishiv back onto the casting desk, and will give us an opportunity to check in with the other X and O players around the tables. They are just over 5 minutes in the overall round counter, and we can tell you that on table 1, Boba Fett in the mirror has won.
Who could have seen that coming?
Shock horror. It's Energy Conversion Lab Boba Fett in the hands of Stephen Miller Hamnet. He moves to 6-0. Our Grand Inquisitor player has fallen.
No!
He is 5-1, losing to a Boba Fett deck in the hands of an Englishman. We have a Leia deck that is 6-0, beating Boba Fett on table 3, and that is meaning that you've got 3. Those are your 3 X and O's going into round 7. I mean, we've got to get the Leia deck there
100%.
for round 7.
100%. I think we can guarantee that's what it'll be. Interesting though that it's entirely possible there'll only be one undefeated player after the next round.
Yes.
There's only 3 of them.
Yeah. Wow. So
we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens, and you'll have to stay with us while we do that as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back very soon with round 7. Hello and welcome back to the Star Wars Unlimited launch event here live from Twickenham Stadium. My name is Ben. I am Krishiv by my right hand side, and well, we're just 2 rounds away, including this round, from the end of the tournament.
It's come so fast.
It has, genuinely. It's gone so quickly. That's the issue with events like this, is that they seem so daunting when you initially come and get ready for them, but as soon as you're in them, as soon as you get into the action and the swing of things, it's just so much fun and so enjoyable. And we've got for you, of course, currently our 3 remaining undefeated players. Now, a slight caveat to this at the moment, because our players, there is one obviously that's been played on the down pair. That is the game that we're featuring on stream in this round. We'll more on that in just a moment. But we are playing the maximum 8 rounds as stipulated by the TRM, so even if George is to lose here as the undefeated player, a representative undefeated player, and we get a 7-0 on table 1, we are still playing a final.
Yes. So not to worry, you will see that Exo Boba Fett player. I promise, we're not trying to keep them away from you. You will get them.
Yeah. Although we are trying to slightly we're trying to slightly keep your sanity in check.
We are kicking the can down the road as far as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Hence this matchup here, which is looking to be a really exciting one, because we've got not 1 but 2 decks playing Tarkin Town.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of choice, and we were discussing just before, just as we were going live here, ready for round 7, that for one of these decks and into this matchup, it makes a lot of sense to be playing Tarkin Town into the Leia matchup and into the Leia deck, but playing Leia with Tarkin Town into Iden is a little bit more precarious.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much value you're going to be able to get from Tarkin Town. Just remember, Iden's going to be throwing around lots of these shield tokens. You know, got old reliable Gideon, the guy, the goat. Which I am hoping to see hit 10-10 today. That would be very, very cool. Who's your money on? Who's your money on for this match?
Well, we're about to find out, because our players are set up in the feature match area ready for round 7. I wasn't trying to skirt your question.
No.
My money, I think, is on Iden. I think in this matchup, I think you get more value out of the Tarkin Town epic action. I think, like you said there, and like we saw all the way back in round 2, funnily enough, against a Leia deck, the Leia aggression deck, it stacks up with those Gideon Hasks. Obviously, Iden as well, stacking up, being able to shield and heal and experience, and just all this looping of shenanigans and tools that go around as Ardwell is going to set his resources. Just a reminder that Ardwell is 5-1. We'll get that corrected in just a moment for you. On Ardwell's 5-1. Yeah.
So it's Ardwell.
Ardwell. Yeah.
Oh, there's type of
Whoa. we are operating within the means that we possibly can, as George is going to have a look at his opening hand. I see a Zeb Aurelios. I've not seen that yet today, I don't think.
No,
on stream.
not on stream. No.
We were watching a couple of games ago.
We do in between this. We're having so much fun here. We just walk around and we watch the top table games. It's been really, really fun. But yeah, a really good start here, I think, from both players. We're seeing a Stormtrooper come out here. I think honestly, I think this is a fine epic action.
Yeah, just to ping away.
But he's not going to. He's not going to.
Ooh. Double regional governor.
I think that is all 3 regional governors that Ardwell is now seen. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be too happy with that.
No.
This is an awkward situation though, because you have basically set up a situation where if you get Fleet Lieutenant in here, that's going to be a lot of damage coming in.
It was a difficult resource choice there for George as well. Was thinking about potentially putting the Wing Leader into the resources, but when played, it gives resource tokens, it gives experience tokens onto a unit, and those experience tokens we saw when we were looking actually in the match against Grand Admiral Thrawn when they were both undefeated. They can put in some serious work. Here comes Red 3.
Wrong arena, but gets the job done.
Yeah, well,
it's gone anyway.
It doesn't matter. It's going to die. Power of the dark side. It's all gone. So we don't need to worry about Red 3 getting Raid 1 and giving other heroic units Raid 1 either. We are going to claim the initiative.
Add 1 to the heal counter for Iden. I'm going to keep track of how many times Iden heals in this match because I've heard people telling me Krennic heals more than Iden, and I'm going to prove them wrong.
Ooh, make sure that you have the stats and where it counts at the end.
got my highly scientific tally.
Of how many restore and heal triggers that Iden Versio gets as the first action of Phase 3 for George. It's the Fighters for Freedom. See him.
That is a little scary.
Yeah.
Looking at Arnold's hand. Great answer to this.
Cell block
just
guard.
Run out of cell block guard. Good card. Absolutely.
Yep. George is going to claim the initiative. Potential, or in fact, can't even. Just pass. Can't even use Tarkin Town in this situation because, of course, it is 3 damage to a already damaged non-leader unit, not just a free 3 damage, however way you would like.
I mean, I'd be pretty happy with this Foe's Ardwell, but going into Leia's flip turn, it's not that scary. It's just one thing. And, you know, looking at your hand now, you're like, oh, you can probably deal with this. You're going to be going into your, as Ardwell, you're going into your flip turn next. But equally, George's hand here, that Zeb is looking real scary. Slamming down Zeb and then going into a Leia. And then driving a lot of these attacks through. It's going to be really, really scary. There's a Sentinel there, which is getting ignored by the Saboteur.
Nice.
Well played by George there. Who really cares about the cell block guard? Ardwell probably regressing playing that cell block guard at this stage.
Ardwell's got a Power of the Dark Side, a second one in hand as well, if he wants to get rid of that Fighters for Freedom, which would be the smartest play here, because obviously with how many aggression units these kind of rebel decks like to play, we'll be getting rid of the threat of more damage being pinged onto the base from its effect. We're going to see Death Trooper instead deal 2 damage to it. And now over to George with 5 resources waiting on. We're seeing a Sabine here.
Instead of a Zeb is interesting.
Might be a little early for Sabine, especially considering that while there are 3 aspects among friendly units, Sabine can't be attacked. But the deploy comes through instead. Now there are 3 aspects.
I'm going to see the epic action to deal with that.
Fighters for Freedom. Yep, there goes the Tarkin Town epic action, dealing 3 damage. And that will sort that out. No more free extra 1 damages onto bases. But that Leia Organa is still out there with Raid 1, and when it attacks, you may attack with another rebel unit that isn't in of course.
Here comes the Zeb. This is a slightly awkward situation for George, though, because you can attack with the Leia, take 3 damage from the cell block guard, and that Death Trooper is just going to be able to clean up the Leia on the next turn.
Yeah, just having a little read of Zeb Aurelios here from Ardwell. We can let you know, of course, as well what Zeb Aurelios does. So whenever it completes an attack, if the defender was defeated, you would deal 4 damage to a ground unit. So great 2-for-1 potential, but obviously could potentially run into vanquishes if Ardwell plays them. Tarkin Town is off the board now because the epic action has already been used, and we can tell you there are no vanquishes in Ardwell's list, but he does play 3 takedowns, so there is a potential to have that trade-off.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we are going into the resourcing here. He's checking his opponent's deck list to see what he needs to play around, and deciding what he's going to call with... he's not resourcing, he's playing, deciding what he's going to call. We don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's probably something seriously impactful. Let's try and figure out what it could be.
Yeah, potentially, maybe getting around another Fighters for Freedom. I certainly wouldn't mind that. Fleet Lieutenant's probably a good shout as well.
Fleet Lieutenant would be scary. Could be K2.
Yep.
Could be Guerrilla Attack Bot.
There's a lot of options.
A lot of options.
Realistically, that Ardwell could just negate, as we see the Cell Block Guard swing in. That's going to deal 3 damage into base. Still has that protection for the Sentinel, and then claim and pass. The Leia Leader not swinging in there for any damage this turn. Of course, as the point you made earlier, Chris.
Sorry, there was another heal there from mine.
Oh, well, number 2. So we are 3 apiece from our tracking, at least in the life totals, but 2 heal triggers. Iden Versio in game 1 of round 7. As we see the hand is Power of the Dark Side, Cell Block Guard, and Death Trooper.
Not an ideal hand.
Yeah, when you compare it to George's as well, second Zeb Aurelios, a Rebel Assault a Wing Leader, and a Sabine Wren as well. That's a lot stronger.
Zeb is about to get outrageous value here.
Yeah.
Dealing 4 damage, cleaning that out.
And get the Governor.
Really, really awkward. Now, on the bright side here, we are going to be able to up that Zeb with a Death Trooper, which does look like it's coming down here. Maybe not.
About it, I think
he could also just trade the Death Trooper he currently has. As the other option.
Yeah, but I think you get the better value from playing the fresh one.
Yeah.
I think, because you've still got 2 units that way with 2 damage on them, as opposed to having to sort of clunkily go, I'm swinging in with the first one, then you can swing back with Leia as well without any real kind of threat there. So I think this is probably the correct decision and the correct line of play in terms of Death Troopers to remove Zebra.
I would agree. I think the decision that he was making, Ardwell was making, was does he want to play the Cell Block Guard this turn? Or is he happy to just leave it? And now, really, really punished here for not being able to deal with the Leia for so long. This Leia is going to be really, really hard to deal with.
Cell
The
Block
Cell
Guard
Block
will
Guard
help.
coming in, absolutely going to massively help here.
So
that's soak up an attack and deal 3 damage that way.
So it just prevents that Leia from swinging in with 5-6 damage as well, including the raid trigger that would hit as 2 is put to the side. We have Sabine, who is active now because she counts herself in terms of the aspects.
Iden heal.
Iden trigger. There is number 3
Number 3
of the day, or of this round. Claim the initiative for George, and
at this point I think you just have to deal with... Oh, he's not going to deal with Leia? No, yeah, I was thinking.
Is he going to deploy?
Got to deploy, and
Yep.
I think you've got to just throw the Death Trooper and throw the... Oh no, didn't attack the Cell Block Guard with Leia.
No.
So, I mean, yeah, you might just have to...
Get rid of the...
get rid of the Sabine.
Does that work?
It's different aspects. I think they got green... Oh, yeah.
And red?
Other friendly.
Okay, so it does have to be an extra green. My apologies there, I was under the assumption
No,
that
I was thinking...
Yeah. So, still in the current phase, it looks like Ardwell still has that Death Trooper to potentially attack in for 2. In fact, no, we are in a new phase. Is it Del Nico from Ardwell on
No, that's a Gideon.
Oh, it's a Gideon. It's a Gideon. It's the other Star Wars Battlefront 2 Fire Squadron leader,
Indeed.
which we know all about what this card can do and how quickly this can get carried away.
So here in this situation, I think Ardwell's probably really regretting not just running that Death Trooper into the Zeb to deal with it. Could have saved that second Death Trooper to deal with the Wing Leader and then deal with the Leia that way. So I think he really found himself in a very behind position because he chose to play that Death Trooper.
And then the epic action of Tarkin Town used by George will deal with one of the Death Troopers, deals the remaining damage necessary. And now we're going to see, here is the Gideon Hask that's going to play down whenever an enemy is removed, give an experience token to a unit. And that combines very, very nicely with the freshly deployed Iden Versio as well to heal a little bit more as well. Just a little conversation question being asked there on the table, and it's all resolved as Leia is going to attack. And it has to go into the Cell Block Guard because of the Sentinel. So this will get rid of that and deal back 3 damage in reply to Leia Organa. She does still
Leia
have
at 5.
Yes, does still have 5 left available. Iden doesn't have a shield on anymore, so she's not necessarily an easy, just sort of free swing in to chip away more of the damage and leave her on 1.
So Ardwell's in a really, really rough spot here because he's going to have to double trade, deal with that Leia at the moment. The other option is claim, but I think he is just going to double claim here, the double trade here.
Yep.
Feels really, really bad. If George has Sentinel here, that was going to absolutely ruin the plans, but no, he just...
Here comes the triggers from Gideon Hask,
yes.
so Iden trigger to heal as well. It's not left play yet. It's not left play yet. But,
well, yeah, because I think it's only the enemy. I think.
Yes, yeah. So we're a little bit preemptive on the Iden triggers.
But I think Iden will trigger
likely
when she dies in the attack.
Likely,
I think that's still true.
Yeah, more than likely. So here we go. Iden leader is
Leader
swinging
leader.
into Idenverse, into Leia Organa. Here come the Iden triggers. So the first will be the heal. The second will be the experience token.
Heal 2 or heal 1?
That is a heal 1.
Heal 1.
It is a heal
4
1.
Iden triggers.
So both the leaders are dealt with now. Interesting here, actually, that George isn't attacking in the uncontested space. He's just claiming the initiative.
Well, I think, he's only going to get 2 damage in, and because of that, he'll lose the Zeb. Because immediately Ardwell's going to claim and then just run the Gideon into the Zeb.
Sure.
Gain an experience. That Gideon's going to be, a little bit annoying to deal with. But I do agree. I think it is sad and annoying probably for George that he's not able to take advantage of the fact that he's just being uncontested out there.
Yeah. Well, he might be hanging on for Rebel Assault. We see it in the hand for George. Attack with a unit, it gets +1/+0. Then attack with another Rebel, it gets +1/+0.
This is a scary hand. I'm seeing Ardwell here. Lots of removal.
Power of the Dark Side.
Not sure what that third red card is.
Yeah, it's 2 Power of the Dark Sides, and then an Open Fire, I believe, as the extra card.
So good. Akbar coming down.
Now, this is interesting, because this is only played as a one-off in the main deck. The extra 2 are in the sideboard, but it's a 1/4 for 3, restore 1, and when it's played, deals damage to the equal number of units that you control in its arena. So it's going to deal the 2 damage onto Gideon Hask, and that will put that now down to 4 health remaining, but still a big threat.
Zeb is going to be able to clear the Gideon here, which is going to be really, really rough for Ardwell. There's no way for him to, I think, answer this fast enough to prevent that Zeb from just clearing it.
Yeah, because the Open Fire doesn't even help here, with Zeb being at 5, not 4. Open Fire dealing 4 damage, and then the Power of the Dark Side as well. There's probably just a concession from Ardwell to take away the Admiral Akbar, or maybe even the Wing Leader, and just let space be a completely uncontested field for everybody. So, not the easiest of decisions for Ardwell to have to make.
He has to. He can try and get more value. Yeah, he can clear the Akbar, get the token, and he can let the Zeb clear. Now, if Zeb doesn't clear here, then
Heal
I
trigger.
think. Heal. Absolutely.
Iden heals and puts Ardwell down to a completely fresh 0 damage being taken now as well.
He's choosing not to. This might. I don't know if
Okay.
George is going to be happy with that decision, because now Ardwell has free reign to start using his removal and stack up this Gideon.
There's Open Fire.
By open, there goes the space dominance.
Yep.
Another token is going to be coming on to Gideon.
And then there's the Mon Mothma as well.
Okay, that's
to
one token
search.
that's meant to be on Gideon, one experience token.
We can just double check and see if there's extra experience on from Gideon from the Open Fire. It should be
an extra experience
when an enemy unit is defeated, so there should be an extra experience token that should be potentially being granted here onto the Gideon Hask. Just getting confirmation.
Yep, there we go.
There it is. So all that is correctly applied.
Here we're going to get a Power of the Dark Side, which is just going to deal with the Mon Mothma most likely.
Yeah, you've already got the search utility off of that. So, and there is going to be another experience
Here's George is
token.
probably sitting there going, "Oh my god!
Yeah,
I could have dealt with this card, and now I can't."
yeah. And then there's no real cards that I can see. Gorilla Attack Pod, maybe, but even then, it's not an ideal removal tool. As we see the next phase being organised. All of a sudden, George is in a little bit of a difficult situation here, because Ardwell's got another Power of the Dark Side in hand.
I don't think Red Green Layer has any way to out this Gideon. I think it is here to stay. And this Gideon is now at 9/9. Shortly, it will be a 10/10.
You get your wish. Well,
oh yes!
Half get your wish, because he's got 6 health right now.
No, counts.
It counts. Chat, let us know if it counts. As we with the first action of George's phase, he's going to play the Rebel, the Fleet Lieutenant. He's going to go face. So that is going to be
8 damage, 7 damage.
7 damage on to the base. And just a little.
I believe that's 13.
I believe it's 13. A little bit difficult to tell for us at the moment on the glare, but we feel like we've done the counting right. Means that Gideon Hask at currently without any damage onto it is a 9/9. If a unit leaves play, which it can, if we put down Power of the Dark Side, that's going to become a natural 10/10 at the very least.
So the really scary thing for George here is Gideon can become like an 11/11. It's 2-turn kill.
Yeah,
so
without
this is a rough situation. He's going to go ahead and throw it in. He's going to deal with the Zeb,
just
taking 5 damage.
Yeah, just keep powering
still
out.
Alive on 1 health here.
Make it.
But going up to 2.
Yeah.
And there we go. We got our 10 Gideon with no doesn't look like any chance of that slowing down anytime soon. We've got a 4-drop coming out here. Which is going to be the K2. And I think we've got to see the Power of the Dark Side come down here. There is meant to be a heal trigger coming off the Iden there that has been missed. I assume it will get caught now.
There is Power of the Dark Side, as you rightfully said, going to get rid of the Fleet Lieutenant. And there is the heal trigger of the Iden.
And there is a Gideon trigger that is meant to happen now as well.
Yep.
There, I can see. No? James, Gideon.
Yep, and there has been spotted by the stream judge as well. More experience tokens.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11.
Oh, wow. But the thing is that at the moment it's got, what, 3 health remaining? So K2 can, if George claims initiative, K2 can just swing in here without any more removal to come or any extra buffing to come. So likely this big, beefy Gideon Hask is going to go down in this phase.
I don't think Arnold's that fast because he's got another one in his hand.
You're joking.
He's got a second one ready
No way is he trying.
He's got a second one. He's ready to go.
Oh,
We've had 1 Gideon, yes, but what about second Gideon?
it's Gideon Hask's world and we're all just living in it, ladies
Honestly,
and gentlemen.
I mean, I so underrated this card until I started playing with it. Because you read the card and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, fine, what, it's like a 6/6. But, like, you just don't appreciate that. Actually, that's really hard to deal with.
Especially when you're looping it with the Iden leader, not even just like the leader front itself, the unit as well.
Yeah.
Like there's just so much value being generated from just essentially like 1.5 cards. I'm calling the leader a half card because it only comes in at 6 resources.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's absolutely crazy how high value this card is. I mean, here, the K2SO, yeah, okay, you're going to overwhelm for 1, you're going to deal 3. You deal 4 damage, pushing the Iden to 16 damage. Going 4 face! I think this is when you got a takedown here, or I think you got a. I think you force choke here.
Force choke potentially is another removal option to be able to pay 2. Doesn't have a force
gonna
unit
take down,
on board.
he's gonna take down.
But he's going to take down. So there is going to be now the trigger as well off of K2SO. Is going to do the extra 3 damage as well. Now here comes the Gideon Hask trigger. That makes it even bigger.
And the Iden trigger.
And the Iden trigger potentially as well. So we will wait and see. We've got George on his action. He's going to play a Fighters for Freedom.
I think here, easy, just force choke, just get it out.
Yep. Here comes 2 resources. There's force choke. That's
what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 different experience
13.
Oh my word. George does get to draw a card in this situation as well, and another experience token. There's Hardwell typing to himself another experience token.
This is the crazy thing. Ardwell attacks with Gideon, claims initiative. If George can't out that Gideon, he loses. I mean, here you got to swing. You just got to swing.
Yeah, here's a Sabine that was just a lowly 2/3 at this stage. Now we see the massive
13.
swing. 13 damage. That's ridiculous, frankly.
You hear George there going, huh?
So believe that should put him up to 16 damage now.
The point is, it puts him into kill range.
It puts it, yeah, handily it puts him into
So
into
here,
range.
I mean, George, I think George. I mean, he's got a claim.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, this Gideon. I mean, the thing is, Gideon does have 8 damage on it. So, but it's 5 damage. That's a lot of damage to deal to a unit at one time.
I can see 2 General Dodonas in hand, as well as the For a Cause I believe in. That's not really going to help in this situation either, because that would deal up to a maximum of 22 damage onto the base. But still, just that little bit away. Here's the Iden heal as well. That will, we believe, put him down onto 17 damage on his Tarkin Town base.
We do have a claim from George and
a pass.
No. Well, I see a Sentinel.
Ooh. Yeah, it's the.
But there's a Palpatine in
Oh wow! So he just goes Echo Base Defender, and Arbol plays. Okay, that's funny. Here's a Palpatine. By the way, trigger.
Kill 2 things, double trigger, heal, 15.
This can't be real.
This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Very funny.
Very, very funny. I like this one. It's very good.
So the first action is going to be George's. 3 cards in hand there. Admiral
Oh,
just
he doesn't know. He's about to get caught.
He doesn't know. Chat. He doesn't know. Here comes the Echo Base Defender.
He's counting. Oh, that's 8, baby.
He's just counting up his resources. 2, 4, 6, 8. Do it. Emperor Palpatine,
Unlimited power.
6 damage across the 2.
Don't forget those Gideon stacks.
And don't forget I love how George, a good sport as well there, he's saying, you got double Gideon trigger here as well, though. Don't forget that one.
Oh, to be fair, I think it's just the one trigger because they both die at the same time.
Oh, sure, okay.
But that is absolutely...
And
On to game 2.
Oh my word.
That was 8 Iden triggers in that game. Not all of them resolved because that was that last one there, which didn't actually get used. But 8, heal 8. That's like having a 33 health base with Tarkin Town, or a 38 HP base with a 38 HP base. Crazy.
Unspeakable things are happening at round 7 in this tournament, in this launch event for Star Wars Unlimited.
Funniest things I've ever seen.
That's ridiculous. It's like, how do you even sideboard against it? I suppose Fang Fighters for the upgrade, because remember, folks, experience and shield takers, they count as upgrades, so they are able to be taken away by disabling Fang Fighter, but like, what else do you
Heroic
take?
Sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
So, Heroic Sacrifice is a 1-drop in red and white that says draw a card, then attack with a unit. With this attack, it gets +2/+0 and gains when this unit deals combat damage, defeat it. That's probably your best shot at just getting a massive extra extension. But, I mean, unless you've got, like, you know, a Rook something, which is a villainy card, so obviously Leia's not going to be playing it. I don't know, man. Like, this is looking pretty rough. Iden 1 game ahead, 30 minutes left on the clock. That first game took 25.
Yeah.
And there is looking like there's going to be some sideboarding here. What do we think? What do we think about Iden's side? What do you think Iden's going to side here?
So Iden in their sideboard and Arbor side has 1 System Patrol Craft, triple Vanquish. I don't really see that being necessary. Bombing Run. That should go in. And then 1 Dooku, 1 extra Palpatine, and an Avenger. To me, I'm not really looking at those top ends. I'm looking at the bombing runs, seeing the amount of ground units that George is wanting to play, get value off of Leia leader ability as well to attack at the same time in an action and just go, yeah, you're not having any of that. Plus combo with Tarkin Town.
Lots and lots of reach that you're getting there. I think this is going to be a really, really good game here. And you know, our money was on Iden, but so far it seems to be right.
Yeah, well, especially we had prior knowledge in this matchup all the way back in round 2, 80 against Mike. That did go 2-3 games, and Leia, the Mike player, did win game 1 all the way back in round 2. The script's slightly been flipped here as things stand. Iden is up a game to nothing in round 7 on the down pair, on the pair up as well for Ardwell's record. So looking to go 6-1 and essentially secure top 32. George looking to stay alive and carry on as the 7-0 and give it a true undefeated final for the next and final round.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be a fantastic game. Love to see George in the final, but love to see Ardwell taking down an EXO, continuing the tradition of every single undefeated player losing on stream. because that would be funny. Yes, I'm a sadist. What can I say?
So Ardwell has kept his hand, as has George. Interesting from Ardwell. I think he resourced away a stormtrooper there. I think he resourced away a Death Star stormtrooper. I'm not quite sure
so, yeah.
what else he's got in his hand. As we're underway in game 2. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's got another one
I think
anyway.
It's exactly the same.
He's
It's
got another
exactly
one.
The same as last game.
Yep.
Claim. Yep.
And pass
Pass.
onto phase 2. We draw Rebel Assault and
the MVP.
oh, we've got Gideon Hask again, as well as a regional governor. That can buy Ardwell a little bit of time potentially. What else is there? I think there's make an opening.
Well, there's a fire, open fire, which is I don't know if you just got resource, but that open fire is real nice in this situation.
Yeah.
Just like be able to deal with that 3-3.
Yeah, the open fire stuck around. But Gideon Hask, I think, actually got resourced.
Really? How interesting. I guess. I mean,
Too early?
Too early, probably. Like, oh yeah, here. So this is what you are most afraid
Yeah.
of. You are most afraid of getting absolutely cooked by 5 damage immediately there. And basically, Leia's turn is done at this point. So you're going to trade. You probably epic action here to just clean up the board.
Well, you can't because there's no damaged units on board to epic action. Back in
Oh,
town is
you're
only
right.
damaged
You
units,
are
so we
right.
have to burn the open fire.
You are right.
On the Fleet Lieutenant, which is a difficult one to have to swallow.
1 for him.
Iden Trigger, that's 9 for the round for those keeping count at home, and I assure you we are keeping count here.
Wow. Good cards there. The
Probe
Probe Droid
Droid.
for knowledge, and also the Regional Governor to then lock down that one card you don't want to see here would be very, very nice. Of course, sadly, George, for Ardwell, George does have the initiative here. George, looking at his hand, I see that Zeb. I like that Zeb. I see a red
3.
Red 3, very powerful card there.
I like the red 3 a little bit more. I mean, unbeknownst to George, this is likely just going to get power of the dark sided as he pulls it to the front. Rests 3. There we go. Goodbye, red 3.
Iden Trigger.
Iden Trigger is on stack and awaiting very, very soon. Iden Trigger, there it is. Go to 3 health for the action for turn and just claim initiative
Listen.
and pass.
This poor George playing Leia, going into his deploy turn with no board.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a rough sight to see. Looking at Ardwell's hand, he's got sauce.
So much removal.
Got another bloody
as well.
Gideon, doesn't he?
Has he got another Gideon now?
Got another Gideon.
Oh, never punished. Never punished,
punished.
ladies and gentlemen.
He didn't resource it, surely.
No, he didn't resource it this time because I think now
he's just gotta slam
he
it.
is up to the 5 resources and, we're one turn away, or 1 phase away from
Deploying the Leia.
deploying Iden as well on the
That
next
is
phase.
so risky because if there was another power of the dark side there, that Leia just gets cooked.
Yeah, because remember, it's an opponent chooses a unit they control, defeat that unit, doesn't specify about whether it's a non-leader unit or not. As it looks like here comes our boy, Gideon Hask, living up to his name of being the ruthless loyalist as well.
George has got to be sitting there going, I need to deal with this card as soon as possible. I think fair to say Gideon single-handedly winning the game.
Oh,
There we
that'll
go.
help.
At the base!
Base! It's going to go into base.
That is a lot of damage. That is going to be 6 damage.
Should just be 5, I think, from count.
No, because of the raid.
Oh, because of the raid. Of course, because of the raid. So that puts them up to 9
Now
now.
Ardwell's got the initiative. Ardwell's got a Gideon on the board.
And George just trying to flat out the board a little bit more. Plays down the Sabine Wren, who, as we established, isn't immune to being defeated here in this current board state.
This choke here is really nice.
And a Sentinel starship as well, a system patrol craft if George decides wants to change tack, utilise the wing leader, another potentially red 3 as well.
I think this Gideon is going to be a 7-7, potentially even an 8-8 by the end of this turn.
Wow.
I mean, there is so much gas here in terms of removal, which is crazy looking at Ardwell's hand. I mean, you know, he's got a force choke, he's got a takedown, he's got a probe droid if he just wants to get some knowledge as well, but I think that's all 6 of his resources there.
He's also
and it's his deploy turn.
He's also got to make an opening.
He's got to make an opening.
Which at 2-2, I believe, is able to get rid. No, it's not on the map right now able to get rid, but it does set up attack in town potentially.
Well, exactly. Well, here, I think what's going to happen is this Iden is going to crash into that layer, set up the Tarkin town, and is going to, I think George knows this layer's not lasting this round, so is going in for as much damage as possible, triggering the other attack. Sabine is going to go in, it's going to remove the shield
well, at least that's what he's thinking. George does elect to remove the
And deal
shield.
2 damage, so this Iden is going to die
Yep.
if it crashes into the layer. But honestly, I think that's worth it.
Yep.
Honestly, what you could do here now is you
Heal.
can take down.
Heal trigger.
Yep, heal trigger,
And
absolutely.
an experience as well, because an enemy unit was destroyed. So he's going to be able to get the experience token. That makes Gideon Hask a 6/6 unabated now currently.
Good argument to put it on Iden, but I do think it's going to go on Gideon.
Yeah.
Because that Gideon is now going to be able to clear out that layer. I think here, though, you want to take down that fleet. Well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I think you wait. You see if there is going to be Zeb coming down, because that takedown is going to deal with that Zeb, and that's going to be extremely punishing.
Heal trigger. As
Heal trigger goes
Gideon
off.
Hask gets rid of the fleet lieutenant, and then Gideon will trigger once again as well and grant another experience. That will go to the Iden this time. So what does George have up his sleeve potentially in this turn? There is a Zeb.
Here's a Zeb. I mean, there's not much. Here's going to deal 3 damage with the epic action and clear out the Gideon. Huge, had to be done,
Yeah.
because that Gideon was going to run away with the game otherwise. But still, I mean, this is, not an ideal board state for George here. I'm going to see 2 resources used here.
Looks like a force choke.
For the force choke,
Yep.
by the looks of things.
So that will deal 5 damage away now to the layer.
And then the epic action will finish off that layer.
Yeah.
And George does get to draw a card here.
Yeah.
George's probably happy with that, not dealing with the layer, forcing a second piece of interaction. Another Zeb.
Ooh, picks up a second Zeb off of the top. So do you play? You got to play one of them down now. I think likely.
No.
No, we're going to go with a Sentinel first. Smart.
But here, I think, just, I guess it's okay to just epic action and leave the
yeah.
Sentinel, just leave the Sentinel up.
He could also just make an opening. Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Gives
Make an opening,
-2,
which is
is
enough.
going to defeat and is going to trigger that heal.
And gives Iden heal trigger as well
Exactly,
on the stat and on the board. So that should heal us down to 8, I think, from our counters. Iden should be able to heal potentially. Here is for a
Here we
cause,
go.
I believe.
Very
in.
funny card, very funny card. Burn 4. How many
let's
is it going to
see.
be?
1, 2,
oh, double
2
Sabine.
Sabine,
And a
3,
Zeb.
ooh,
Ooh.
4.
I mean, burning 4. I think probably you're not very happy to see any of these cards if the George, I think.
No, I'm not happy at all.
He puts them all in the bin.
Yikes. Well, he knows obviously he's got 2 Zebs in hand as we claim the initiative and pass as well. With double Zeb Aurelius in hand, the third one's gone to the discard pile. I think that's all Sabines now are gone from George's side of the board as well.
I think so. And I think here, that Death Trooper combined with Tarkin Talons letting you kill a 5-drop. A 5 HP unit.
I don't think Tarkin
here
Talon's
you
been
can
used
just
yet.
take down that Sentinel and guilt free,
Wow.
trigger another heal, going to 6 heals this game.
This is absolutely incredible, as we're seeing at the moment with this Iden Versio deck. Here
Mon
comes
Mothma coming out.
Mon Mothma that will be able to search the top 4 cards of George's deck and find a K2SO. Okay, that's not a bad find by any stretch of the imagination. The Overwhelm might be helpful, as well as the residual damage. Here comes the Death Trooper though, that will deal 2 on Mothma. As 4 resources, this is likely just the K2.
Most likely, yeah.
Yep, it is the K2. Will come in rested, of course, with the Overwhelm. Now ambush, but is going
Just going to deal with that, get another
Yep.
heal there.
Tarkin Town.
7 heals this game.
Wow. So,
1 card in hand.
and it's a TIE Interceptor, which at the moment isn't doing too much because George is completely ignoring space as he claims initiative. And
The question is, do you whack 5? But I think here, he's just going to go ahead and trade. That's going to trigger another Iden heal. And that's hitting us at 8 heals already.
yeah.
Iden's going to go back. I think, George leading in card advantage. George is really not in that bad a situation. But, as Oddwell has managed to survive this long, he's just waiting on his top end.
Pretty much, and it's such a dangerous top end as well for double Dooku, double Palpatine, even triple Ruthless Raider at 6. Like it's fine and it's good in this situation when you're being uncontested in space. As here is
there we
there's
go.
one of them.
There we go.
In Count Dooku.
Everything. I think everything he wanted to see, because now he's going to be able to filter the top cards of his deck if he needs to as well. He's got 7 resources, so he doesn't even need to put anything down. I don't really think he should. I think he just wants to keep those cards in hand.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that he's going to resource this turn. Here is Ardwell. George just counting out his resources. See whether he wants to send anything away. He will not. He's going to stick at 6. So for now, it is George's first actions. A couple of space units there if George wants to have a look in that area.
Laying out that...
Fang Fighter won't get the value for getting rid of any of the upgrades, as Death Trooper is just going to happily swing in. That'll deal the first damage of this game actually onto George's base. Where did we go with the follow-up? It's going to be a Wing Leader.
That is big, but I think here this Dooku is going to be some pretty serious value because if I can do maths correctly, I believe that is still 4 HP.
And let's see if he plays the Count Dooku, and he's just counting it up there, just making sure the maths is correct. It's 4.
Huge.
Yep. It's the shield token as well onto itself.
And a heal trigger.
And a heal trigger waiting. There it is. Two cards in hand for Ardwell, a lot in hand for George. He's going to claim and pass. Let's find another Fang Fighter there. They could pop the shield off to Dooku, but then it's uncontested ground.
Well, exactly. I mean, I've never seen a layer deck win just through space supremacy. It's really, really hard to do that. And looking at Ardwell's hand here, he is going to be able to go ahead and just clean up that Wing Leader whenever he wants to, really. I think he's probably just going to play out an Inferno 4 and start digging for his top end.
Yeah.
Is what I would think.
Cellblock Guard is the other card as well that's in Ardwell's hand. First we're going to see the Wing Leader swing in for 2. Now over to Ardwell. What does he want to start with first?
Chuck 3 damage directly into the base there. George considering his options here, as you said, that coming in there.
The Fang Fighter.
Dooku losing that shield. I don't think necessarily minds too much. I think here we're going to see the TIE Interceptor coming out and just dealing straight up with that
Fang Fighter.
Fighter.
So that gets rid of that. George is going to claim, and look like he claimed initiative. No, he's going to hold on and he's going to play a banner effect here as well. In General Dodonna, everybody else is going to get +1/+1.
Unfortunately, Dooku can just trade into it, but here we're going to see a Cell Block Guard come out. There is an Iden trigger, which needs to happen as well.
There it is.
And honestly, a solid argument to just throw the Dooku face for 5.
You might as well. I don't think you're losing out on anything here. George has already claimed initiative.
He is just going to go ahead and trade it.
Going to take out the Dodonna.
And I think really Ardwell's just sitting here going, all I need to do is see any decent top ends. Those are both good cards.
Death Trooper and the second one couldn't quite see as to what he picked up.
It was a TIE Interceptor. So.
Oh wow, okay. So that just grants and guarantees space supremacy. And for George, he's got an A-Wing in hand, but I think that he's just picked up with Raid 2.
He's got some nice options here. He is going to go ahead and just throw 4 damage into the base there, but I mean, 4 damage, he's losing his board there. Not ideal. I think this is when, if I'm Ardwell, I'm throwing down Inferno 2 because I'm just going to go, right, are these next 2 cards Palpatine?
Yeah.
I want Palpatine.
So there's the Heroic Sacrifice, one of the sideboard options that George brought in for this game too. Just trying to force the issue and try and press some more damage onto Ardwell's base. We believe that he's got 10 health left on the base, but here is, as you were saying perfectly, there's Inferno 4. Have a look at the top 2 cards. It's a Probe Droid and a Raider.
I'm keeping the Raider and I'm shoving that Probe Droid right
Star Wars
on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So here the 10-minute warning around the room. The clock a little bit different for us here on the stream in the feature match area. Just over 13 minutes left on the clock both George and Ardwell, as here comes another Dodonna. Here comes a Death Trooper in reply, so that'll deal 2 and soften it up. Puts it into range for the other Death Trooper as well.
Exactly.
So,
I would have damage on the. I think is it just ground units or is it you can put it on any?
it is a ground unit.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
I was thinking otherwise I'd like to put it on Inferno. But yeah, we're seeing an easy little bit of damage being thrown in there.
Against the A-Wing, that is a 1-3. Of course, that only gets the raid when he's
George
attacking.
Flaming here.
Yep. And some board being cleared away as well. Here comes the Cell Block Guard. That's going to swing in. There's a heal trigger.
Another Iden heal. That's up to 11 for this game.
That's now 9 damage onto
He knows
George's
exactly
base.
what he's. Oh, such good draws here.
Power and
Such good draws.
the aforementioned Ruthless Raider there, as well as the remaining 2 cards left in Ardwell's hand. Also has the interceptor, the secondary interceptor, if George wants to go in the air.
I mean, Ardwell is absolutely dominating this second game. You know, he's already taken enough damage to lose. He's taken 25, but he's healed half.
Yeah.
The Zeb coming down, easiest power of the dark side in history.
Yep.
Another heal trigger there for Iden.
Yep.
And I think as George, you're just sitting there going, right, well, I'm staring down 11 damage on board, pushing me all the way up to 20, with not much to do in response.
No, not really.
And you don't even know that Ardwell's actually got that 6-4 in hand. 4-6 in hand to deal further 2 damage to the base.
Yeah, that Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, you're sitting there and you're going, wow. I mean, when you're just hard playing a wing leader, that's when
Here is that heal trigger being used, that heal action being used from the leader Iden Versio. George is just going to claim initiative. The Inferno 4 is going to swing in, get rid of the lone X-Wing that was there. Now here comes the Interceptor. That's going to deal another 3. Another 3 now from the Cell Block Guard. Another, is that 3 again from the Death Trooper. Puts him up to 18 damage now on board.
And for 6, there
and
comes
6,
that,
20.
further 2 damage.
Wow.
All the way up to 20. And George, I don't think George has any out here.
Yeah.
And I expect to see a hand being outstretched. Oh, if he can be funny. He can be funny.
He can play for a cause, I believe, in to try and push some extra damage, but realistically, without any hard removal options of any sort, without any opportunity either to even really use layer on the leader side, we've barely seen that layer get rested, as here is just simply a lone Battlefield Marine. Here comes 4 damage, and from space, 24 now. The writing's on the wall. It looks like we're going to see one last...
He's going to be funny.
One last action.
He's going to be funny.
We're going to see the 4, the cause I believe in. He's
there
going to
we
extend
go.
the hand either way.
Swift 2-0 for Ardwell against that aggro. What an amazing set there. Really showing just how powerful control can be. Yeah, wow, really, really impressive. Again, I think George played that as well as he reasonably could, but you're sitting there sometimes and you're just going like, well, he's out of my whole board. He's healed literally 10 this game. What am I meant to do against a 13-13?
Absolutely, yeah. That game 1, massive Gideon Hask was an absolute backbreaker, and then in game 2, Ardwell was just able to just stifle. George really barely ever had any of the Rebel swarm and assault that he was hoping for. Commiserations to him. He is 6-1. Day's certainly not over. With one more round to go, it is a win guaranteeing top 32, or even loss guarantees top 32. I believe pretty much. He should be fine to finish off with top 32. But Ardwell has given himself an extra little lifeline at potentially maybe even higher prizing at top 32.
Very, very, very possible. I think we are investigating the possibility of a little interview with Ardwell right now, but yeah, gotta say, really, really nice match there. Have we got the results for the other XO table?
We have, and it is, I believe, in a Boba Mirror, shock horror, it's a Boba Fett deck that has won.
I think this next round is going to be Boba Fett versus something.
Yeah.
It could be any X1 because there is only one undefeated player, this Boba player next round, basically needs to win this game to guarantee coming first, because otherwise, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, there is the possibility for, well, there will be a lot of X1s actually as the results are flooding through now. We've still got games on tables 3 and 4 playing on at the moment. There is, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, another 8 other X1s away from Arwell, so that's 11 X1s into the final round. It's all to play for, and we will have a Boba Fett on the feature match in what we're believing will be essentially the final. Looks like we're getting Ardwell over to the interview area as well to have a little bit of chat with yourself, so I will make way and allow Ardwell, as soon as he makes his way over, to have a little bit of a chat with yourself. I imagine this
Very
is... Yeah,
excited.
the first question is going to be, so, 13-13 Gideon?
I think it got to 15-15 at the end, didn't it?
It was huge. It was double
massive.
It was double digits.
Absolutely
And I'm not
crazy.
even just talking about the power levels, just experience tokens was just like huge.
Absolutely.
Ardwell is now making his way over. Over he comes into the interview area, and it's over for Ivor.
Hello, mates. Congratulations, firstly, on that win. Really, really solid set. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was lucky enough to play that deck on Tuesday, so kind of knew what it did. I knew I had to just kill everything that moved.
And I got to ask, 15-15 Gideon has. Is that the biggest you've ever had?
That's by far the biggest I've ever had him.
How big does Gideon usually get to?
Maybe he gets a couple of XP on him, and then he trades with something and dies. There, I just felt didn't have anything better to do with him, so just kept him on the board, and then I guess he just swung for the fences at the end.
And how long have you been playing Star Wars Unlimited for?
Since the first pre-release, I was kind of skeptical. Played some FFG games before, loved them, but didn't know if I wanted to get into TCG. First pre-release, just like as soon as I had a game, it was like, oh, I'm all in. I'm doing this. Yeah, so it was good.
And how did you decide on Iden? Were you doing a lot of testing before the event? Or were you
No,
just
so I knew I didn't want to play Boba or anything green out of Imperial because I didn't have any Darth Vaders, but also because people kind of expecting that. Wanted to play Control, so Red Iden seemed to be the next best bet. Tested it on Tuesday, like I said, and managed to just like play all events and kill everything, and it was a fun deck. I guess I have fun with my opponent as nothing. So,
none off to my own heart.
Yeah.
Well, that is absolutely amazing. Of course, one more round here for you.
I know it's kind of scary to think I'm 6-1. Another friend of mine is hopefully on 7-0, so yeah, it'll be a good day.
What's your friend playing?
He's playing Boba.
That doesn't narrow down whatsoever. But yeah, that is absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Fantastic showcase there on the feature match. Obviously, congratulations for doing so well.
Pleasure.
Best of luck with your next game, and I really hope to see you in that finals or on that top podium.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, thank you.
Thank you.
So there you have it then, an Iden Versio deck going up into 6 and 1. We're having a little look around the other top tables as well. Another Boba Fett deck has gone to 6 and 1. We've also got another Iden Versio deck potentially on 6 to 1 at the moment. That's still ongoing. Our Grand Inquisitor deck, that's fallen to 5 and 2. So certainly the Boba Iden meta call has proved here today.
Oh, 100%. I think the biggest shock of the day is the fact that we just don't have more Sabines up there in top tables. I think it just shows how prepared for Sabine the field was. I think everyone sort of knew that this was the aggro deck to expect. And I think you can see that in the fact that the layers have done better from what I've seen. Much better conversion rate into these better scores. I'm not sure where all these Sabines are, but I think a lot of them have gone home.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that you don't go anywhere, because right back after this break, we will have our final round of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event live from Twickenham Stadium. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick break. welcome for the final time to the Star Wars Unlimited launch event live here from Twickenham Stadium. My name is Ben. I've got Christian to my right-hand side with me once again, and, well, it all comes down to this. It all comes down to, well, one deck that we expected.
I don't think anyone's going to be surprised to learn that Boba Fett is undefeated so far. Boba Fett with Energy Conversion Lab.
Yep.
Looking through this list, it's just solid.
Yeah.
It's just a really, really solid list. Playing a lot of the most powerful cards that the deck has access to. Not as text for aggro, which actually ended up being a good thing into this field. But some really, really powerful cards there. Against, actually, a deck we were really hoping to showcase. We hadn't had an opportunity yet.
Yeah.
But we're so excited that Luke Skywalker is going to be in the finals here at the launch event, which, I mean, getting Vader and getting Luke all on stream matches, absolutely fantastic. We've got Leia, we managed to get Grand Inquisitor on there, we've got Thrawn, we've got some real fan favourites, and I am super excited for this match. Are you excited?
I'm really, really excited. I'm intrigued as well to see how Alex, who is our 7-0 undefeated Boba player, plays into this Luke Skywalker matchup, because it's a matchup he's played already today. All the way back in round 2, he won that match, of course, to get to this point. Also besting 2 mirror matches, an Emperor Palpatine, Ardwell, the loss that he picked up today, that was against this very deck. And then a Sabine Wren as well. As for James, who is 6-1, the matchups that he's faced, beating a Vader, quite thematically, a Director Krennic, which is an interesting one, Boba Fett, Han Solo, Sabine Wren, and Iden Versio, so a real good mix there. The only loss that he picked up was against the Emperor Palpatine deck.
Who is X1?
Who is X1 in the hands of Simon Harvey. But we are ready to go. Our players are set up for the final time here in the Star Wars Unlimited launch event. It is Boba Fett against Luke Skywalker, thematically so, to determine, luckily, our champion.
So, we got an interesting resource decision from Alex that I can see already, throwing a Boba Fett away. We are seeing a 3-3 being run out here. Into a 3-2, show me your hand.
Vanquish and double rugged.
Not Vanquish, sorry, take that.
Takedown and double, is that Rugged Survivors?
It is double Rugged
Survivors. Vigilant Honor Guards.
Both copies of those Vigilant Honor Guards. Interesting, did not resource either of them, acknowledging just how valuable those are going to be in this matchup. A 4-6 with Sentinel, while you... what is the condition for it?
I believe it is undamaged.
Right. So a 4-6,
Yeah.
really powerful, especially if you can keep stacking shields on that flip turn there for Boba. This is going to be a really, really scary card to deal with, just because it's huge and it's going to deal a lot of damage back.
Absolutely. So we have a look in Alex's hand. Oh, there's a lot of events that are in there as James is just deciding what he wants to resource. It looks like that there a resupply in there, potentially. That might help Alex's cause here with his current state. We're going to see the first damage of the final being put on. It is that Battlefield Marine that will deal 3 into the Energy Conversion Lab, which only one of these players is playing, by the way, with the Luke Skywalker list electing to play Echo Base instead. There was a shoot first.
Wow, just a pass from James here.
Yeah, resupply. Put him up to 4
a double pass.
and then pass.
Very slow first few turns here. Some really strong top end in Alex's hand.
Reinforcement Walker, Overwhelming Barrage. Bosk is there as well. That can be played down on this turn with
I'm
resource.
Alex, I'm pretty happy with this because I can just go ahead and throw away I mean, basically anything in hand, and I'm happy with what the rest I've got.
Yeah.
It's a pretty tough decision, actually, I think, from Alex.
Yeah.
Really strong. Barrage, really strong. Remember, he's the Boba Fett deploy turn.
Yeah.
So he's just going to go ahead and come in there. But I think does choose to resource the Walker here, thinking too far into the future to make use of that.
I think that's fine, especially when the last card was a Waylay.
Yeah.
But I think I'd much rather that, because obviously with Boba's effects, they trigger whenever a unit, or on the leader side, it triggers whenever a unit leaves play. So he could potentially waylay a dangerous threat that James plays out here with the initiative, get the extra resource point back, then deploy a Boba for some follow-up value.
Absolutely. Seeing a little bit of thinking here from James, deciding exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, I didn't quite love, at least first glance, at what James had in hand. I could see at least one regional governor. We know that there's double vigilant honor guards in there from the probe droid revealing earlier.
James passes.
Okay.
We get a deploy from Alex.
Yep.
This is probably a decent opportunity to play a regional governor or something just to lock out like some of those cards. But we're seeing here a takedown by the.
Yeah.
It's just going to deal with that probe droid just to try and like survive a little longer. It's going to be a really, really rough turn for James here. He's very behind in terms of board, not super behind in terms of damage. They're only taken, I think, 4 so far, so not awful. We're seeing some pretty useless ramp cards. Double barrage in Alex's hand is rough.
And a super laser tech as well that was in there. As for James, his hand just looking a little bit clunkier there. I think that there is potentially another takedown at the top of the hand. There's a second regional governor that James is thinking it might be time to just resource this card away. The Fleet Lieutenant, I think that was that's just gone into resources. That's got to feel like a really harsh decision for James to have to make early on in this final round.
Absolutely, and the thing is, staring at James's hand, I'm just sitting there going, man, that Luke deploy is a whole other turn away. I think he's probably playing out the defender here. So it's going to go ahead and have
Sentinel, but the overwhelming barrage will just get rid of it completely.
It's gone, no shield, no nothing. Going to go ahead and claim. He's going to be taking 12 damage. 10 damage.
Yeah, no, up to 10.
Yeah, and then a further 4, so going up to 14. That's really rough. Half health already. Tough situation to be in, but finally has made it to his Luke deploy turn.
Oh, but Alex drew a surprise strike.
Oh, that surprise strike.
That's so much more damage as well. You can just resource the Greedo, I think. I don't think you really need to worry about that now.
I think James is in for a rough one here, because no matter what he plays, he's just going to get barraged down. And then shocking absolutely no one. After that, it's going to go ahead and just get hooked absolutely by that surprise strike.
Well, James did draw an interesting tool. He drew an Entrenched, which could potentially poke down either the Boba Fett or the boss. We're going to play Governor first and declare a card. The opponent isn't able to play that, but we can just get around that with a waylay that's in hand, and we've got plenty of resources to do that as well. But the Entrenched could at least buy James a little bit of time. Attached unit can't attack bases. It does give it +3/+3, but it just means that all the aggression from that unit is purely coming on as board control, that we can then potentially just keep looping shields onto Luke Skywalker.
Absolutely. We're seeing Bosk just drive into face here. I mean, pushing Luke up to 18, only 12 damage left to take in this game before it's out of it. He hasn't even deployed yet.
Well, it looks like that is going to happen finally now. Just thinking about whether we want to deploy Luke Skywalker 4/7 for 6 on attack. Give another unit a shield token.
It's not going to get an attack because this surprise strike is going to come out, and that's going to be it. That's going to be it for Luke. Wraps. Bam. 7 damage. Instantly to the Luke. And it's going to untap that too. Also immediately leaving a overwhelming barrage absolutely live. I mean, if I'm James here, I'm considering packing up.
It is not a strong start here for James. You see the 4 damage is back onto the Boba Fett. We've got 4 resources left open as well.
Should be 6.
James, there's a takedown there, so that gets rid of the
nice.
that
is
gets rid
very
of the Boba.
nice.
That's extremely helpful. But I suppose we just claim here.
Right, I guess you run out of the boat. The
Greedo, sure. Not losing and not gaining anything sort of miraculous from putting it down. The initiative is held on by James, and Alex is going to say, "Yep, that's enough. I'll pass."
So it is worth saying. Vader's good here, but Luke, I was about to say, is the one card that can really turn this game around, because he can throw that regional governor into the Greedo, allowing him to give -6/-6 to a unit with Luke. Luke, who has Restore 3, really potentially able to massively swing this game back into James's favour. He's been so behind this entire time, but obviously we see Alex's resources running very, very low. He is in top deck mode. He's used a huge amount of resources to put himself in this advantageous position. But Luke now very much in the late game, not out of the woods just yet, but potentially able to turn this around.
Yeah, it's got to be sequenced correctly here. That's the key part. So there is the Governor. Taking out the Greedo. Is Alex going to elect to flip the top card? No, he's not. No high rolling in this round 8. The 4 damage is going to be done onto the boss, or from the boss onto base. So that's 22 now.
Here comes the Luke.
And here comes Luke
Absolutely
Skywalker.
deleting.
Yep. That gets rid of Bosk. And of course that Restore 3, hopefully, at least for James's concern, will be able to just buy him a little bit more time, but with no resources left or no units on board right now. Here's the Darth Vader.
It's not actually going to be doing a huge amount unless Alex can see some attack buffing cards here. He can just get out of Boba Fett. Don't get me wrong, he's really, really good. But that ambush that Vader has actually not going to be doing very much.
Yeah, there's nothing in the list, at least in the main deck at the moment, that would be able to on-play on, like, say, like a Fleet Lieutenant that would boost up that extra little bit of attack. Shore Trooper, a Snow Trooper, those kinds of cards that would be able to grant that extra little bit of necessary damage needed for Vader to be able to deal with Luke Skywalker. Is going to grab that Boba Fett, like you mentioned. Then it looks like the Vader will just be ambushing into Luke Skywalker here for 5.
I think he's deciding whether he wants to do it. It's a tough one because I think you're just going to lose the initiative here. He is going to do it. I don't know if I like that.
It feels like a very, very big gamble to try and play. Here is the claim of the initiative from James. Alex will concede and pass over. He's got Fett's Fire Spray. Second Waylay.
Vanquish in James' hand. Really, really good card here. Definitely one to hold on to. Trying to see what else he's got. That Regional Governor, it's not really going to be doing him any good. I mean, honestly, he wants to be chaining Luke together. He's going to be able to heal 3 here and either deal with the Boba or deal with the Vader. Both of which are pretty good.
Yeah, the issue is that you lose the Luke, though. That's the big problem with whatever you attack into. You've got to get that Restore off, but without any shield tokens on it or anything like that, it just makes it a little bit more of uncomfortable to be sort of freely swinging in. Of course, to get that heal unit and get that shield token, you've got to have it be coming in this phase. The heroism unit has to be played this phase, similar to Darth Vader, the way that it works with its villainy being played in this phase, sort of necessity, and then paying 1 and resting the leader as well.
So he's going to go ahead and trade with the Vader, and he's going to Restore 3 from Luke. A really, really solid trade there. The Boba is not really doing too much. 19 is not awful. Looking here at Alex's hands, it's not that much. Okay, it's a Fire Spray, but...
Yeah. I was wondering whether there could have also been an opportunity to just go, okay, I'm just going to barrage here and pile more pressure and more damage on, but I suppose with so much resource...
Fire Spray is going to be more damage as well.
Yeah, and with so many resources still left for James' side of the board, whatever unit he plays out here might be a more apt target. As that certainly could be an apt target.
Huge.
Home 1, a 2/6 Sentinel, and he's going to be able to...
No, that's Bright Hope. You need
that's
to go
Bright
further
Hope.
along.
Home 1, Restore 2, when each other friendly unit gets Restore 1, and grab something from the discard pile and play it out, and it is going to be the target, just the Battlefield Marine.
Waylay. He's going to waylay that.
I don't know.
It's that good.
Yeah, because he's just going to be
Taking
able to...
the initiative.
Here's the Fett's Fire Spray.
I mean, that is going to be really scary. I mean, 27 is not a good place to be. James needs to come up with an out here, and he needs to come up with an out really soon. I don't think he's got it.
Doesn't look ideal. Still has the entrenched there, but that will only target one thing. No matter what you entrench here, the other unit's just going to do the remaining 3 damage, right? So you entrench the Fett's Fire Spray. Oh look, Boba Fett's got 3 damage. That'll do it, and that will do it.
1 to Alex.
Alex moves on.
Just how strong it is. You saw that Alex had almost no resources, but because of how dominant Boba is in that mid game, able to just do huge amounts of damage, really control the board, and get so much value through that resource untapping. You're basically playing like, you know, 1 or 2 extra cards every turn. Of course you run out of cards because you've been playing them all.
Yeah.
And you've been getting ahead in the game by doing so.
That was a really, really quick game one as well. Just about 13 minutes it took there for Alex to take game one. He's just one game away from being the Star Wars Unlimited launch event champion. He goes into the side deck. Take us through it. What have we got? We've got 1 shoot first, 2 no good to me dead, an extra fire per probe droid, an Agent Callus, which could be an interesting inclusion, 2 change of hearts, a reinforcement walker, and double relentless. I see the relentless is being pulled out. Do you concur?
I think the Relentless is good. I think you want more top end. I quite want that change of heart. And I think that change of heart could do so much here, because you saw in that situation, he just stolen the Luke.
Yeah.
Throwing the Luke into face. He himself heals 3. That Luke doesn't get the restore. Take initiative. What are you doing in that situation?
Yeah.
I think the change of heart here is really strong. I think it's a very, very underrated card. Because it's so expensive. But in an aggro meta, it's obviously a terrible card. But we've moved away from that. We can see by all the decks that see success, aggro is really, it's fallen by the wayside. We know how to beat it. It was obvious, it was strong, but now we're moving into this mid-range and this control-heavy format where everyone can beat these aggro decks. And now, a change of heart, stealing a Devastator, stealing a Reinforcement Walker, stealing a Luke Skywalker, stealing a Darth Vader. These are all incredibly impactful cards that are doing way more than stealing just like, you know, a Sabine.
Yeah, and Alex has agreed with you there. It looks like the Reinforcement Walker is, the Change of Hearts are in, Reinforcement Walker is in, and the Relentlesses are in as well. As for James's side of the board, we've got 3 Repair, 2 Confiscate, a Restock, a Ewing Reinforcement, double Reinforcement Walker, and an extra Home 1. Repair, probably?
I think the Repair is going to be really, really nice in just letting you have that longevity. You saw how many turns James was passing in the game, just doing nothing impactful at all.
Yeah.
If he'd been able to heal even a little bit, he could have stabilised that game, I think, and not been absolutely destroyed in the end there by all that aggression.
Yeah. The 2 players have shuffled up, cutting each other's decks, and are ready to draw their opening hands for game 2. See the extension there of the handshake. For Alex, that's a very expensive opening hand.
It's very good.
It's pretty strong.
I think that's a keep. I think you can go ahead and throw away some of that top end, and I mean, looking at, you know, he's got ramp, he's got the Steadfast Battalion for the most busted turn 5 ever. Yep, he's just throwing away the top end, and honestly, I think Alex is in a really good position. Turn 1, it's Crafty Smuggler. Turn 2, potentially ECLing in the
Super Laser.
Super Laser.
Yep.
But honestly, you probably don't. Just leave it there. Throw it into whatever James plays. Turn 5. Oh, what are we going to get declared here?
So the first turn is going to be Regional Governor. Card is going to have been declared. It will be followed up by that Crafty Smuggler, as we assumed it was going to be. Initiative will be reclaimed.
Oh, more amazing top end there. I think you can just throw away that Cartel Spacer. Don't need it. Don't care about it.
But James drew a Luke and a Kanan Jarrus
wow,
is that as
that's
well.
Really, really good top end pieces.
Yeah, and even middle sort of stabilization pieces in the form of Kanan Jarrus. Obviously, it relies heavily on having fellow Spectre units on board. On attack, you can discard a card from the defending player's deck for each friendly Spectre unit. Heal 1 from your base for each different aspect among the discarded cards. Plus, it's just a 4/5 for 4.
Oh, he's chose to resource the Super Laser Technician.
Intriguing.
Very interesting. Going to space there.
Yep.
That restore. As a restore on a 2/3 for 2, which is really, really solid.
Yeah, the restored Arc 180 keeps that 1 resource up as well to potentially just protect it with the shield token. Here is the Cartel Spacer that will rest down the Regional Governor. It looks like there is going to be...
Go ahead and give that shield token.
Yep, first activation on the leader side for Luke Skywalker will protect that restored Arc 180, get that early pressure going, so this Cartel Smuggler can swing in as much as it likes for 2, but I'm happy next turn just to heal.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and you're going to be able to chip that Cartel Space down as well, down at 1 HP. Yeah, not a very impactful board from either player here, I'd say. I think both pretty evenly balanced, but we're seeing those swing turns coming real soon.
Yeah. especially when Boba will be able to deploy in just 2 phases time. Alex there, you just see, wondering about whether he wants to attack with this smuggler, whether it's even going to be worth it to get the 2 damage onto that base, or is it going to go into the it's going to go into the governor as he removes the shield token. So that puts that down to 2 damage, and the initiative claimed and passed.
Oh, we see a lightsaber, and I believe Luke's lightsaber is very, very strong. So it's attached to a non-vehicle. When played, if the attached unit is Luke Skywalker, heal all damage from him and give him a shield token. And +3/+1, so it turns Luke into an absolute monster.
Now I think James still has the Luke in hand that he had from the phase before, as both players just really deciding about what to resource here. It looked like it was going to be a Steadfast Battalion initially from Alex, then maybe a shoot first.
It's a real tough decision. I mean, I think you want every single one of these cards. This turn is looking really unimpactful. I think he may be regretting resourcing that Super Laser Technician. Because if he could have just rushed up to 5 this turn, he would really have been extremely active.
Yeah.
Here, he's really playing the slow game, giving Luke more time to just build a ball.
Shoot first that Alex decided to resource ahead of this phase. So
cannon come down, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, we see it.
Right hope.
Very good. This is going to let him draw a card and run out a powerful central unit.
Yeah, and importantly as well, reuse that governor for later. Make sure he can declare another card later on as the board progresses. The follow-up, when the follow-up's a Greedo, it's not fantastic.
It's not what you want to be seeing if you're James, if you're Alex in this situation. Sorry, it's exactly what James wants to be seeing.
So James is going to swing in with that restored at 170, deal some early chip damage onto the cartel space. So like you said earlier, just before this phase began, leaves that with 1 damage left on. And so now it's Alex's action with 3 resources still left available. I don't think there's anything left in hand there. He's just going to take the initiative.
Honestly, that seems pretty fair. I'm not really sure what else he could do with his hand. On his next turn, he's going to be able to do a lot. It's going to be a lot of damage potentially.
There's one of the change of hearts.
Yeah, he can throw that SLT.
Yeah.
He does not need it. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a really, really scary turn. A whole board could be cleaned up. You're James, you've got to be really wary about what you're deploying to ground right now.
Yeah. James drew a U-Wing reinforcement there, as well as one of his 2 cards for the turn. Search the top 10 cards of your deck for up to 3 units with a combined cost of 7 or less and play each of them for free. Know what costs 7?
I do know indeed what costs 7.
Luke
very,
Skywalker.
Very good. And this is one of those, I think many rounds ago, I mentioned that utility of U-Wing. It's great in aggro decks to flood the board, but it's great in control decks or later game decks like these because it adds consistency to seeing your really important top end pieces. Here we're seeing a Cannon Jarrus comes out, which is a really powerful mill card, but it's also just a 4/5 that is force traded. And it's a Jedi, so just some really really useful traits there. And it's Rebel. Here we see the ECL
here we
come
go.
in.
Yep.
And that's
we've seen a lot of that before. So
that is rough.
That will swing in. No, will there be any overwhelm damage that will come on here?
There won't be.
No, because the on attack will give +2/+2. He does control a leader unit, so it is actually going to go onto the battalion. So there is actually going to be 2 damage.
Yes,
yeah.
I didn't see he deployed.
Yeah. So now over with James's action, has the U-Wing, has I think that Luke and the lightsaber still in hand for that really explosive turn in a couple of phases time. The Restore at 170 though is just going to deal with the spacer and importantly get a Restore 1 off as well. And then Alex is just going to retaliate by attacking for 4. Ready up 2 of those resources as well. With nothing else really to play, it's just going to be attacking and trying to push this narrative and push the aggression, I should say, on James.
I think this isn't actually that bad a board state for James. And there's a lot of damage on there, but there's only about 4 HP between 3 of those units. So if he's able to do some sort of like spread damage here, like slamming a Luke is going to deal with that Steadfast Battalion.
Yep. So here comes all that damage being done. The Luke player James now up to 10 and readying everything back up because after all the attacks, Alex is just happy to pass. And what does he draw into?
Steadfast Battalion of his own.
Oh, there's...
Oh, sorry, a new one. I was looking at the wrong screen.
Yeah.
We've got an Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is a really scary card.
Ooh.
Sentinel. When defeated, you start slinging those experience tokens around.
Wow.
And you draw a card. And it's a 4/6.
A Vader and a Barrage.
Oh, very, very scary cards.
Gets rid of one of the barrages.
From Boba here.
Yeah. So it will be James that will have the first action once he's finished figuring out what he wants to resource here. There's a regional governor in hand. It might be a second one actually. Potentially might have just drawn that because remember from the Bright Hope he still has the one that he played at the start of the game back in his hand unless it's been resourced as well. But now up to is that 6 resources?
6 resources. It is Luke will deploy this turn, coming in as a 4/7 to start throwing shield tokens around. Going to be able to do a solid amount of work on this board, but we are going to need to see, I think, probably going to want to play out that Obi-Wan just to have a Sentinel.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right play first and foremost. Play out the Obi-Wan Kenobi, you've got a Sentinel, you are losing the ground game quite heavily. That's what's going to happen, and so it will force the attack into and get a load of benefits and payoffs off of that as well.
The thing is, Alex is going to get so much value out of the Steadfast Battalion because he can just go, okay, cool, trade it in, you take 1 Overwhelm, and I've managed to 2 for 1 with the Steadfast and done a load of damage to your base. I mean, if I was Alex, I would be very, very happy with that trade.
I think he still survives to the next action, depending on what Alex plays here, but he's got Overwhelming Barrage in hand, so that should do the trick and get rid of the Sentinel. It will be declared on Battalion.
Well, I think he's going to mop up the space side of the board because the Battalion will overwhelm and just deal with the deal with Obi-Wan then.
Yeah, potentially. He's just having a little bit of a think. He's actually going to declare Boba.
Oh, he is just going to deal with it.
And he's just going to deal with the Obi-Wan Kenobi. It is going to generate a couple of experience tokens, but won't draw a card because the target isn't a force unit. That Bright Hope.
18 damage on board.
Yeah, I do not like it. As here comes Luke
Yeah,
Skywalker.
that's a ploy, and that is instantly going to trade. Oh, and that is why he kept the Steadfast Battalion, because he knew he just had to deal with that Luke, not let it live. I mean, at this stage, I think James is so far behind. It's really tough to come back from this board state. You know, a huge amount of damage coming at the face. No active resources. Yeah, he's got a couple of attacks he can throw into the Boba. You know, chipping away, healing little bits and pieces here and there. But it is so hard, I think, for the James right now. I'm not sure what Alex has got on his hand that he could play out this turn. I see a change of heart, I think. So, hilariously, on the next turn, if James does run out like a Luke or something,
it just gets stolen.
That could be what kills him.
Yeah, so initiative is claimed. We're just going to bunch all the attacks together. That's going to be another 5 damage done there from the Greedo and the Smuggler. And the turn is passed over. There is another Darth Vader as well. So I think we might be gearing very, very close towards seeing our champion being crowned. We will never say never write off the power of Luke Skywalker.
Absolutely. But things are not looking good for you.
Yeah, it isn't looking positive whatsoever. And of course, we've seen obviously Energy Conversion Lab already having been used to such great effect in this game and in this round. As James has the first action, has it in entrenched yet again. Didn't use it in game 1, so might want to use it in game 2. I think that there is a removal card of some degree, whether it's Vanquish or Takedown in James's hand as well.
See him just trying to heal, but at this point, I think if you're Alex, you can feel pretty comfortable just starting to throw your attacks in and just dealing as much damage as possible there.
So just updating the damage board there. We do have it ourselves here as well behind the desk. 13-6 we have on the count. As the action is over with James. potentially just could quite be. Well, I suppose you don't really want to play.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just chuck 4 damage in there.
Yeah.
17 damage on Luke here.
I was thinking potentially there could have been an opportunity to play out the Vader first, so that when you're swinging with Boba Fett, you're getting the 2 resources restood, but sometimes trying to squeeze out value that isn't there just isn't worth it whatsoever.
Absolutely, we're seeing the U-wing come out here. Not sure what what James is looking for. Maybe to play out multiple things like Sentinels. And
It's got to
all
be
that sort of
Echo-based
stuff.
defenders, realistically.
But I mean, you know, we see that barrage. I think. No, he doesn't have barrage, but he's got a Vader.
Yeah. There's a Kanan. There is, I think there's a Fleet Lieutenant in there as well. I don't see a lot of defensive options on ground. There's not many removal, like field removal in this deck, of course. Not speccing into villainy to pay for the super laser blast. So there is a defender. Okay, so that's a good start, at least getting 1 down. We'll just hold off one of those attacks for now. Still has another 4 costs worth. Is going to play out a Alliance Dispatcher.
Oh,
and
very
then
nice.
a Admiral Akbar as
Deal
well.
3 damage there. The Greedo is going to whiff. Would have been a nice trigger if it didn't whiff,
Yeah.
but I think here he's just going to run out the Vader.
Yeah.
Clear out that defender, get 2 damage more in, and you just know that you're under no stress to lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, here is the Darth Vader, rightfully so. Will be able to do some searching of his own. Will Alex look at the top 10 cards of the deck?
Just grab the Boba.
Just grab a boba. Just grab a boba.
Fine.
Why not? And then Alex will have the decision about whether to ambush here as well into the Sentinel, rightfully so. We'll take the damage back in reply. And now action for
Takes
James.
the initiative.
Yeah.
Going to smack 2 into the face. I mean, it's really, really rough. It's on 25 by the looks of it.
25, wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's game with a Vader swing.
Yeah. As we pass over to the next phase, ready to go. Alex's resource, James desperately looking in his hand, hoping to try and find some answers somewhere within the cards that is there, but I don't see enough. I don't see any way that we can stop that massive ground swarm that's on the board. That's what, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage, I think I count.
Huge amount of damage. I mean, I don't think there is anything that Luke has access to that even comes close to dealing with this.
Yeah.
Even if he was playing Super Laser Blast, he doesn't have enough resources to play it.
No, not out of aspect. It's 8 cost usually, but of course, because he's not playing a villainy deck, would have to pay 2 extra resources on top of that. We are going to see the Alliance Dispatcher reduce the cost of a unit by 1.
And here is where we're going to see the change of heart, a maximum fun.
Yeah. Obi-Wan Kenobi is played down. You can see Alex grabbing a couple of resources, just counting up. Here it is, 3, 8,
7.
5, 6. There's change
Steal
of
it.
heart.
Just showing how powerful this card is.
Wow, steals the Sentinel. Obi-Wan Kenobi looked like the only thing that was keeping James from absolute certain ending here for this final round. 3 resources left to go. I mean, without any Sentinels other in hand, you could entrench something, but you're still just dead.
It's just not much you can do here. I think James, looking at his hand, looking at his 3 resources, thinking, well, I can buff up the Vader and make sure it can't attack.
Yeah. But still, like, we can't take anything away, and we are sort of conceding the action as there it is, the concession. Alex is your winner, 8-0, undefeated.
Phenomenal.
On the deck. We all expected to be at least at this stage, let alone winning the whole thing.
Absolutely. Phenomenal play from Alex. I don't think there was anything you could fault there. Absolutely insanely good gameplay there.
Yeah.
Nothing against James either. I just don't think there's anything he could have done there. I mean, it really just felt like everything he did, Alex was just like, yeah, but no, that's actually not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's such a consistent deck. isn't it? We've seen it throughout the entire day, how strong this Boba Fett deck is. Even when we were talking, I think, all the way back in round 6, of the amount of players that were on EXO records, about 4 or 5 of them were Boba Fett decks, to no one's real surprise. So Boba Fett will take home the Star Wars launch event, and importantly as well, Alex takes home all those cases of Spark of Rebellion. We'll have.
Listen, mate, I need some Bobas. If you can hook me up, I would muchly appreciate that.
Everyone could use a little bit more Boba.
Just a few,
in their life. We will be getting Alex over in just a moment. Once he has composed himself, collected all of his cards up, of course. To have a little bit of a chat with him, but what a run, what a tournament for him, getting through multiple mirror matches as well.
Absolutely.
Throughout the day's play.
I think this has shown though just like how, Boba Fett won, but I think you can see in Alex's play there, it was really, really high level play. Like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
There weren't obvious mistakes. He was playing around. He knew what to expect from his opponent, and I think that is what tipped him over the edge, more so than the deck he took. I think he took the deck he took because he probably thought it was the best. I'm sure we'll be able to ask him. But you can see there's a huge diversity in the decks that actually did go X1, did go X2, and honestly, a lot of that is just in that player skill. It's understanding the sequencing, it's understanding the fundamentals of the game, and I think that's what I love so much about Souls Unlimited.
Yeah, it's such a fantastic game, and it's so unique in the action-based stratagem. You go, I go, being able to pass as well, and just hold off that potential overwhelming barrage, potential removal, potential massive impactful unit, as we saw in round 4 with the Palpatine and Thrawn match, just waiting for, okay, now I'm going to play my big Imperial Star Destroyer, now I'm going to play mine. It's such a unique game style, as it looks like we are going to be joined by Alex, our winner.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll pull up an extra chair for him as well on the right-hand side.
Why don't you go in the middle?
There we go. Take a seat. Congratulations, Alex. 8-0 with Boba Fett. How do you feel?
Strong deck. It's pretty good. Feel good. Yeah. I've played about 10 games of Star Wars before coming to this event.
Wow.
I really liked it, and yeah, Boba Fett just does things that other things can't do, and it made it feel very smooth.
Absolutely. So what was the main reason for choosing Boba Fett? Was it just that it looked like the strongest deck to pilot? Was it a personal preference?
It's both. It's like Boba Fett is very strong. I liked everything kind of on his like curve plan, where you've got with the green, so you've got you get to skip 4 mana turn, which is where Boba doesn't have any good cards anyway. Very powerful cards on 5 and upwards, the Fire Spray, and Boba Fett's obviously a great character. Big fan of him since I first watched Empire Strikes Back. And yeah, it was nice to be able to sort of bring both together and take a win.
Hey, tell us about energy conversion. Talk to us about that card.
Well, so it says sometimes just win the game. It's a weird one. Steadfast Battalion isn't meant to be quite as good of a card it is. Just that, yeah, until there are more leaders that are like 8 health, also as impactful like Boba Fett and Director Krennic, it's very hard for that combo not to be insane. And it's just in general, like being able to swing the technician in when they're like maybe planning to trade off their guy on the board, or just it knocks out a 3-2, it just saves you life, and all that really matters is you just get to the 5 mana comfortably, which is obviously very quick, and you start flipping your leader, and it's so hard to deal with a 4-7 in set 1, apart from your opponent having ECL battalion themselves. But because how often you ramp with Boba, you normally get your leader out first, so it's hard for them to then flip their own leader and battalion before you maybe do the same thing or deal with their leader. Your turn.
I was going to say, what are your thoughts on the mirror match?
So my big takeaway from those 10 games of testing beforehand is that the card No Good to Be Dead, like it exerts a guy and then keeps exerting. That is quite common in the list. I was only siding it. I only rate it versus aggro, just to stabilize and get your Boba leader online. But in the mirror, I really don't like it because every time I've had it played against me, it's normally on my leader, but then they kind of see my leader as a non-entity. I'm not going to let you kill me, like I'm not going to let you deal the 25 damage or whatever before my Boba gets back up. So you still have to deal with it. Spend 2 mana doing it. So I just went in last night, I was thinking, I kind of want an extra 2-drop. I stuck a Viper Probe in. I want to make sure I play 3 Battalion, because Battalion feels like a slight edge in the mirror, because you have a higher chance of e-sailing it into their Boba, and then just don't play, make sure whatever you're playing actually kills their leader, rather than delays it.
Absolutely. Well, you've done fantastically well throughout the entire day. 8-0, undefeated. Congratulations. Go and claim your prize. Well done.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much. Take it easy. So, wow. Oh. Well, there you go.
There we go.
Boba Fett undefeated in the end of the Star Wars Unlimited launch event, and for all the diversity and for all the different leaders and exciting gameplay moments that we saw throughout the entire day, it all came down to Unreliable.
Listen, say whatever you will. Vader's lightsaber on a probe droid and 15-15 Gideon are by far the best moments of this entire tournament. Absolutely hilarious. You can't make sense. Don't forget Grand Inquisitor, Swiftest 2-0.
Yeah.
Some absolute bangers. I really hope, and I'm sure we both really hope you've enjoyed watching this coverage today. We've really both enjoyed doing it. The game's been absolutely fantastic to watch, and the game is so fun. It just made me wish I was playing in the tournament. That's all it did. Oh, what a fantastic event.
It's been an incredible day, so much action, so many memorable moments, but the story of the day to close it off is exactly what we expected to lead it off. Boba Fett undefeated as your champion. Congratulations to Alex once again for going 8-0. Congratulations to all the players as well that played throughout the day to make it to top 8s, 16s and 32s respectively. That's unfortunately going to do it, though, for us here live from Twickenham Stadium. We sincerely hope, for those of you who have stuck with us throughout the entire day, thank you for tuning in. For those that have come along for the ride as well throughout the day, we appreciate you as well. We hope to see you again very, very soon for more Star Wars Unlimited coverage. But until then, I've been Ben, Krishiv. Thank you for watching.
Bye-bye.